Book 1, Chapter 1 of Poor White, a novel by Sherwood Anderson. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Bob Rollins. Chapter 1. Hugh McVey was born in a little hole of a town stuck on a mud bank on the western shore of the Mississippi River in the state of Missouri. It was a miserable place in which to be born. With the exception of a narrow strip of black mud along the river, the land for 10 miles back from the town, called in derision by rivermen Mudcat Landing, was almost entirely worthless and unproductive. The soil, yellow, shallow, and stony, was tilled, in Hugh's time, by a race of long, gaunt men who seemed as exhausted and no account as the land on which they lived. They were chronically discouraged, and the merchants and artisans of the town were in the same state. The merchants, who ran their stores, poor, tumble-down, ramshackle affairs, on the credit system, could not get pay for the goods they handed out over their counters, and the artisans, the shoemakers, carpenters, and harness makers, could not get pay for the work they did. Only the town's 2 saloons prospered. The saloon keepers sold their wares for cash, and as the men of the town and the farmers who drove into town felt that without drink life was unbearable, cash always could be found for the purpose of getting drunk. Hugh McVey's father, John McVey, had been a farmhand in his youth, but before Hugh was born had moved into town to find employment in a tannery. The tannery ran for a year or 2 and then failed, but John McVey stayed in town. He also became a drunkard. It was the easy, obvious thing for him to do. During the time of his employment in the tannery, he had been married and his son had been born. Then his wife died, and the idle workman took his child and went to live in a tiny fishing shack by the river. How the boy lived through the next few years no one ever knew. John McVey loitered in the streets and on the river bank, and only awakened out of his habitual stupor when, driven by hunger or the craving for drink, he went for a day's work in some farmer's field at harvest time, or joined a number of other idlers for an adventurous trip down river on a lumber raft. The baby was left shut up in the shack by the river, or carried about wrapped in a soiled blanket. Soon after he was old enough to walk, he was compelled to find work in order that he might eat. The boy of 10 went listlessly about town at the heels of his father. The 2 found work, which the boy did while the man lay sleeping in the sun. They cleaned cisterns, swept out stores and saloons, and at night went with a wheelbarrow and a box to remove and dump in the river the contents of outhouses. At 14, Hugh was as tall as his father, and almost without education. He could read a little, and could write his own name, had picked up these accomplishments from other boys who came to fish with him in the river, but he had never been to school. For days, sometimes he did nothing but lie half asleep in the shade of a bush on the river bank. The fish he caught on his more industrious days he sold for a few cents to some housewife, and thus got money to buy food for his big, growing, indolent body. Like an animal that has come to its maturity, he turned away from his father, not because of resentment for his hard youth, but because he thought it time to begin to go his own way. In his 14th year, and when the boy was on the point of sinking into the sort of animal-like stupor in which his father had lived, something happened to him. A railroad pushed its way down along the river to his town, and he got a job as man-of-all-work for the station master. He swept out the station, put trunks on trains, mowed the grass in the station yard, and helped in 100-odd ways the man who held the combined jobs of ticket seller, baggage master, and telegraph operator at the little out-of-the-way place. Hugh began a little to awaken. He lived with his employer, Henry Shepherd, and his wife, Sarah Shepherd, and for the first time in his life sat down regularly at table. His life, lying on the river bank through long summer afternoons or sitting perfectly still for endless hours in a boat, had bred in him a dreamy, detached outlook on life. He found it hard to be definite and to do definite things, but for all his stupidity the boy had a great store of patience, a heritage perhaps from his mother. In his new place, the station master's wife, Sarah Shepherd, a sharp-tongued, good-natured woman who hated the town and the people among whom fate had thrown her, scolded at him all day long. She treated him like a child of 6, told him how to sit at table, how to hold his fork when he ate, how to address people who came to the house or to the station. The mother in her was aroused by Hugh's helplessness, and, having no children of her own, she began to take the tall, awkward boy to her heart. She was a small woman, and when she stood in the house scolding the great stupid boy who stared down at her with his small, perplexed eyes, the two made a picture that afforded endless amusement to her husband, a short, fat, bald-headed man who went about clad in blue overalls and a blue cotton shirt. Coming to the back door of his house, that was within a stone's throw of the station, Henry Shepherd stood with his hand on the door jamb and watched the woman and the boy. Above the scolding voice of the woman, his own voice arose. "Look out, Hugh," he called. "Be on the jump, lad. Perk yourself up. She'll be biting you if you don't go mighty careful in there." Hugh got little money for his work at the railroad station, but for the first time in his life he began to fare well. Henry Shepherd bought the boy clothes, and his wife Sarah, who was a master of the art of cooking, loaded the table with good things to eat. Hugh ate until both the man and the woman declared he would burst if he did not stop. Then, when they were not looking, he went into the station yard and, crawling under a bush, went to sleep. The station master came to look for him. He cut a switch from the bush and began to beat the boy's bare feet. Hugh awoke and was overcome with confusion. He got to his feet and stood trembling, half afraid he was to be driven away from his new home. The man and the confused, blushing boy confronted each other for a moment, and then the man adopted the method of his wife and began to scold. He was annoyed at what he thought the boy's indolence and found 100 little tasks for him to do. He devoted himself to finding tasks for Hugh, and when he could think of no new ones, invented them. "We will have to keep the big lazy fellow on the jump. That's the secret of things," he said to his wife. The boy learned to keep his naturally indolent body moving and his clouded, sleepy mind fixed on definite things. For hours he plodded straight ahead, doing over and over some appointed task. He forgot the purpose of the job he had been given to do, and did it because it was a job and would keep him awake. One morning he was told to sweep the station platform, and as his employer had gone away without giving him additional task, and as he was afraid that if he sat down he would fall into the odd, detached kind of stupor in which he had spent so large a part of his life, he continued to sweep for 2 or 3 hours. The station platform was built of rough boards, and Hugh's arms were very powerful. The broom he was using began to go to pieces. Bits of it flew about, and after an hour's work the platform looked more uncleanly than when he began. Sarah Shepherd came to the door of her house and stood watching. She was about to call to him and to scold him again for his stupidity when a new impulse came to her. She saw the serious, determined look on the boy's long, gaunt face, and a flash of understanding came to her. Tears came into her eyes, and her arms ached to take the great boy and hold him tightly against her breast. With all her mother's soul she wanted to protect Hugh from a world she was sure would treat him always as a beast of burden and would take no account of what she thought of as the handicap of his birth. Her morning's work was done, and without saying anything to Hugh, who continued to go up and down the platform laboriously sweeping, she went out at the front door of the house into one of the town stores. There she bought a half-dozen books, a geography, an arithmetic, a speller, and 2 or 3 readers. She had made up her mind to become Hugh McVey's schoolteacher, and with characteristic energy did not put the matter off, but went about it at once. When she got back to her house and saw the boy still going doggedly up and down the platform, she did not scold, but spoke to him with a new gentleness in her manner. "Well, my boy, you may put the broom away now and come to the house," she suggested. "I've made up my mind to take you for my own boy, and I don't want to be ashamed of you. If you're going to live with me, I can't have you growing up to be a lazy good-for-nothing like your father and the other men in this hole of a place. You'll have to learn things, and I suppose I'll have to be your teacher. Come on over to the house at once," she added sharply, making a quick motion with her hand to the boy who with the broom in his hand stood stupidly staring. "When a job is to be done, there's no use putting it off. It's going to be hard work to make an educated man of you, but it has to be done. We might as well begin on your lessons at once." Hugh McVey lived with Henry Shepherd and his wife until he became a grown man. After Sarah Shepherd became his schoolteacher, things began to go better for him. The scolding of the New England woman that had but accentuated his awkwardness and stupidity came to an end, and life in his adopted home became so quiet and peaceful that the boy thought of himself as one who had come into a kind of paradise. For a time the 2 older people talked of sending him to the town school, but the woman objected. She had begun to feel so close to Hugh that he seemed a part of her own flesh and blood, and the thought of him, so huge and ungainly, sitting in a schoolroom with the children of the town, annoyed and irritated her. In imagination she saw him being laughed at by other boys and could not bear the thought. She did not like the people of the town and did not want Hugh to associate with them. Sarah Shepherd had come from a people and a country quite different in its aspect from that in which she now lived. Her own people, frugal New Englanders, had come west in the year after the Civil War to take up cut-over timberland in the southern end of the state of Michigan. The daughter was a grown girl when her father and mother took up the westward journey, and after they arrived at the new home had worked with her father in the fields. The land was covered with huge stumps and was difficult to farm, but the New Englanders were accustomed to difficulties and were not discouraged. The land was deep and rich, and the people who had settled upon it were poor but hopeful. They felt that every day of hard work done in clearing the land was like laying up treasure against the future. In New England they had fought against a hard climate and had managed to find a living on stony, unproductive soil. The milder climate and rich, deep soil of Michigan was, they felt, full of promise. Sarah's father, like most of his neighbors, had gone into debt for his land and for tools with which to clear and work it, and every year spent most of his earnings in paying interest on a mortgage held by a banker in a nearby town. But that did not discourage him. He whistled as he went about his work, and spoke often of a future of ease and plenty. In a few years, and when the land is cleared, we'll make money hand over fist, he declared. When Sarah grew into young womanhood and went about among the young people in the new country, she heard much talk of mortgages and of the difficulty of making ends meet, but everyone spoke of the hard conditions as temporary. In every mind the future was bright with promise. Throughout the whole mid-American country, and Ohio, northern Indiana and Illinois, Wisconsin and Iowa, a hopeful spirit prevailed. In every breast hope fought a successful war with poverty and discouragement. Optimism got into the blood of the children, and later led to the same kind of hopeful, courageous development of the whole Western country. The sons and daughters of these hardy people no doubt had their minds too steadily fixed on the problem of the paying off of mortgages and getting on in the world, but there was courage in them. If they were the frugal and sometimes niggardly New Englanders from whom they were sprung, have given modern American life a too material flavor, they have at least created a land in which a less determinedly materialistic people may in their turn live in comfort. In the midst of the little hopeless community of beaten men and yellow, defeated women on the bank of the Mississippi River, the woman who had become Hugh McVey's second mother, and in whose veins flowed the blood of the pioneers, felt herself undefeated and unbeatable. She and her husband would, she felt, stay in the Missouri town for a while, and then move on to a larger town and a better position in life. They would move on and up until the little fat man was a railroad president or a millionaire. It was the way things were done. She had no doubt of the future. "Do everything well," she said to her husband, who was perfectly satisfied with his position in life and had no exalted notions as to his future. "Remember to make your reports out neatly and clearly. Show them you can do perfectly the task given you to do, and you will be given a chance at a larger task. Some day, when you least expect it, something will happen. You will be called up into a position of power. We won't be compelled to stay in this hole of a place very long." The ambitious, energetic little woman who had taken the son of the indolent farm hand to her heart constantly talked to him of her own people. Every afternoon when her housework was done, she took the boy into the front room of the house and spent hours laboring with him over his lessons. She worked upon the problem of rooting the stupidity and dullness out of his mind, as her father had worked at the problem of rooting the stumps out of the Michigan land. After the lesson for the day had been gone over and over until Hugh was in a stupor of mental weariness, she put the books aside and talked to him. With glowing fervor she made for him a picture of her own youth and the people and places where she had lived. In the picture she represented the New Englanders of the Michigan farming community as a strong, godlike race, always honest, always frugal, and always pushing ahead. His own people she utterly condemned. She pitied him for the blood in his veins. The boy had then and all his life certain physical difficulties she could never understand. The blood did not flow freely through his long body. His feet and hands were always cold, and there was for him an almost sensual satisfaction to be had from just lying perfectly still in the station yard and letting the hot sun beat down on him. Sarah Shepherd looked upon what she called Hugh's laziness as a thing of the spirit. "You have got to get over it," she declared. "Look at your own people. Poor white trash. How lazy and shiftless they are. You can't be like them. It's a sin to be so dreamy and worthless." Swept along by the energetic spirit of the woman, Hugh fought to overcome his inclination to give himself up to vaporous dreams. He became convinced that his own people were really of inferior stock, that they were to be kept away from and not to be taken into account. During the first year after he came to live with the Shepherds, he sometimes gave way to a desire to return to his old lazy life with his father in the shack by the river. People got off steamboats at the town and took the train to other towns lying back from the river. He earned a little money by carrying trunks filled with clothes or traveling men's samples up an incline from the steamboat landing to the railroad station. Even at 14, the strength of his long, gaunt body was so great that he could outlift any man in town, and he put one of the trunks on his shoulder and walked slowly and stolidly away with it as a farm horse might have walked along a country road with a boy of 6 perched on his back. The money earned in this way Hugh for a time gave to his father, and when the man had become stupid with drink, he grew quarrelsome and demanded that the boy return to live with him. Hugh had not the spirit to refuse, and sometimes did not want to refuse. When neither the station master nor his wife was about, he slipped away and went with his father to sit for a half day with his back against the wall of the fishing shack, his soul at peace. In the sunlight he sat and stretched forth his long legs. His small, sleepy eyes stared out over the river. A delicious feeling crept over him, and for the moment he thought of himself as completely happy, and made up his mind that he did not want to return again to the railroad station and to the woman who was so determined to arouse him and make of him a man of her own people. Hugh looked at his father asleep and snoring in the long grass on the river bank. An odd feeling of disloyalty crept over him, and he became uncomfortable. The man's mouth was open, and he snored lustily. From his greasy and threadbare clothing arose the smell of fish. Flies gathered in swarms and alighted on his face. Disgust took possession of Hugh. A flickering but ever-recurring light came into his eyes. With all the strength of his awakening soul, he struggled against the desire to give way to the inclination to stretch himself out beside the man and sleep. The words of the New England woman, who was, he knew, striving to lift him out of slothfulness and ugliness into some brighter and better way of life, echoed dimly in his mind. When he arose and went back along the street to the station master's house, and when the woman there looked at him reproachfully and muttered words about the poor white trash of the town, he was ashamed and looked at the floor. Hugh began to hate his own father and his own people. He connected the man who had bred him with a dreaded inclination towards sloth in himself. When the farmhand came to the station and demanded the money he had earned by carrying trunks, he turned away and went across a dusty road to the shepherd's house. After a year or two he paid no more attention to the desolate farmhand who came occasionally to the station to mutter and swear at him, and when he had earned a little money, gave it to the woman to keep for him. "Well," he said, speaking slowly and with the hesitating drawl characteristic of his people, "if you give me time, I'll learn. I want to be what you want me to be. If you stick to me, I'll try to make a man of myself." Hugh McVey lived in the Missouri town under the tutelage of Sarah Shepherd until he was 19 years old. Then the station master gave up railroading and went back to Michigan. Sarah Shepherd's father had died after having cleared 120 acres of the cut-over timberland, and it had been left to her. The dream that had for years lurked in the back of the little woman's mind, and in which she saw bald-headed, good-natured Henry Shepherd become a power in the railroad world, had begun to fade. In newspapers and magazines she read constantly of other men who, starting from a humble position in the railroad service, soon became rich and powerful, but nothing of the kind seemed likely to happen to her husband. Under her watchful eye he did his work well and carefully, but nothing came of it. Officials of the railroad sometimes passed through the town, riding in private cars hitched to the end of one of the through trains, but the trains did not stop, and the officials did not alight and, calling Henry out of the station, reward his faithfulness by piling new responsibilities upon him, as railroad officials did in such cases in the stories she read. When her father died and she saw a chance to again turn her face eastward and to live again among her own people, she told her husband to resign his position with the air of one accepting an undeserved defeat. The station master managed to get Hugh appointed in his place, and the two people went away one gray morning in October, leaving the tall, ungainly young man in charge of affairs. He had books to keep, freight waybills to make out, messages to receive, dozens of definite things to do. Early in the morning, before the train that was to take her away came to the station, Sarah Shepherd called the young man to her and repeated the instructions she had so often given her husband. "Do everything neatly and carefully," she said. "Show yourself worthy of the trust that has been given you." The New England woman wanted to assure the boy, as she had so often assured her husband, that if he would work hard and faithfully, promotion would inevitably come. But in the face of the fact that Henry Shepherd had for years done without criticism the work Hugh was to do, and had received neither praise nor blame from those above him, she found it impossible to say the words that arose to her lips. The woman and the son of the people among whom she had lived for 5 years and had so often condemned stood beside each other in embarrassed silence. Stripped of her assurance as to the purpose of life and unable to repeat her accustomed formula, Sarah Shepherd had nothing to say. Hugh's tall figure, leaning against the post that supported the roof of the front porch of the little house where she had taught him his lessons day after day, seemed to her suddenly old, and she thought his long, solemn face suggested a wisdom older and more mature than her own. An odd revulsion of feeling swept over her. For the moment she began to doubt the advisability of trying to be smart and to get on in life. If Hugh had been somewhat smaller of frame so that her mind could have taken hold of the fact of his youth and immaturity, she would no doubt have taken him into her arms and said words regarding her doubts. Instead, she also became silent, and the minutes slipped away as the two people stood before each other and stared at the floor of the porch. When the train on which she was to leave blew a warning whistle, and Henry Shepherd called to her from the station platform, she put a hand on the lapel of Hugh's coat, and drawing his face down for the first time, kissed him on the cheek. Tears came into her eyes and into the eyes of the young man. When he stepped across the porch to get her bag, Hugh stumbled awkwardly against a chair. "Well, you do the best you can," Sarah Shepherd said quickly, and then out of long habit and half unconsciously did repeat her formula. "Do little things well, and big opportunities are bound to come," she declared as she walked briskly along beside Hugh across the narrow road and to the station and the train that was to bear her away. After the departure of Sarah and Henry Shepherd, Hugh continued to struggle with his inclination to give way to dreams. It seemed to him a struggle it was necessary to win in order that he might show his respect and appreciation of the woman who had spent so many long hours laboring with him. Although under her tutelage he had received a better education than any other young man of the river town, he had lost none of his physical desire to sit in the sun and do nothing. When he worked, every task had to be consciously carried on from minute to minute. After the woman left, there were days when he sat in the chair in the telegraph office and fought a desperate battle with himself. A queer, determined light shone in his small gray eyes. He arose from the chair and walked up and down the station platform. Each time as he lifted one of his long feet and set it slowly down, a special little effort had to be made. To move about at all was a painful performance, something he did not want to do. All physical acts were to him dull but necessary parts of his training for a vague and glorious future that was to come to him some day in a brighter and more beautiful land that lay in the direction thought of rather than indefinitely as the East. If I do not move and keep moving, I'll become like Father, like all of the people about here, Hugh said to himself. He thought of the man who had bred him and whom he occasionally saw drifting aimlessly along Main Street or sleeping away a drunken stupor on the river bank. He was disgusted with him and had come to share the opinion the station master's wife had always held concerning the people of the Missouri village. "They're a lot of miserable, lazy louts," she had declared 1,000 times, and Hugh agreed with her, but sometimes wondered if in the end he might also become a lazy lout. That possibility he knew was in him, and for the sake of the woman as well as for his own sake, he was determined it should not be so. The truth is that the people of Mudcat Landing were totally unlike any of the people Sarah Shepherd had ever known, and unlike the people Hugh was to know during his mature life. He who had come from a people not smart was to live among smart, energetic men and women, and be called a big man by them without in the least understanding what they were talking about. Practically all of the people of Hugh's hometown were of Southern origin. Living originally in the land where all physical labor was performed by slaves, they had come to have a deep aversion to physical labor. In the South, their fathers, having no money to buy slaves of their own, and being unwilling to compete with slave labor, had tried to live without labor. For the most part, they lived in the mountains and the hill country of Kentucky and Tennessee, on land too poor and unproductive to be thought worth cultivating by the rich slave-owning neighbors of the valleys and plains. Their food was meager and of an enervating sameness, and their bodies degenerate. Children grew up long and gaunt and yellow, like badly nourished plants. Vague, indefinite hungers took hold of them, and they gave themselves over to dreams. The more energetic among them, sensing dimly the unfairness of their position in life, became vicious and dangerous. Feuds started among them, and they killed each other to express their hatred of life. When in the years preceding the Civil War, a few of them pushed north along the rivers and settled in southern Indiana and Illinois, and in eastern Missouri and Arkansas, they seemed to have exhausted their energy in making the voyage, and slipped quickly back into their old slothful way of life. Their impulse to emigrate did not carry them far, and but a few of them ever reached the rich cornlands of central Indiana, Illinois, or Iowa, or the equally rich land back from the river in Missouri or Arkansas. In southern Indiana and Illinois, they were merged into the life about them, and with the infusion of new blood, they a little awoke. They have tempered the quality of the peoples in those regions, made them perhaps less harshly energetic than their forefathers, the pioneers. In many of the Missouri and Arkansas river towns they have changed but little. A visitor to these parts may see them there today, long, gaunt, and lazy, sleeping their lives away and awakening out of their stupor only at long intervals and at the call of hunger. As for Hugh McVey, he stayed in his hometown and among his own people for a year after the departure of the man and woman who had been father and mother to him, and then he also departed. All through the year he worked constantly to cure himself of the curse of indolence. When he awoke in the morning, he did not dare lie in bed for a moment, for fear indolence would overcome him, and he would not be able to arise at all. Getting out of bed at once, he dressed and went to the station. During the day there was not much work to be done, and he walked for hours up and down the station platform. When he sat down, he at once took up a book and put his mind to work. When the pages of the book became indistinct before his eyes, and he felt within him the inclination to drift off into dreams, he again arose and walked up and down the platform. Having accepted the New England woman's opinion of his own people, and not wanting to associate with them, his life became utterly lonely, and his loneliness also drove him to labor. Something happened to him. Although his body would not and never did become active, his mind began suddenly to work with feverish eagerness. The vague thoughts and feelings that had always been a part of him, but that had been indefinite, ill-defined things, like clouds floating far away in a hazy sky, began to grow definite. In the evening, after his work was done and he had locked the station for the night, he did not go to the town hotel where he had taken a room and where he ate his meals, but wandered about town and along the road that ran south beside the great mysterious river. 100 new and definite desires and hungers awoke in him. He began to want to talk with people, to know men, and most of all to know women. But the disgust for his fellows in the town, engendered in him by Sarah Shepherd's words, and most of all by the things in his nature that were like their natures, made him draw back. When in the fall, at the end of the year, after the Shepherds had left, and he began living alone, his father was killed in a senseless quarrel with a drunken riverman over the ownership of a dog. A sudden, and what seemed to him at the moment heroic, resolution came to him. He went early one morning to one of the town's 2 saloon keepers, a man who had been his father's nearest approach to a friend and companion, and gave him money to bury the dead man. Then he wired to the headquarters of the railroad company, telling them to send a man to Mudcat Landing to take his place. On the afternoon of the day on which his father was buried, he bought himself a handbag and packed his few belongings. Then he sat down alone on the steps of the railroad station to wait for the evening train that would bring the man who was to replace him, and that would at the same time take him away. He did not know where he intended to go, but he knew that he wanted to push out into a new land and get among new people. He thought he would go east and north. He remembered the long summer evenings in the river town when the station master slept and his wife talked. The boy who listened had wanted to sleep also, but with the eyes of Sarah Shepherd fixed on him had not dared to do so. The woman had talked of a land dotted with towns where the houses were all painted in bright colors, where young girls dressed in white dresses went about in the evening, walking under trees beside streets paved with bricks, where there was no dust or mud, where stores were gay, bright places filled with beautiful wares that the people had money to buy in abundance, and where everyone was alive and doing things worthwhile, and none were slothful and lazy. The boy, who had now become a man, wanted to go to such a place. His work in the railroad station had given him some idea of the geography of the country, and although he could not have told whether the woman who had talked so enticingly had in mind her childhood in New England or her girlhood in Michigan, he knew in a general way that to reach the land and the people who were to show him by their lives the better way to form his own life, he must go east. He decided that the further east he went, the more beautiful life would become, and that he had better not try going too far in the beginning. "I'll go into the northern part of Indiana or Ohio," he told himself. "There must be beautiful towns in those places." Hugh was boyishly eager to get on his way and to become at once a part of the life in a new place. The gradual awakening of his mind had given him courage, and he thought of himself as armed and ready for association with men. He wanted to become acquainted with and to be the friend of people whose lives were beautifully lived and who were themselves beautiful and full of significance. As he sat on the steps of the railroad station in the poor little Missouri town with his bag beside him, and thought of all the things he wanted to do in life, his mind became so eager and restless that some of its restlessness was transmitted to his body. For perhaps the first time in his life he arose without conscious effort and walked up and down the station platform out of an excess of energy. He thought he could not bear to wait until the train came and brought the man who was to take his place. "Well, I'm going away. I'm going away to be a man among men," he said to himself over and over. The saying became a kind of refrain, and he said it unconsciously. As he repeated the words, his heart beat high in anticipation of the future he thought lay before him. End of chapter 1. Chapter 2 of Poor White, a novel by Sherwood Anderson. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. Chapter 2. Hugh McVey left the town of Mudcat Landing in early September of the year 1886. He was then 20 years old and was 6 feet and 4 inches tall. The whole upper part of his body was immensely strong, but his long legs were ungainly and lifeless. He secured a pass from the railroad company that had employed him, and rode north along the river in the night train until he came to a large town named Burlington in the state of Iowa. There a bridge went over the river, and the railroad tracks joined those of a trunk line and ran eastward toward Chicago. But Hugh did not continue his journey on that night. Getting off the train, he went to a nearby hotel and took a room for the night. It was a cool, clear evening, and Hugh was restless. The town of Burlington, a prosperous place in the midst of a rich farming country, overwhelmed him with its stir and bustle. For the first time he saw brick-paved streets and streets lighted with lamps. Although it was nearly 10 o'clock at night when he arrived, people still walked about in the streets, and many stores were open. The hotel where he had taken a room faced the railroad tracks and stood at the corner of a brightly lighted street. When he had been shown to his room, Hugh sat for a half hour by an open window, and then, as he could not sleep, decided to go for a walk. For a time he walked in the streets where the people stood about before the doors of the stores, but as his tall figure attracted attention and he felt people staring at him, he went presently into a side street. In a few minutes he became utterly lost. He went through what seemed to him miles of streets lined with frame and brick houses, and occasionally passed people, but was too timid and embarrassed to ask his way. The street climbed upward, and after a time he got into open country and followed a road that ran along a cliff overlooking the Mississippi River. The night was clear and the sky brilliant with stars. In the open, away from the multitude of houses, he no longer felt awkward and afraid, and went cheerfully along. After a time he stopped and stood facing the river. Standing on a high cliff and with a grove of trees at his back, the stars seemed to have all gathered in the eastern sky. Below him the water of the river reflected the stars. They seemed to be making a pathway for him into the east. The tall Missouri countryman sat down on a log near the edge of the cliff and tried to see the water in the river below. Nothing was visible but a bed of stars that danced and twinkled in the darkness. He had made his way to a place far above the railroad bridge, but presently a through passenger train from the west passed over it, and the lights of the train looked also like stars, stars that moved and beckoned, and that seemed to fly like flocks of birds out of the west into the east. For several hours Hugh sat on the log in the darkness. He decided that it was hopeless for him to find his way back to the hotel, and was glad of an excuse for staying abroad. His body, for the first time in his life, felt light and strong, and his mind was feverishly awake. A buggy in which sat a young man and woman went along the road at his back, and after the voices had died away, silence came, broken only at long intervals during the hours when he sat thinking of his future by the barking of a dog in some distant house, or the churning of the paddle wheels of a passing river boat. All of the early formative years of Hugh McVey's life had been spent within sound of the lapping of the waters of the Mississippi River. He had seen it in the hot summer when the water receded and the mud lay baked and cracked along the edge of the water, in the spring when the floods raged and the water went whirling past, bearing tree logs and even parts of houses, in the winter when the water looked deathly cold and ice floated past, and in the fall when it was quiet and still and lovely, and seemed to have sucked an almost human quality of warmth out of the red trees that lined its shores. Hugh had spent hours and days sitting or lying in the grass beside the river. The fishing shack in which he had lived with his father until he was 14 years old was within a half-dozen long strides of the river's edge, and the boy had often been left there alone for a week at a time. When his father had gone for a trip on a lumber raft or to work for a few days on some farm in the country back from the river, the boy, left often without money and with but a few loaves of bread, went fishing when he was hungry, and when he was not, did nothing but idle the days away in the grass on the river bank. Boys from the town came sometimes to spend an hour with him, but in their presence he was embarrassed and a little annoyed. He wanted to be left alone with his dreams. One of the boys, a sickly, pale, undeveloped lad of 10, often stayed with him through an entire summer afternoon. He was the son of a merchant in the town, and grew quickly tired when he tried to follow other boys about. On the river bank he lay beside Hugh in silence. The two got into Hugh's boat and went fishing, and the merchant's son grew animated and talked. He taught Hugh to write his own name and to read a few words. The shyness that kept them apart had begun to break down when the merchant's son caught some childhood disease and died. In the darkness above the cliff that night in Burlington, Hugh remembered things concerning his boyhood that had not come back to his mind in years. The very thoughts that had passed through his mind during those long days of idling on the river bank came streaming back. After his 14th year, when he went to work at the railroad station, Hugh had stayed away from the river. With his work at the station and in the garden back of Sarah Shepherd's house and the lessons in the afternoon, he had little idle time. On Sundays, however, things were different. Sarah Shepherd did not go to church after she came to Mudcat Landing, but she would have no work done on Sundays. On Sunday afternoons in the summer, she and her husband sat in chairs beneath a tree beside the house and went to sleep. Hugh got into the habit of going off by himself. He wanted to sleep also, but did not dare. He went along the river bank by the road that ran south from the town, and when he had followed it 2 or 3 miles, turned into a grove of trees and lay down in the shade. The long summer Sunday afternoons had been delightful times for Hugh, so delightful that he finally gave them up, fearing they might lead him to take up again his old sleepy way of life. Now, as he sat in the darkness above the same river he had gazed on through the long Sunday afternoons, a spasm of something like loneliness swept over him. For the first time he thought about leaving the river country and going into a new land with a keen feeling of regret. On the Sunday afternoons in the woods south of Mudcat Landing, Hugh had lain perfectly still in the grass for hours. The smell of dead fish that had always been present about the shack where he spent his boyhood was gone, and there were no swarms of flies. Above his head a breeze played through the branches of the trees, and insects sang in the grass. Everything about him was clean. A lovely stillness pervaded the river and the woods. He lay on his belly and gazed down over the river out of sleepy, heavy eyes into hazy distances. Half-formed thoughts passed like visions through his mind. He dreamed, but his dreams were unformed and vaporous. For hours the half-dead, half-alive state into which he had got persisted. He did not sleep, but lay in a land between sleeping and waking. Pictures formed in his mind. The clouds that floated in the sky above the river took on strange, grotesque shapes. They began to move. One of the clouds separated itself from the others. It moved swiftly away into the dim distance and then returned. It became a half-human thing and seemed to be marshalling the other clouds. Under its influence they became agitated and moved restlessly about. Out of the body of the most active of the clouds, long vaporous arms were extended. They pulled and hauled at the other clouds, making them also restless and agitated. Hugh's mind, as he sat in the darkness on the cliff above the river that night in Burlington, was deeply stirred. Again he was the boy lying in the woods above his river, and the visions that had come to him there returned with startling clearness. He got off the log and, lying in the wet grass, closed his eyes. His body became warm. Hugh thought his mind had gone out of his body and up into the sky to join the clouds and the stars, to play with them. From the sky he thought he looked down on the earth and saw rolling fields, hills, and forests. He had no part in the lives of the men and women of the earth, but was torn away from them, left to stand by himself. From his place in the sky above the earth he saw the great river going majestically along. For a time it was quiet and contemplative, as the sky had been when he was a boy down below, lying on his belly in the wood. He saw men pass in boats and could hear their voices dimly. A great quiet prevailed, and he looked abroad beyond the wide expanse of the river and saw fields and towns. They were all hushed and still. An air of waiting hung over them. And then the river was whipped into action by some strange unknown force, something that had come out of a distant place, out of the place to which the cloud had gone, and from which it had returned to stir and agitate the other clouds. The river now went tearing along. It overflowed its banks and swept over the land, uprooting trees and forests and towns. The white faces of drowned men and children, borne along by the flood, looked up into the mind's eye of the man Hugh, who, in the moment of his setting out into the definite whirl of struggle and defeat, had let himself slip back into the vaporous dreams of his boyhood. As he lay in the wet grass and the darkness on the cliff, Hugh tried to force his way back to consciousness, but for a long time was unsuccessful. He rolled and writhed about, and his lips muttered words. It was useless. His mind also was swept away. The clouds of which he felt himself a part flew across the face of the sky. They blotted out the sun from the earth, and darkness descended on the land, on the troubled towns, on the hills that were torn open, on the forests that were destroyed, on the peace and quiet of all places. In the country stretching away from the river, where all had been peace and quiet, all was now agitation and unrest. Houses were destroyed and instantly rebuilt. People gathered in whirling crowds. The dreaming man felt himself a part of something significant and terrible that was happening to the earth and to the peoples of the earth. Again he struggled to awake, to force himself back out of the dream world into consciousness. When he did awake, day was breaking, and he sat on the very edge of the cliff that looked down upon the Mississippi River, gray now in the dim morning light. The towns in which Hugh lived during the first 3 years after he began his eastward journey were all small places containing a few hundred people, and were scattered through Illinois, Indiana, and western Ohio. All of the people among whom he worked and lived during that time were farmers and laborers. In the spring of the first year of his wandering, he passed through the city of Chicago and spent 2 hours there, going in and out at the same railroad station. He was not tempted to become a city man. The huge commercial city at the foot of Lake Michigan, because of its commanding position in the very center of a vast farming empire, had already become gigantic. He never forgot the 2 hours he spent standing in the station in the heart of the city and walking in the streets adjoining the station. It was evening when he came into the roaring, clanging place. On the long, wide plains west of the city, he saw farmers at work with their spring plowing as the train went flying along. Presently the farms grew small and the whole prairie dotted with towns. In these the train did not stop, but ran into a crowded network of streets filled with multitudes of people. When it got into the big dark station, Hugh saw thousands of people rushing about like disturbed insects. Unnumbered thousands of people were going out of the city at the end of their day of work, and trains waited to take them to towns on the prairies. They came in droves, hurrying along like distraught cattle over a bridge and into the station. The inbound crowds that had alighted from through trains coming from cities of the east and west climbed up a stairway to the street, and those that were outbound tried to descend at the same stairway and at the same time. The result was a whirling, churning mass of humanity. Everyone pushed and crowded his way along. Men swore, women grew angry, and children cried. Near the doorway that opened into the street, a long line of cab drivers shouted and roared. Hugh looked at the people who were whirled along past him and shivered with the nameless fear of multitudes common to country boys in the city. When the rush of people had a little subsided, he went out of the station and, walking across a narrow street, stood by a brick store building. Presently the rush of people began again, and again men, women, and boys came hurrying across the bridge and ran wildly in at the doorway leading into the station. They came in waves as water washes along a beach during a storm. Hugh had a feeling that if he were by some chance to get caught in the crowd, he would be swept away into some unknown and terrible place. Waiting until the rush had a little subsided, he went across the street and on to the bridge to look at the river that flowed past the station. It was narrow and filled with ships, and the water looked gray and dirty. A pall of black smoke covered the sky. From all sides of him, and even in the air above his head, a great clatter and roar of bells and whistles went on. With the air of a child venturing into a dark forest, Hugh went a little way into one of the streets that led westward from the station. Again he stopped and stood by a building. Near at hand, a group of young city roughs stood smoking and talking before a saloon. Out of a nearby building came a young girl who approached and spoke to one of them. The man began to swear furiously. "You tell her I'll come in there in a minute and smash her face," he said, and, paying no more attention to the girl, turned to stare at Hugh. All of the young men lounging before the saloon turned to stare at the tall countryman. They began to laugh, and one of them walked quickly toward him. Hugh ran along the street and into the station, followed by the shouts of the young roughs. He did not venture out again, and when his train was ready, got aboard and went gladly out of the great complex dwelling place of modern Americans. Hugh went from town to town, always working his way eastward, always seeking the place where happiness was to come to him and where he was to achieve companionship with men and women. He cut fence posts in a forest on a large farm in Indiana, worked in the fields, and in one place was a section hand on the railroad. On a farm in Indiana, some 40 miles east of Indianapolis, he was, for the first time, powerfully touched by the presence of a woman. She was the daughter of the farmer who was Hugh's employer, and was an alert, handsome woman of 24 who had been a school teacher but had given up the work because she was about to be married. Hugh thought the man who was to marry her the most fortunate being in the world. He lived in Indianapolis and came by train to spend the weekends at the farm. The woman prepared for his coming by putting on a white dress and fastening a rose in her hair. The two people walked about in an orchard beside the house or went for a ride along the country roads. The young man, who, Hugh had been told, worked in a bank, wore stiff white collars, a black suit, and a black derby hat. On the farm, Hugh worked in the field with the farmer and ate at table with his family, but did not get acquainted with them. On Sunday, when the young man came, he took the day off and went into a nearby town. The courtship became a matter very close to him, and he lived through the excitement of the weekly visits as though he had been one of the principals. The daughter of the house, sensing the fact that the silent farm hand was stirred by her presence, became interested in him. Sometimes in the evening, as he sat on a little porch before the house, she came to join him and sat looking at him with a peculiarly detached and interested air. She tried to make talk, but Hugh answered all her advances so briefly and with such a half-frightened manner that she gave up the attempt. One Saturday evening, when her sweetheart had come, she took him for a ride in the family carriage, and Hugh concealed himself in the hayloft of the barn to wait for their return. Hugh had never seen or heard a man express in any way his affection for a woman. It seemed to him a terrifically heroic thing to do, and he hoped by concealing himself in the barn to see it done. It was a bright moonlight night, and he waited until nearly 11 o'clock before the lovers returned. In the hayloft there was an opening high up under the roof. Because of his great height, he could reach and pull himself up, and when he had done so, found a footing on one of the beams that formed the framework of the barn. The lovers stood unhitching the horse in the barnyard below. When the city man had led the horse into the stable, he hurried quickly out again and went with the farmer's daughter along a path toward the house. The two people laughed and pulled at each other like children. They grew silent, and when they had come near the house, stopped by a tree to embrace. Hugh saw the man take the woman into his arms and hold her tightly against his body. He was so excited that he nearly fell off the beam. His imagination was inflamed, and he tried to picture himself in the position of the young city man. His fingers gripped the boards to which he clung, and his body trembled. The two figures, standing in the dim light by the tree, became one. For a long time they clung tightly to each other and then drew apart. They went into the house, and Hugh climbed down from his place on the beam and lay in the hay. His body shook as with a chill, and he was half ill of jealousy, anger, and an overpowering sense of defeat. It did not seem to him at the moment that it was worthwhile for him to go further east or to try to find a place where he would be able to mingle freely with men and women, or where such a wonderful thing as had happened to the man in the barnyard below might happen to him. Hugh spent the night in the hayloft, and at daylight crept out and went into a nearby town. He returned to the farmhouse late on Monday when he was sure the city man had gone away. In spite of the protest of the farmer, he packed his clothes at once and declared his intention of leaving. He did not wait for the evening meal, but hurried out of the house. When he got into the road and had started to walk away, he looked back and saw the daughter of the house standing at an open door and looking at him. Shame for what he had done on the night before swept over him. For a moment he stared at the woman, who, with an intense, interested air, stared back at him, and then, putting down his head, he hurried away. The woman watched him out of sight, and later, when her father stormed about the house, blaming Hugh for leaving so suddenly, and declaring the tall Missourian was no doubt a drunkard who wanted to go off on a drunk, she had nothing to say. In her own heart she knew what was the matter with her father's farm hand, and was sorry he had gone before she had more completely exercised her power over him. None of the towns Hugh visited during his 3 years of wandering approached realization of the sort of life Sarah Shepherd had talked to him about. They were all very much alike. There was a main street with a dozen stores on each side, a blacksmith shop, and perhaps an elevator for the storage of grain. All day the town was deserted, but in the evening the citizens gathered on Main Street. On the sidewalks before the stores, young farm hands and clerks sat on store boxes or on the curbing. They did not pay any attention to Hugh, who, when he went to stand near them, remained silent and kept himself in the background. The farm hands talked of their work and boasted of the number of bushels of corn they could pick in a day, or of their skill in plowing. The clerks were intent upon playing practical jokes, which pleased the farm hands immensely. While one of them talked loudly of his skill in his work, a clerk crept out at the door of one of the stores and approached him. He held a pen in his hand and with it jabbed the talker in the back. The crowd yelled and shouted with delight. If the victim became angry, a quarrel started, but this did not often happen. Other men came to join the party, and the joke was told to them. "Well, you should have seen the look on his face. I thought I would die," one of the bystanders declared. Hugh got a job with a carpenter who specialized in the building of barns and stayed with him all through one fall. Later, he went to work as a section hand on a railroad. Nothing happened to him. He was like one compelled to walk through life with a bandage over his eyes. On all sides of him, in the towns and on the farms, an undercurrent of life went on that did not touch him. In even the smallest of the towns, inhabited only by farm laborers, a quaint, interesting civilization was being developed. Men worked hard, but were much in the open air and had time to think. Their minds reached out toward the solution of the mystery of existence. The schoolmaster and the country lawyer read Tom Paine's Age of Reason and Bellamy's Looking Backward. They discussed these books with their fellows. There was a feeling, ill-expressed, that America had something real and spiritual to offer to the rest of the world. Workmen talked to each other of the new tricks of their trades, and after hours of discussion of some new way to cultivate corn, shape a horseshoe, or build a barn, spoke of God and his intent concerning man. Long drawn-out discussions of religious beliefs and the political destiny of America were carried on. And across the background of these discussions ran tales of action in a sphere outside the little world in which the inhabitants of the towns lived. Men who had been in the Civil War and who had climbed fighting over hills and in the terror of defeat had swum wild rivers told the tale of their adventures. In the evening, after his day of work in the field or on the railroad with the section hands, Hugh did not know what to do with himself. That he did not go to bed immediately after the evening meal was due to the fact that he looked upon his tendency to sleep and to dream as an enemy of his development, and a peculiarly persistent determination to make something alive and worthwhile out of himself, the result of the 5 years of constant talking on the subject by the New England woman, had taken possession of him. "I'll find the right place and the right people, and then I'll begin," he continually said to himself. And then, worn out with weariness and loneliness, he went to bed in one of the little hotels or boarding houses where he lived during those years, and his dreams returned. The dream that had come that night as he lay on the cliff above the Mississippi River near the town of Burlington came back time after time. He sat upright in bed in the darkness of his room, and after he had driven the cloudy, vague sensation out of his brain, was afraid to go to sleep again. He did not want to disturb the people of the house, and so he got up and dressed, and without putting on his shoes, walked up and down in the room. Sometimes the room he occupied had a low ceiling, and he was compelled to stoop. He crept out of the house carrying his shoes in his hand and sat down on the sidewalk to put them on. In all the towns he visited, people saw him walking alone through the streets late at night or in the early hours of the morning. Whispers concerning the matter ran about. The story of what was spoken of as his queerness came to the men with whom he worked, and they found themselves unable to talk freely and naturally in his presence. At the noon hour, when the men ate the lunch they had carried to work, when the boss was gone and it was customary among the workers to talk of their own affairs, they went off by themselves. Hugh followed them about. They went to sit under a tree, and when Hugh came to stand nearby, they became silent, or the more vulgar and shallow among them began to show off. While he worked with a half-dozen other men as a section hand on the railroad, 2 men did all the talking. Whenever the boss went away, an old man who had a reputation as a wit told stories concerning his relations with women. A young man with red hair took the cue from him. The 2 men talked loudly and kept looking at Hugh. The younger of the 2 wits turned to another workman who had a weak, timid face. "Well, you," he cried, "what about your old woman? What about her? Who is the father of your son? Do you dare tell?" In the towns, Hugh walked about in the evening and tried always to keep his mind fixed on definite things. He felt that humanity was for some unknown reason drawing itself away from him, and his mind turned back to the figure of Sarah Shepherd. He remembered that she had never been without things to do. She scrubbed her kitchen floor and prepared food for cooking. She washed, ironed, kneaded dough for bread, and mended clothes. In the evening, when she made the boy read to her out of one of the school books or do sums on a slate, she kept her hands busy knitting socks for him or for her husband. Except when something had crossed her so that she scolded and her face grew red, she was always cheerful. When the boy had nothing to do at the station and had been sent by the station master to work about the house, to draw water from the cistern for a family washing or pull weeds in the garden, he heard the woman singing as she went about the doing of her innumerable petty tasks. Hugh decided that he also must do small tasks, fix his mind upon definite things. In the town where he was employed as a section hand, the cloud dream in which the world became a whirling, agitated center of disaster came to him almost every night. Winter came on, and he walked through the streets at night in the darkness and through the deep snow. He was almost frozen, but as the whole lower part of his body was habitually cold, he did not much mind the added discomfort, and so great was the reserve of strength in his big frame that the loss of sleep did not affect his ability to labor all day without effort. Hugh went into one of the residence streets of the town and counted the pickets and the fences before the houses. He returned to the hotel and made a calculation as to the number of pickets in all the fences in town. Then he got a rule at the hardware store and carefully measured the pickets. He tried to estimate the number of pickets that could be cut out of certain sized trees, and that gave his mind another opening. He counted the number of trees in every street in town. He learned to tell at a glance and with relative accuracy how much lumber could be cut out of a tree. He built imaginary houses with lumber cut from the trees that lined the streets. He even tried to figure out a way to utilize the small limbs cut from the tops of the trees, and one Sunday went into the wood back of the town and cut a great armful of twigs, which he carried to his room and later with great patience wove into the form of a basket. End of chapter 2. Book 2, Chapter 3 of Poor White, a novel by Sherwood Anderson. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. Chapter 3. Bidwell, Ohio, was an old town as the ages of towns go in the Central West, long before Hugh McVey, in his search for a place where he could penetrate the wall that shut him off from humanity, went there to live and to try to work out his problem. It is a busy manufacturing town now and has a population of nearly 100,000 people, but the time for the telling of the story of its sudden and surprising growth has not yet come. From the beginning, Bidwell had been a prosperous place. The town lies in the valley of a deep, rapidly flowing river that spreads out just above the town, becomes for the time wide and shallow, and goes singing swiftly along over stones. South of the town, the river not only spreads out, but the hills recede. A wide, flat valley stretches away to the north. In the days before the factories came, the land immediately about town was cut up into small farms devoted to fruit and berry raising, and beyond the area of small farms lay larger tracts that were immensely productive and that raised huge crops of wheat, corn, and cabbage. When Hugh was a boy sleeping away his days in the grass beside his father's fishing shack by the Mississippi River, Bidwell had already emerged out of the hardships of pioneer days. On the farms that lay in the wide valley to the north, the timber had been cut away, and the stumps had all been rooted out of the ground by a generation of men that had passed. The soil was easy to cultivate and had lost little of its virgin fertility. Two railroads, the Lake Shore and the Michigan Central, later a part of the great New York Central system, and a less important coal-carrying road called the Wheeling and Lake Erie, ran through the town. 2,500 people lived then in Bidwell. They were, for the most part, descendants of the pioneers who had come into the country by boat through the Great Lakes or by wagon roads over the mountains from the states of New York and Pennsylvania. The town stood on a sloping incline running up from the river, and the Lake Shore and Michigan Central Railroad had its station on the river bank at the foot of Main Street. The wheeling station was a mile away to the north. It was to be reached by going over a bridge and along a piked road that even then had begun to take on the semblance of a street. A dozen houses had been built facing Turner's Pike, and between these were berry fields and an occasional orchard planted to cherry, peach, or apple trees. A hard path went down to the distant station beside the road, and in the evening this path, wandering along under the branches of the fruit trees that extended out over the farm fences, was a favorite walking place for lovers. The small farms lying close about the town of Bidwell raised berries that brought top prices in the two cities, Cleveland and Pittsburgh, reached by its two railroads, and all the people of the town who were not engaged in one of the trades, in shoemaking, carpentry, horseshoeing, house painting, or the like, or who did not belong to the small merchant and professional classes, worked in summer on the land. On summer mornings, men, women, and children went into the fields. In the early spring, when planting went on, and all through late May, June, and early July, when berries and fruits began to ripen, everyone was rushed with work, and the streets of the town were deserted. Everyone went to the fields. Great hay wagons loaded with children, laughing girls, and sedate women set out from Main Street at dawn. Beside them walked tall boys who pelted the girls with green apples and cherries from the trees along the road, and men who went along behind smoking their morning pipes and talking of the prevailing prices of the products of their fields. In the town, after they had gone, a Sabbath quiet prevailed. The merchants and clerks lorded in the shade of the awnings before the doors of the stores, and only their wives and the wives of 2 or 3 rich men in town came to buy and to disturb their discussions of horse racing, politics, and religion. In the evening, when the wagons came home, Bidwell awoke. The tired berry pickers walked home from the fields in the dust of the roads, swinging their dinner pails. The wagons creaked at their heels, piled high with boxes of berries ready for shipment. In the stores after the evening meal, crowds gathered. Old men lit their pipes and sat gossiping along the curbing at the edge of the sidewalks on Main Street. Women with baskets on their arms did the marketing for the next day's living. The young men put on stiff white collars and their Sunday clothes, and girls, who all day had been crawling over the fields between the rows of berries or pushing their way among the tangled masses of raspberry bushes, put on white dresses and walked up and down before the men. Friendships begun between boys and girls in the fields ripened into love. Couples walked along residence streets under the trees and talked with subdued voices. They became silent and embarrassed. The bolder ones kissed. The end of the berry-picking season brought each year a new outbreak of marriages to the town of Bidwell. In all the towns of Midwestern America it was a time of waiting. The country having been cleared and the Indians driven away into a vast, distant place, spoken of vaguely as the West, the Civil War having been fought and won, and there being no great national problems that touched closely their lives, the minds of men were turned in upon themselves. The soul and its destiny were spoken of openly on the streets. Robert Ingersoll came to Bidwell to speak in Terry's Hall, and after he had gone, the question of the divinity of Christ for months occupied the minds of the citizens. The ministers preached sermons on the subject, and in the evening it was talked about in the stores. Everyone had something to say. Even Charlie Mook, who dug ditches, who stuttered so that not a half-dozen people in town could understand him, expressed his opinion. In all the great Mississippi Valley, each town came to have a character of its own, and the people who lived in the towns were to each other like members of a great family. The individual idiosyncrasies of each member of the great family stood forth. A kind of invisible roof beneath which everyone lived spread itself over each town. Beneath the roof, boys and girls were born, grew up, quarreled, fought, and formed friendships with their fellows, were introduced into the mysteries of love, married, and became the fathers and mothers of children, grew old, sickened, and died. Within the invisible circle and under the great roof, everyone knew his neighbor and was known to him. Strangers did not come and go swiftly and mysteriously, and there was no constant and confusing roar of machinery and of new projects afoot. For the moment, mankind seemed about to take time to try to understand itself. In Bidwell was a man named Peter White, who was a tailor and worked hard at his trade, but who once or twice a year got drunk and beat his wife. He was arrested each time and had to pay a fine, but there was a general understanding of the impulse that led to the beating. Most of the women, knowing the wife, sympathized with Peter. "She's a noisy thing, and her jaw is never still," the wife of Henry Teeters, the grocer, said to her husband. "If he gets drunk, it's only to forget he's married to her. Then he goes home to sleep it off, and she begins jawing at him. He stands it as long as he can. It takes a fist to shut up that woman. If he strikes her, it's the only thing he can do." Allie Mulberry, the half-wit, was one of the highlights of life in the town. He lived with his mother in a tumble-down house at the edge of town on Medina Road. Besides being a half-wit, he had something the matter with his legs. They were trembling and weak, and he could only move them with great difficulty. On the summer afternoons when the streets were deserted, he hobbled along Main Street with his lower jaw hanging down. Allie carried a large club, partly for the support of his weak legs and partly to scare off dogs and mischievous boys. He liked to sit in the shade with his back against a building and whittle, and he liked to be near people and have his talent as a whittler appreciated. He made fans out of pieces of pine, long chains of wooden beads, and he once achieved a singular mechanical triumph that won him wide renown. He made a ship that would float in a beer bottle half filled with water and laid on its side. The ship had sails and 3 tiny wooden sailors who stood at attention with their hands to their caps in salute. After it was constructed and put into the bottle, it was too large to be taken out through the neck. How Allie got it in, no one ever knew. The clerks and merchants who crowded about to watch him at work discussed the matter for days. It became a never-ending wonder among them. In the evening they spoke of the matter to the berry pickers who came into the stores, and in the eyes of the people of Bidwell, Allie Mulberry became a hero. The bottle, half filled with water and securely corked, was laid on a cushion in the window of Hunter's jewelry store. As it floated about on its own little ocean, crowds gathered to look at it. Over the bottle was a sign with the words, "Carved by Allie Mulberry of Bidwell," prominently displayed. Below these words a query had been printed. "How did he get it into the bottle?" was the question asked. The bottle stayed in the window for months, and merchants took the traveling men who visited them to see it. Then they escorted their guests to where Allie, with his back against the wall of a building and his club beside him, was at work on some new creation of the whittler's art. The travelers were impressed and told the tale abroad. Allie's fame spread to other towns. "He has a good brain," the citizen of Bidwell said, shaking his head. "He don't appear to know very much, but look what he does. He must be carrying all sorts of notions around inside of his head." Jane Orange, widow of a lawyer, and with the single exception of Thomas Butterworth, a farmer who owned over 1,000 acres of land and lived with his daughter on a farm a mile south of town, the richest person in town, was known to everyone in Bidwell, but was not liked. She was called stingy, and it was said that she and her husband had cheated everyone with whom they had dealings in order to get their start in life. The town ached for the privilege of doing what they called bringing them down a peg. Jane's husband had once been the Bidwell town attorney, and later had charge of the settlement of an estate belonging to Ed Lucas, a farmer who died leaving 200 acres of land and 2 daughters. The farmer's daughters, everyone said, came out at the small end of the horn, and John Orange began to grow rich. It was said he was worth $50,000. All during the latter part of his life, the lawyer went to the city of Cleveland on business every week, and when he was at home, and even in the hottest weather, he went about dressed in a long black coat. When she went to the stores to buy supplies for her house, Jane Orange was watched closely by the merchants. She was suspected of carrying away small articles that could be slipped into the pockets of her dress. One afternoon in Todmore's grocery, when she thought no one was looking, she took a half-dozen eggs out of a basket and, looking quickly around to be sure she was unobserved, put them into her dress pocket. Harry Todmore, the grocer's son who had seen the theft, said nothing, but went unobserved out at the back door. He got 3 or 4 clerks from other stores, and they waited for Jane Orange at a corner. When she came along, they hurried out, and Harry Todmore fell against her. Throwing out his hand, he struck the pocket containing the eggs a quick, sharp blow. Jane Orange turned and hurried away toward home. But as she half ran through Main Street, clerks and merchants came out of the stores, and from the assembled crowd a voice called attention to the fact that the contents of the stolen eggs, having run down the inside of her dress and over her stockings, began to make a stream on the sidewalk. A pack of town dogs, excited by the shouts of the crowd, ran at her heels, barking and sniffing at the yellow stream that dripped from her shoes. An old man with a long white beard came to Bidwell to live. He had been a carpetbag governor of a southern state in the Reconstruction days after the Civil War, and had made money. He bought a house on Turner's Pike close beside the river, and spent his days puttering about in a small garden. In the evening he came across the bridge into Main Street and went to loaf in Bertie Spink's drugstore. He talked with great frankness and candor of his life in the South during the terrible time when the country was trying to emerge from the black gloom of defeat, and brought to the Bidwell men a new point of view of their old enemies, the Rebs. The old man, the name by which he had introduced himself in Bidwell was that of Judge Horace Hanby, believed in the manliness and honesty of purpose of the men he had for a time governed, and who had fought a long, grim war with the North, with the New Englanders and sons of New Englanders from the West and Northwest. "They're all right," he said with a grin. "I cheated them and made some money, but I liked them. Once a crowd of them came to my house and threatened to kill me, and I told them that I did not blame them very much, so they let me alone." The judge, an ex-politician from the city of New York who had been involved in some affair that made it uncomfortable for him to return to live in that city, grew prophetic and philosophic after he came to live in Bidwell. In spite of the doubt everyone felt concerning his past, he was something of a scholar and a reader of books, and won respect by his apparent wisdom. "Well, there's going to be a new war here," he said. "It won't be like the Civil War, just shooting off guns and killing people's bodies. At first, it's going to be a war between individuals to see to what class a man must belong. Then it's going to be a long, silent war between classes, between those who have and those who can't get. It'll be the worst war of all." The talk of Judge Hanby, carried along and elaborated almost every evening before a silent, attentive group in the drugstore, began to have an influence on the minds of Bidwell young men. At his suggestion, several of the town boys, Cliff Bacon, Albert Small, Ed Prawl, and 2 or 3 others, began to save money for the purpose of going east to college. Also at his suggestion, Tom Butterworth, the rich farmer, sent his daughter away to school. The old man made many prophecies concerning what would happen in America. "I tell you, the country isn't going to stay as it is," he said earnestly. "In eastern towns, the change has already come. Factories are being built, and everyone's going to work in the factories. It takes an old man like me to see how that changes their lives. Some of the men stand at one bench and do one thing not only for hours but for days and years. There's signs hung up saying they mustn't talk. Some of them make more money than they did before the factories came, but I tell you it's like being in prison. What would you say if I told you all America, all you fellows who talk so big about freedom, are going to be put in a prison, eh? And there's something else. In New York, there are already a dozen men who are worth $1 million. Yes, sir, I tell you it's true. $1 million. What do you think of that, eh?" Judge Hanby grew excited and, inspired by the absorbed attention of his audience, talked of the sweep of events. In England, he explained, the cities were constantly growing larger, and already almost everyone either worked in a factory or owned stock in a factory. "In New England, it's getting the same very fast," he explained. "The same thing will happen here. Farming will be done with tools. Almost everything now done by hand will be done by machinery. Some will grow rich and some poor. The thing is to get educated. Yes, sir, that's the thing, to get ready for what's coming. It's the only way. The younger generation has got to be sharper and shrewder." The words of the old man, who had been in many places and had seen men and cities, were repeated in the streets of Bidwell. The blacksmith and the wheelwright repeated his words when they stopped to exchange news of their affairs before the post office. Ben Peeler, the carpenter, who had been saving money to buy a house on a small farm to which he could retire when he became too old to climb about on the framework of buildings, used the money instead to send his son to Cleveland to a new technical school. Steve Hunter, the son of Abraham Hunter, the Bidwell jeweler, declared that he was going to get up with the times, and when he went into a factory, would go into the office, not into the shop. He went to Buffalo, New York, to attend a business college. The air of Bidwell began to stir with talk of new times. The evil things said of the new life coming were soon forgotten. The youth and optimistic spirit of the country led it to take hold of the hand of the giant industrialism and lead him laughing into the land. The cry, "Get on in the world," that ran all over America at that period, and that still echoes in the pages of American newspapers and magazines, rang in the streets of Bidwell. In the harness shop belonging to Joseph Wainsworth, it one day struck a new note. The harness maker was a tradesman of the old school and was vastly independent. He had learned his trade after 5 years' service as apprentice and had spent an additional 5 years in going from place to place as a journeyman workman, and felt that he knew his business. Also, he owned his shop and his home and had $1,200 in the bank. At noon one day, when he was alone in the shop, Tom Butterworth came in and told him he had ordered 4 sets of farm work harness from a factory in Philadelphia. "I came in to ask if you'll repair them if they get out of order," he said. Joe Wainsworth began to fumble with the tools on his bench. Then he turned to look the farmer in the eye and to do what he later spoke of to his cronies as laying down the law. "When the cheap things begin to go to pieces, take them somewhere else to have them repaired," he said sharply. He grew furiously angry. "Take the damn things to Philadelphia where you got 'em," he shouted at the back of the farmer who had turned to go out of the shop. Joe Wainsworth was upset and thought about the incident all the afternoon. When farmer customers came in and stood about to talk of their affairs, he had nothing to say. He was a talkative man, and his apprentice, Will Sellinger, son of the Bidwell house painter, was puzzled by his silence. When the boy and the man were alone in the shop, it was Joe Wainsworth's custom to talk of his days as a journeyman worker when he had gone from place to place working at his trade. If a trace were being stitched or a bridle fashioned, he told how the thing was done at the shop where he had worked in the city of Boston and in another shop at Providence, Rhode Island. Getting a piece of paper, he made drawings illustrating the cuts of leather that were made in the other places and the methods of stitching. He claimed to have worked out his own method for doing things, and that his method was better than anything he had seen in all his travels. To the men who came into the shop to loaf during winter afternoons, he presented a smiling front and talked of their affairs, of the price of cabbage in Cleveland or the effect of a cold snap on the winter wheat. But alone with the boy, he talked only of harness making. "I don't say anything about it. What's the good bragging? Just the same, I could learn something to all the harness makers I've ever seen, and I've seen the best of 'em," he declared emphatically. During the afternoon, after he had heard of the 4 factory-made work harnesses brought into what he had always thought of as a trade that belonged to him by the rights of a first-class workman, Joe remained silent for 2 or 3 hours. He thought of the words of old Judge Hanby and the constant talk of the new times now coming. Turning suddenly to his apprentice, who was puzzled by his long silence and knew nothing of the incident that had disturbed his employer, he broke forth into words. He was defiant and expressed his defiance. "Well, then, let 'em go to Philadelphia. Let 'em go to any damn place they please," he growled, and then, as though his own words had reestablished his self-respect, he straightened his shoulders and glared at the puzzled and alarmed boy. "I know my trade, and do not have to bow down to any man," he declared. He expressed the old tradesman's faith in his craft and the rights it gave the craftsman. "Learn your trade. Don't listen to talk," he said earnestly. "The man who knows his trade is a man. He can tell everyone to go to the devil." End of chapter 3. Chapter 4 of Poor White, a novel by Sherwood Anderson. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. Chapter 4. Hugh McVey was 23 years old when he went to live in Bidwell. The position of telegraph operator at the wheeling station a mile north of town became vacant, and, through an accidental encounter with a former resident of a neighboring town, he got the place. The Missourian had been at work during the winter in a sawmill in the country near a northern Indiana town. During the evenings he wandered on country roads and in the town streets, but he did not talk to anyone. As had happened to him in other places, he had the reputation of being queer. His clothes were worn threadbare, and although he had money in his pockets, he did not buy new ones. In the evening, when he went through the town streets and saw the smartly dressed clerks standing before the stores, He looked at his own shabby person and was ashamed to enter. In his boyhood, Sarah Shepherd had always attended to the buying of his clothes, and he made up his mind that he would go to the place in Michigan to which she and her husband had retired and pay her a visit. He wanted Sarah Shepherd to buy him a new outfit of clothes, but also wanted to talk with her. Out of the 3 years of going from place to place and working with other men as a laborer, Hugh got no big impulse that he felt would mark the road his life should take. But the study of mathematical problems, taken up to relieve his loneliness and to cure his inclination to dreams, was beginning to have an effect on his character. He thought that if he saw Sarah Shepherd again, he could talk to her and through her get into the way of talking to others. In the sawmill where he worked, he answered the occasional remarks made to him by his fellow workers in a slow, hesitating drawl, and his body was still awkward and his gait shambling, but he did his work more quickly and accurately. In the presence of his foster mother and garbed in new clothes, he believed he could now talk to her in a way that had been impossible during his youth. She would see the change in his character and would be encouraged about him. They would get on to a new basis, and he would feel respect for himself in another. Hugh went to the railroad station to make inquiry regarding the fare to the Michigan town, and there had the adventure that upset his plans. As he stood at the window at the ticket office, the ticket seller, who was also the telegraph operator, tried to engage him in conversation. When he had given the information asked, he followed Hugh out of the building and into the darkness of a country railroad station at night, and the two men stopped and stood together beside an empty baggage truck. The ticket agent spoke of the loneliness of life in the town, and said that he wished he could go back to his own place and be again with his own people. "It may not be any better in my own town, but I know everybody there," he said. He was curious concerning Hugh, as were all the people of the Indiana town, and hoped to get him into talk in order that he might find out why he walked alone at night, why he sometimes worked all evening over books and figures in his room at the country hotel, and why he had so little to say to his fellows. Hoping to fathom Hugh's silence, he abused the town in which they both lived. "Well," he began, "I guess I understand how you feel. You want to get out of this place." He explained his own predicament in life. "I got married," he said. "Already I have 3 children. Out here a man can make more money railroading than he can in my state, and living is pretty cheap. Just today I had an offer of a job in a good town near my own place in Ohio, but I can't take it. The job only pays $40 a month. The town's all right, one of the best in the northern part of the state, but you see the job's no good. Lord, I wish I could go. I'd like to live again among people such as live in that part of the country." The railroad man and Hugh walked along the street that ran from the station up into the main street of the town. Wanting to meet the advances that had been made by his companion, and not knowing how to go about it, Hugh adopted the method he had heard his fellow laborers use with one another. "Well," he said slowly, "come have a drink." The 2 men went into a saloon and stood by the bar. Hugh made a tremendous effort to overcome his embarrassment. As he and the railroad man drank foaming glasses of beer, he explained that he also had once been a railroad man and knew telegraphy, but that for several years he had been doing other work. His companion looked at his shabby clothes and nodded his head. He made a motion with his head to indicate that he wanted Hugh to come with him outside into the darkness. "Well, well," he exclaimed when they had again got outside and had started along the street toward the station. "I understand now. They've all been wondering about you, and I've heard lots of talk. I won't say anything, but I'm going to do something for you." Hugh went to the station with his newfound friend and sat down in the lighted office. The railroad man got out a sheet of paper and began to write a letter. "I'm going to get you that job," he said. "I'm writing the letter now, and I'll get it off on the midnight train. You've got to get on your feet. I was a boozer myself, but I cut it all out. A glass of beer now and then, that's my limit." He began to talk of the town in Ohio where he proposed to get Hugh the job that would set him up in the world and save him from the habit of drinking, and described it as an earthly paradise in which lived bright, clear-thinking men and beautiful women. Hugh was reminded sharply of the talk he had heard from the lips of Sarah Shepherd, when in his youth she spent long evenings telling him of the wonder of her own Michigan and New England towns and people, and contrasted the life lived there with that lived by the people of his own place. Hugh decided not to try to explain away the mistake made by his new acquaintance, and to accept the offer of assistance in getting the appointment as telegraph operator. The two men walked out of the station and stood again in the darkness. The railroad man felt like one who had been given the privilege of plucking a human soul out of the darkness of despair. He was full of words that poured from his lips, and he assumed a knowledge of Hugh and his character entirely unwarranted by the circumstances. "Well," he exclaimed heartily, "you see I've given you a send-off. I've told them you're a good man and a good operator, and that you will take the place with its small salary because you've been sick and just now can't work very hard." The excited man followed Hugh along the street. It was late, and the store lights had been put out. From one of the town's two saloons that lay on their way arose a clatter of voices. The old boyhood dream of finding a place and a people among whom he could, by sitting still and inhaling the air breathed by others, come into a warm closeness with life, came back to Hugh. He stopped before the saloon to listen to the voices within, but the railroad man plucked at his coat sleeve and protested. Now, you're going to cut it out, eh?" he asked anxiously, and then hurriedly explained his anxiety. "Of course I know what's the matter with you. Didn't I tell you I've been there myself? You've been working around. I know why that is. You don't have to tell me. If there wasn't something the matter with him, no man who knows telegraphy would work in a sawmill." "Well, there's no good talking about it," he added thoughtfully. "I've given you a send-off. You're going to cut it out, eh?" Hugh tried to protest and to explain that he was not addicted to the habit of drinking, but the Ohio man would not listen. "It's all right," he said again, and then they came to the hotel where Hugh lived, and he turned to go back to the station and wait for the midnight train that would carry the letter away, and that would, he felt, carry also his demand that a fellow human who had slipped from the modern path of work and progress should be given a new chance. He felt magnanimous and wonderfully gracious. "It's all right, my boy," he said heartily. "No use talking to me. Tonight when you came to the station to ask the fare to that hole of a place in Michigan, I saw you were embarrassed. What's the matter with that fellow? I said to myself. I got to thinking. Then I came uptown with you, and right away you bought me a drink. I wouldn't have thought anything about that if I hadn't been there myself. You'll get on your feet. Bidwell, Ohio, is full of good men. You get in with them, and they'll help you and stick by you. You'll like those people. They've got get-up to them. The place you'll work at there is far out of town. It's way out about a mile at a little kind of outside-like place called Pickleville. There used to be a saloon there and a factory for putting up cucumber pickles, but they've both gone now. You won't be tempted to slip in that place. You'll have a chance to get on your feet. I'm glad I thought of sending you there." The Wheeling and Lake Erie ran along a little wooded depression that cut across the wide expanse of open farmlands north of the town of Bidwell. It brought coal from the hill country of West Virginia and southeastern Ohio to ports on Lake Erie, and did not pay much attention to the carrying of passengers. In the morning a train consisting of a combined express and baggage car and 2 passenger coaches went north and west toward the lake, and in the evening the same train returned, bound southeast into the hills. The Bidwell station of the road was, in an odd way, detached from the town's life. The invisible roof under which the life of the town and the surrounding country was lived did not cover it. As the Indiana railroad man had told Hugh, the station itself stood on a spot known locally as Pickleville. Back of the station there was a small building for the storage of freight, and near at hand 4 or 5 houses facing Turner's Pike. The pickle factory, now deserted and with its windows gone, stood across the tracks from the station and beside a small stream that ran under a bridge and across country through a grove of trees to the river. On hot summer days a sour, pungent smell arose from the old factory, and at night its presence lent a ghostly flavor to the tiny corner of the world in which lived perhaps a dozen people. All day and at night an intense, persistent silence lay over Pickleville, while in Bidwell, a mile away, the stir of new life began. In the evenings and on rainy afternoons when men could not work in the fields, old Judge Hanby went along Turner's Pike and across the wagon bridge into Bidwell and sat in a chair at the back of Bertie Spink's drugstore. He talked. Men came in to listen to him and went out. New talk ran through the town. A new force that was being born into American life and into life everywhere all over the world was feeding on the old, dying, individualistic life. The new force stirred and aroused the people. It met a need that was universal. It was meant to seal men together, to wipe out national lines, to walk under seas and fly through the air, to change the entire face of the world in which men lived. Already the giant that was to be king in the place of old kings was calling his servants and his armies to serve him. He used the methods of old kings and promised his followers booty and gain. Everywhere he went unchallenged, surveying the land, raising a new class of people to positions of power. Railroads had already been pushed out across the plains. Great coal fields from which was to be taken food to warm the blood in the body of the giant were being opened up. Iron fields were being discovered. The roar and clatter of the breathing of the terrible new thing, half hideous, half beautiful in its possibilities, that was for so long to drown the voices and confuse the thinking of men, was heard not only in the towns, but even in lonely farmhouses, where its willing servants, the newspapers and magazines, had begun to circulate in ever-increasing numbers. At the town of Gibsonville, near Bidwell, Ohio, and at Lima and Findlay, Ohio, oil and gas fields were discovered. At Cleveland, Ohio, a precise, definite-minded man named Rockefeller bought and sold oil. From the first, he served the new thing well, and he soon found others to serve with him. The Morgans, Fricks, Goulds, Carnegies, Vanderbilts, servants of the new king, princes of the new faith, merchants all, a new kind of ruler of men, defied the world-old law of class that puts the merchant below the craftsman, and added to the confusion of men by taking on the air of creators. They were merchants glorified, and dealt in giant things, in the lives of men and in mines, forests, oil and gas fields, factories, and railroads. And all over the country, in the towns, the farmhouses, and the growing cities of the new country, people stirred and awakened. Thought and poetry died or passed as a heritage to feeble, fawning men who also became servants of the new order. Serious young men in Bidwell and in other American towns, whose fathers had walked together on moonlight nights along Turner's Pike to talk of God, went away to technical schools. Their fathers had walked and talked, and thoughts had grown up in them. The impulse had reached back to their fathers' fathers on moonlit roads of England, Germany, Ireland, France, and Italy, and back of these to the moonlit hills of Judea, where shepherds talked and serious young men, John and Matthew and Jesus, caught the drift of the talk and made poetry of it. But the serious-minded sons of these men in the new land were swept away from thinking and dreaming. From all sides the voice of the new age that was to do definite things shouted at them. Eagerly they took up the cry and ran with it. Millions of voices arose. The clamor became terrible and confused the minds of all men. In making way for the newer, broader brotherhood into which men are some day to emerge, in extending the invisible roofs of the towns and cities to cover the world, men cut and crushed their way through the bodies of men. And while the voices became louder and more excited, and the new giant walked about making a preliminary survey of the land, Hugh spent his days at the quiet, sleepy railroad station at Pickleville and tried to adjust his mind to the realization of the fact that he was not to be accepted as fellow by the citizens of the new place to which he had come. During the day he sat in the tiny telegraph office, or, pulling an express truck to the open window near his telegraph instrument, lay on his back with a sheet of paper propped on his bony knees and did sums. Farmers driving past on Turner's Pike saw him there and talked of him in the stores in town. "He's a queer, silent fellow," they said. "What do you suppose he's up to?" Hugh walked in the streets of Bidwell at night as he had walked in the streets of towns in Indiana and Illinois. He approached groups of men loafing on a street corner and then went hurriedly past them. On quiet streets, as he went along under the trees, he saw women sitting in the lamplight in the houses and hungered to have a house and a woman of his own. One afternoon, a woman schoolteacher came to the station to make inquiry regarding the fare to a town in West Virginia. As the station agent was not about, Hugh gave her the information she sought, and she lingered for a few moments to talk with him. He answered the questions she asked with monosyllables, and she soon went away. But he was delighted and looked upon the incident as an adventure. At night he dreamed of the school teacher, and when he awoke pretended she was with him in his bedroom. He put out his hand and touched the pillow. It was soft and smooth as he imagined the cheek of a woman would be. He did not know the schoolteacher's name, but invented one for her. "Be quiet, Elizabeth. Do not let me disturb your sleep," he murmured into the darkness. One evening he went to the house where the schoolteacher boarded, and stood in the shadow of a tree until he saw her come out and go toward Main Street. Then he went by a roundabout way and walked past her on the sidewalk before the lighted stores. He did not look at her, but in passing her dress touched his arm, and he was so excited later that he could not sleep, and spent half the night walking about and thinking of the wonderful thing that had happened to him. The ticket, express, and freight agent for the Wheeling and Lake Erie at Bidwell, a man named George Pike, lived in one of the houses near the station, and besides attending to his duties for the railroad company, owned and worked a small farm. He was a slender, alert, silent man with a long, drooping mustache. Both he and his wife worked as Hugh had never seen a man and woman work before. The arrangement of the division of labor was not based on sex, but on convenience. Sometimes Mrs. Pike came to the station to sell tickets, load express boxes and trunks on the passenger trains, and deliver heavy boxes of freight to draymen and farmers, while her husband worked in the fields back of his house or prepared the evening meal. And sometimes the matter was reversed, and Hugh did not see Mrs. Pike for several days at a time. During the day there was little for the station agent or his wife to do at the station, and they disappeared. George Pike had made an arrangement of wires and pulleys connecting the station with a large bell hung on top of his house, and when someone came to the station to receive or deliver freight, Hugh pulled at the wire and the bell began to ring. In a few minutes, either George Pike or his wife came running from the house or fields, dispatched the business, and went quickly away again. Day after day, Hugh sat in a chair by a desk in the station and went outside and walked up and down the station platform. Engines pulling long caravans of coal cars ground past. The brakeman waved his hands at him, and then the train disappeared into the grove of trees that grew beside the creek along which the tracks of the road were laid. In Turner's Pike, a creaking farm wagon appeared and then disappeared along the tree-lined road that led to Bidwell. The farmer turned on his wagon seat to stare at Hugh, but unlike the railroad man, did not wave his hand. Adventurous boys came out along the road from town and climbed, shouting and laughing, over the rafters in the deserted pickle factory across the tracks, or went to fish in the creek in the shade of the factory walls. Their shrill voices added to the loneliness of the spot. It became almost unbearable to Hugh. In desperation, he turned from the rather meaningless doing of sums and working out of problems regarding the number of fence pickets that could be cut from a tree, or the number of steel rails or railroad ties consumed in building a mile of railroad, the innumerable petty problems with which he had been keeping his mind busy, and turned to more definite and practical problems. He remembered an autumn he had put in cutting corn on a farm in Illinois, and, going into the station, waved his long arms about, imitating the movements of a man in the act of cutting corn. He wondered if a machine might not be made that would do the work, and tried to make drawings of the parts of such a machine. Feeling his inability to handle so difficult a problem, he sent away for books and began the study of mechanics. He joined a correspondence school started by a man in Pennsylvania and worked for days on the problems the man sent him to do. He asked questions and began a little to understand the mystery of the application of power. Like the other young men of Bidwell, he began to put himself into touch with the spirit of the age, but unlike them, he did not dream of suddenly acquiring wealth. While they embraced new and futile dreams, he worked to destroy the tendency to dreams in himself. Hugh came to Bidwell in the early spring, and during May, June, and July, the quiet station at Pickleville awoke for an hour or two each evening. A certain percentage of the sudden and almost overwhelming increase in express business that came with the ripening of the fruit and berry crop came to the wheeling, and every evening a dozen express trucks, piled high with berry boxes, waited for the southbound train. When the train came into the station, a small crowd had assembled. George Pike and his stout wife worked madly, throwing the boxes in at the door of the express car. Idlers standing about became interested and lent a hand. The engineer climbed out of his locomotive, stretched his legs, and, crossing a narrow road, got a drink from the pump in George Pike's yard. Hugh walked to the door of his telegraph office and, standing in the shadows, watched the busy scene. He wanted to take part in it, to laugh and talk with the men standing about, to go to the engineer and ask questions regarding the locomotive and its construction, to help George Pike and his wife, and perhaps cut through their silence and his own enough to become acquainted with them. He thought of all these things, but stayed in the shadow of the door that led to the telegraph office until, at a signal given by the train conductor, the engineer climbed into his engine and the train began to move away into the evening darkness. When Hugh came out of his office, the station platform was deserted again. In the grass across the tracks and beside the ghostly-looking old factory, crickets sang. Tom Wilder, the Bidwell hack driver, had got a traveling man off the train, and the dust left by the heels of his team still hung in the air over Turner's Pike. From the darkness that brooded over the trees that grew along the creek beyond the factory came the hoarse croak of frogs. On Turner's Pike, a half-dozen Bidwell young men, accompanied by as many town girls, walked along the path beside the road under the trees. They had come to the station to have somewhere to go, had made up a party to come, and now the half-unconscious purpose of their coming was apparent. The party split itself into couples, and each strove to get as far away as possible from the others. One of the couples came back along the path toward the station and went to the pump in George Pike's yard. They stood by the pump, laughing and pretending to drink out of a tin cup, and when they got again into the road, the others had disappeared. They became silent. Hugh went to the end of the platform and watched as they walked slowly along. He became furiously jealous of the young man who put his arm about the waist of his companion, and then, when he turned and saw Hugh staring at him, took it away again. The telephone operator went quickly along the platform until he was out of range of the young man's eyes, and, when he thought the gathering darkness would hide him, returned and crept along the path beside the road after him. Again, a hungry desire to enter into the lives of the people about him took possession of the Missourian. To be a young man dressed in a stiff white collar, wearing neatly made clothes, and in the evening to walk about with young girls, seemed like getting on the road to happiness. He wanted to run shouting along the path beside the road until he had overtaken the young man and woman, to beg them to take him with them, to accept him as one of themselves. But when the momentary impulse had passed and he had returned to the telegraph office and lighted a lamp, he looked at his long, awkward body and could not conceive of himself as ever by any chance becoming the thing he wanted to be. Sadness swept over him, and his gaunt face, already cut and marked with deep lines, became longer and more gaunt. The old boyhood notion, put into his mind by the words of his foster mother, Sarah Shepherd, that a town and a people could remake him and erase from his body the marks of what he thought of as his inferior birth, began to fade. He tried to forget the people about him and turned his renewed energy to the study of the problems in the books that now lay in a pile upon his desk. His inclination to dreams, balked by the persistent holding of his mind to definite things, began to reassert itself in a new form, and his brain played no more with pictures of clouds and men in agitated movement, but took hold of steel, wood, and iron. Dumb masses of materials taken out of the earth and the forests were molded by his mind into fantastic shapes. As he sat in the telegraph office during the day, or walked alone through the streets of Bidwell at night, he saw in fancy 1,000 new machines formed by his hands and brain, doing the work that had been done by the hands of men. He had come to Bidwell not only in the hope that there he would at last find companionship, but also because his mind was really aroused and he wanted leisure to begin trying to do tangible things. When the citizens of Bidwell would not take him into their town life, but left him standing to one side, as the tiny dwelling place for men called Pickleville, where he lived, stood aside out from under the invisible roof of the town, he decided to try to forget men and to express himself wholly in work. End of chapter 4. Chapter 5 of Poor White, a novel by Sherwood Anderson. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. Chapter 5. Hugh's first inventive effort stirred the town of Bidwell deeply. When word of it ran about, the men who had been listening to the talk of Judge Horace Hanby and whose minds had turned toward the arrival of the new forward-pushing impulse in American life, thought they saw in Hugh the instrument of its coming to Bidwell. From the day of his coming to live among them, there had been much curiosity in the stores and houses regarding the tall, gaunt, slow-speaking stranger at Pickleville. George Pike had told Bertie Spinks, the druggist, how Hugh worked all day over books and how he made drawings for parts of mysterious machines and left them on his desk in the telegraph office. Bertie Spinks told others, and the tale grew. When Hugh walked alone in the streets during the evening and thought no one took account of his presence, hundreds of pairs of curious eyes followed him about. A tradition in regard to the telegraph operator began to grow up. The tradition made Hugh a gigantic figure, one who walked always on a plane above that on which other men lived. In the imagination of his fellow citizens of the Ohio town, he went about always thinking great thoughts, solving mysterious and intricate problems that had to do with the new mechanical age Judge Hanby talked about to the eager listeners in the drugstore. An alert, talkative people saw among them one who could not talk and whose long face was habitually serious, and could not think of him as having daily to face the same kind of minor problems as themselves. The Bidwell young man who had come down to the wheeling station with a group of other young men, who had seen the evening train go away to the south, who had met at the station one of the town girls and had, in order to escape the others and be alone with her, taken her to the pump in George Pike's yard on the pretense of wanting a drink, walked away with her into the darkness of the summer evening with his mind fixed on Hugh. The young man's name was Ed Hall, and he was apprenticed to Ben Peeler, the carpenter who had sent his son to Cleveland to a technical school. He wanted to marry the girl he had met at the station, and did not see how he could manage it on his salary as a carpenter's apprentice. When he looked back and saw Hugh standing on the station platform, he took the arm he had put around the girl's waist quickly away and began to talk. "I'll tell you what," he said earnestly, "if things don't pretty soon get on the stir around here, I'm going to get out. I'll go over by Gibsonville and get a job in the oil fields. That's what I'll do. I got to have more money." He sighed heavily and looked over the girl's head into the darkness. "They say that telegraph feller back there at the station is up to something," he ventured. "It's all the talk. Bertie Spinks says he's an inventor. Says George Pike told him. Says he's working all the time on new inventions to do things by machinery. That his passing off as a telegraph operator is only a bluff. Some think maybe he was sent here to see about starting a factory to make one of his inventions. Sent by rich men maybe in Cleveland or some other place. Everybody says they'll bet there'll be factories here in Bidwell before very long now. I wish I knew. I don't want to go away if I don't have to, but I've got to have some more money. Ben Peeler won't never give me a raise so I can get married or nothing. I wish I knew that fella back there so I could ask him what's up. They say he's smart. I suppose he wouldn't tell me nothing. I wish I was smart enough to invent something and maybe get rich. I wish I was the kind of fellow they say he is." Ed Hall again put his arm about the girl's waist and walked away. He forgot Hugh and thought of himself and of how he wanted to marry the girl whose young body nestled close to his own, wanted her to be utterly his. For a few hours he passed out of Hugh's growing sphere of influence on the collective thought of the town, and lost himself in the immediate deliciousness of kisses. And as he passed out of Hugh's influence, others came in. On Main Street in the evening, everyone speculated on the Missourian's purpose in coming to Bidwell. The $40 a month paid him by the Wheeling Railroad could not have tempted such a man. They were sure of that. Steve Hunter, the jeweler's son, had returned to town from a course in a business college at Buffalo, New York, and, hearing the talk, became interested. Steve had in him the making of a live man of affairs, and he decided to investigate. It was not, however, Steve's method to go at things directly, and he was impressed by the notion, then abroad in Bidwell, that Hugh had been sent to town by someone, perhaps by a group of capitalists who intended to start factories there. Steve thought he would go easy. In Buffalo, where he had gone to the business college, he had met a girl whose father, E.P. Horn, owned a soap factory, had become acquainted with her at church, and had been introduced to her father. The soap maker, an assertive, positive man who manufactured a product called Horn's Household Friend Soap, had his own notion of what a young man should be and how he should make his way in the world, and had taken pleasure in talking to Steve. He told the Bidwell's jeweler's son of how he had started his own factory with but little money and had succeeded, and gave Steve many practical hints on the organization of companies. He talked a great deal of a thing called control. "When you get ready to start for yourself, keep that in mind," he said. "You can sell stock and borrow money at the bank, all you can get, but don't give up control. Hang on to that. That's the way I made my success. I always kept the control." Steve wanted to marry Ernestine Horn, but felt he should show what he could do as a businessman before he attempted to thrust himself into so wealthy and prominent a family. When he returned to his own town and heard the talk regarding Hugh McVey and his inventive genius, he remembered the soap-maker's words regarding control, and he repeated them to himself. One evening he walked along Turner's Pike and stood in the darkness by the old pickle factory. He saw Hugh at work under a lamp in the telegraph office and was impressed. "I'll lay low and see what he's up to," he told himself. "If he's got an invention, I'll get up a company. I'll get money in, and I'll start a factory. The people here will tumble over each other to get into a thing like that. I don't believe anyone sent him here. I'll bet he's just an inventor. That kind always are queer. I'll keep my mouth shut and watch my chance. If there's anything starts, I'll start it and I'll get into control. That's what I'll do. I'll get into control." In the country stretching away north beyond the fringe of small berry farms lying directly about town were other and larger farms. The land that made up these larger farms was also rich and raised big crops. Great stretches of it were planted to cabbage, for which a market had been built up in Cleveland, Pittsburgh, and Cincinnati. Bidwell was often in derision called Cabbageville by the citizens of nearby towns. One of the largest of the cabbage farms belonged to a man named Ezra French, and was situated on Turner's Pike, 2 miles from town and a mile beyond the wheeling station. On spring evenings, when it was dark and silent about the station, and when the air was heavy with the smell of new growth and of land fresh turned by the plow, Hugh got out of his chair in the telegraph office and walked in the soft darkness. He went along Turner's Pike to town, saw groups of men standing on the sidewalks before the stores and the young girls walking arm in arm along the street, and then came back to the silent station. Into his long and habitually cold body, the warmth of desire began to creep. The spring rains came, and soft winds blew down from the hill country to the south. One evening, when the moon shone, he went around the old pickle factory to where the creek went chattering under leaning willow trees, and as he stood in the heavy shadows by the factory wall, tried to imagine himself as one who had become suddenly clean-limbed, graceful, and agile. A bush grew beside the stream near the factory, and he took hold of it with his powerful hands and tore it out by the roots. For the moment, the strength of his shoulders and arms gave him an intense masculine satisfaction. He thought of how powerfully he could hold the body of a woman against his body, and the spark of the fires of spring that had touched him became a flame. He felt new-made and tried to leap lightly and gracefully across the stream, but stumbled and fell in the water. Later he went soberly back to the station and tried again to lose himself in the study of problems he had found in his books. The Ezra French farm lay beside Turner's Pike, a mile north of the wheeling station, and contained 200 acres of land, of which a large part was planted to cabbages. It was a profitable crop to raise, and required no more than corn, but the planting was a terrible task. Thousands of plants that had been raised from seeds planted in a seed bed back of the barn had to be laboriously transplanted. The plants were tender, and it was necessary to handle them carefully. The planter crawled slowly and painfully along, and from the road looked like a wounded beast striving to make his way to a hole in a distant wood. He crawled forward a little and then stopped and hunched himself up into a ball-like mass. Taking the plant, dropped on the ground by one of the plant droppers, he made a hole in the soft ground with a small 3-cornered hoe, and with his hands packed the earth about the plant roots. Then he crawled on again. Ezra, the cabbage farmer, had come west from one of the New England states and had grown comfortably wealthy, but he would not employ extra labor for the plant setting, and the work was done by his sons and daughters. He was a short, bearded man whose leg had been broken in his youth by a fall from the loft of a barn. As it had not mended properly, he could do little work and limped painfully about. To the men of Bidwell he was known as something of a wit, and in the winter he went to town every afternoon to stand in the stores and tell the Rabelaisian stories for which he was famous. But when the spring came, he became restlessly active, and in his own house and on the farm became a tyrant. During the time of the cabbage setting, he drove his sons and daughters like slaves. When in the evening the moon came up, he made them go back to the fields immediately after supper and work until midnight. They went in sullen silence, the girls to limp slowly along, dropping the plants out of baskets carried on their arms, and the boys to crawl after them and set the plants. In the half-darkness, the little group of humans went slowly up and down the long fields. Ezra hitched a horse to a wagon and brought the plants from the seedbed behind the barn. He went here and there, swearing and protesting against every delay in the work. When his wife, a tired little old woman, had finished the evening's work in the house, he made her come also to the fields. "Come, come," he said sharply. "We need every pair of hands we can get." Although he had several $1,000s in the Bidwell Bank and owned mortgages on 2 or 3 neighboring farms, Ezra was afraid of poverty, and to keep his family at work pretended to be upon the point of losing all his possessions. "Now's our chance to save ourselves," he declared. "We must get in a big crop. If we do not work hard now, we'll starve." When in the field, his sons found themselves unable to crawl longer without resting and stood up to stretch their tired bodies. He stood by the fence at the field's edge and swore. "Well, look at the mouths I have to feed, you lazies," he shouted. "Keep at the work. Don't be idling around. In 2 weeks it'll be too late for planting, and then you can rest. Now every plant we set will help to save us from ruin. Keep at the job. Don't be idling around." In the spring of his second year in Bidwell, Hugh went often in the evenings to watch the plant setters at work in the moonlight on the French farm. He did not make his presence known, but hid himself in a fence corner behind bushes and watched the workers. As he saw the stooped, misshapen figures crawling slowly along, and heard the words of the old man driving them like cattle, his heart was deeply touched, and he wanted to protest. In the dim light, the slowly moving figures of women appeared, and after them came the crouched, crawling men. They came down the long row toward him, wriggling into his line of sight like grotesquely misshapen animals driven by some god of the night to the performance of a terrible task. An arm went up. It came down again swiftly. The 3-cornered hoe sank into the ground. The slow rhythm of the crawler was broken. He reached with his disengaged hand for the plant that lay on the ground before him and lowered it into the hole the hoe had made. With his fingers he packed the earth about the roots of the plant and then again began the slow crawl forward. There were 4 of the French boys, and the 2 older ones worked in silence. The younger boys complained. The 3 girls and their mother, who were attending to the plant dropping, came to the end of the row and, turning, went away into the darkness. "I'm going to quit this slavery," one of the younger boys said. "I'll get a job over in town. I hope it's true what they say, that factories are coming." The 4 young men came to the end of the row, and, as Ezra was not in sight, stood a moment by the fence, near where Hugh was concealed. "I'd rather be a horse or a cow than what I am," the complaining voice went on. "What's the good being alive if you have to work like this?" For a moment, as he listened to the voices of the complaining workers, Hugh wanted to go to them and ask them to let him share in their labor. Then another thought came. The crawling figures came sharply into his line of vision. He no longer heard the voice of the youngest of the French boys that seemed to come out of the ground. The machine-like swing of the bodies of the plant setters suggested vaguely to his mind the possibility of building a machine that would do the work they were doing. His mind took eager hold of that thought, and he was relieved. There had been something in the crawling figures and in the moonlight out of which the voices came that had begun to awaken in his mind the fluttering, dreamy state in which he had spent so much of his boyhood. To think of the possibility of building a plant-setting machine was safer. It fitted into what Sarah Shepherd had so often told him was the safe way of life. As he went back through the darkness to the railroad station, he thought about the matter and decided that to become an inventor would be the sure way of placing his feet at last upon the path of progress he was trying to find. Hugh became absorbed in the notion of inventing a machine that would do the work he had seen the men doing in the field. All day he thought about it. The notion, once fixed in his mind, gave him something tangible to work upon. In the study of mechanics, taken up in a purely amateur spirit, he had not gone far enough to feel himself capable of undertaking the actual construction of such a machine, but thought the difficulty might be overcome by patience and by experimenting with combinations of wheels, gears, and levers whittled out of pieces of wood. From Hunter's jewelry store, he got a cheap clock and spent days taking it apart and putting it together again. He dropped the doing of mathematical problems and sent away for books describing the construction of machines. Already the flood of new inventions that was so completely to change the methods of cultivating the soil in America had begun to spread over the country, and many new and strange kinds of agricultural implements arrived at the Bidwell freight house of the Wheeling Railroad. There Hugh saw a harvesting machine for cutting grain, a mowing machine for cutting hay, and a long-nosed, strange-looking implement that was intended to root potatoes out of the ground, very much after the method pursued by energetic pigs. He studied these carefully. For a time his mind turned away from the hunger of human contact, and he was content to remain an isolated figure, absorbed in the workings of his own awakening mind. An absurd and amusing thing happened. After the impulse to try to invent a plant-setting machine came to him, he went every evening to conceal himself in the fence corner and watch the French family at their labors. Absorbed in watching the mechanical movements of the men who crawled across the fields in the moonlight, he forgot they were human. After he had watched them crawl into sight, turn at the end of the rows, and crawl away again into the hazy light that had reminded him of the dim distances of his own Mississippi River country, he was seized with a desire to crawl after them and to try to imitate their movements. Certain intricate mechanical problems that had already come into his mind in connection with the proposed machine he thought could be better understood if he could get the movements necessary to plant setting into his own body. His lips began to mutter words, and getting out of the fence corner where he had been concealed, he began to crawl across the field behind the French boys. "The down stroke will go so," he muttered, and bringing up his arm, swung it above his head. His fist descended into the soft ground. He had forgotten the rows of new-set plants and crawled directly over them, crushing them into the soft ground. He stopped crawling and waved his arm about. He tried to relate his arms to the mechanical arms of the machine that was being created in his mind. Holding one arm stiffly in front of him, he moved it up and down. The stroke will be shorter than that. The machine must be built close to the ground. The wheels and the horses will travel in paths between the rows. The wheels must be broad to provide traction. I will gear from the wheels to get power for the operation of the mechanism," he said aloud. Hugh arose and stood in the moonlight in the cabbage field, his arms still going stiffly up and down. The great length of his figure and his arms was extenuated by the wavering, uncertain light. The laborers, aware of some strange presence, sprang to their feet and stood listening and looking. Hugh advanced toward them, still muttering words and waving his arms. Terror took hold of the workers. One of the woman plant droppers screamed and ran across the field, and the others ran crying at her heels. "Don't do it! Go away!" the older of the French boys shouted, and then he with his brothers also ran. Hearing the voices, Hugh stopped and stared about. The field was empty. Again he lost himself in his mechanical calculations. He went back along the road to the wheeling station and to the telegraph office, where he worked half the night on a rude drawing he was trying to make of the parts of his plant-setting machine, oblivious to the fact that he had created a myth that would run through the whole countryside. The French boys and their sisters stoutly declared that a ghost had come into the cabbage fields and had threatened them with death if they did not go away and quit working at night. In a trembling voice, their mother backed up their assertion. Ezra French, who had not seen the apparition and did not believe the tale, scented a revolution. He swore. He threatened the entire family with starvation. He declared that a lie had been invented to deceive and betray him. However, the work at night in the cabbage fields on the French farm was at an end. The story was told in the town of Bidwell, and as the entire French family except Ezra swore to its truth, was generally believed. Tom Forsby, an old citizen who was a spiritualist, claimed to have heard his father say that there had been in the early days an Indian burying ground on the Turner Pike. The cabbage field on the French farm became locally famous. Within a year, 2 other men declared they had seen the figure of a gigantic Indian dancing and singing a funeral dirge in the moonlight. Farmer boys who had been for an evening in town and were returning late at night to lonely farmhouses whipped their horses into a run when they came to the farm. When it was far behind them, they breathed more freely. Although he continued to swear and threaten, Ezra never again succeeded in getting his family into the fields at night. In Bidwell, he declared that the story of the ghost invented by his lazy sons and daughters had ruined his chance for making a decent living out of his farm. End of chapter 5. Chapter 6 of Poor White, a novel by Sherwood Anderson. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. Chapter 6. Steve Hunter decided it was time something was done to wake up his native town. The call of the spring wind awoke something in him as in Hugh. It came from the south, bringing rain followed by warm, fair days. Robins hopped about on the lawns before the houses on the resident streets of Bidwell, and the air was again sweet with the pregnant sweetness of new plowed ground. Like Hugh, Steve walked about alone through the dark, dimly lighted resident streets during the spring evenings, but he did not try awkwardly to leap over creeks in the darkness or pull bushes out of the ground. Nor did he waste his time dreaming of being physically young, clean-limbed, and beautiful. Before the coming of his great achievements in the industrial field, Steve had not been highly regarded in his hometown. He had been a noisy, boastful youth and had been spoiled by his father. When he was 12 years old, what were called safety bicycles first came into use, and for a long time he owned the only one in town. In the evening he rode it up and down Main Street, frightening the horses and arousing the envy of the town boys. He learned to ride without putting his hands on the handlebars, and the other boys began to call him Smarty Hunter, and later, because he wore a stiff white collar that folded down over his shoulders, they gave him a girl's name. "Hello, Susan," they shouted. "Don't fall and muss your clothes." In the spring that marked the beginning of his great industrial adventure, Steve was stirred by the soft spring winds into dreaming his own kind of dreams. As he walked about through the streets, avoiding the other young men and women, he remembered Ernestine, the daughter of the Buffalo soap maker, and thought a great deal about the magnificence of the great stone house in which she lived with her father. His body ached for her, but that was a matter he felt could be managed. How he could achieve a financial position that would make it possible for him to ask for her hand was a more difficult problem. Since he had come back from the business college to live in his hometown, he had secretly, and at the cost of 2 new $5 dresses, arranged a physical alliance with a girl named Louise Trucker, whose father was a farm laborer, and that left his mind free for other things. He intended to become a manufacturer, the first one in Bidwell, to make himself a leader in the new movement that was sweeping over the country. He had thought out what he wanted to do, and it only remained to find something for him to manufacture to put his plans through. First of all, he had selected with great care certain men he intended to ask to go in with him. There was John Clark, the banker, his own father, E.H. Hunter, the town jeweler, Thomas Butterworth, the rich farmer, and young Gordon Hart, who had a job as assistant cashier in the bank. For a month he had been dropping hints to these men of something mysterious and important about to happen. With the exception of his father, who had infinite faith in the shrewdness and ability of his son, the men he wanted to impress were only amused. One day Thomas Butterworth went into the bank and stood talking the matter over with John Clark.
"The young squirt was always a smart aleck and a blowhard," he said. "What's he up to now? What's he nudging and whispering about?"
As he walked in the main street of Bidwell, Steve began to acquire that air of superiority that later made him so respected and feared. He hurried along with a peculiarly intense, absorbed look in his eyes. He saw his fellow townsmen as though through a haze, and sometimes did not see them at all. As he went along, he took papers from his pocket, read them hurriedly, and then quickly put them away again. When he did speak, perhaps to a man who had known him from boyhood, there was in his manner something gracious to the edge of condescension. One morning in March he met Zeb Wilson, the town shoemaker, on the sidewalk before the post office. Steve stopped and smiled. "Well, good morning, Mr. Wilson," he said. "And how's the quality of leather you're getting from the tanneries now?" Word regarding this strange salutation ran about among the merchants and artisans. "What's he up to now?" they asked each other. Mr. Wilson, indeed. Now what's wrong between that young squirt and Zeb Wilson? In the afternoon, 4 clerks from the Main Street stores and Ed Hall, the carpenter's apprentice, who had a half-day off because of rain, decided to investigate. One by one they went along Hamilton Street to Zeb Wilson's shop and stepped inside to repeat Steve Hunter's salutation. "Well, good afternoon, Mr. Wilson," they said. "And how is the quality of leather you're getting from the tanneries now?" Ed Hall, the last of the 5 who went into the shop to repeat the formal and polite inquiry, barely escaped with his life. Zeb Wilson threw a shoemaker's hammer at him, and it went through the glass in the upper part of the shop door. Once when Tom Butterworth and John Clark, the banker, were talking of the new air of importance he was assuming, and half indignantly speculated on what he meant by his whispered suggestion of something significant about to happen, Steve came along Main Street past the front door of the bank. John Clark called him in. The 3 men confronted each other, and the jeweler's son sensed the fact that the banker and the rich farmer were amused by his pretensions. At once he proved himself to be what old Bidwell later acknowledged him to be, a man who could handle men and affairs. Having at that time nothing to support his pretensions, he decided to put up a bluff. With a wave of his hand and an air of knowing just what he was about, he led the 2 men into the back room of the bank and shut the door leading into the large room to which the general public was admitted. "You would have thought he owned the place," John Clark afterwards said, with a note of admiration in his voice to young Gordon Hart when he described what took place in the back room. Steve plunged at once into what he had to say to the 2 solid, moneyed citizens of his town. "Well, now, look here, you 2, he began earnestly. "I'm going to tell you something, but you got to keep still." He went to the window that looked out upon an alleyway and glanced about as though fearful of being overheard, then sat down in the chair usually occupied by John Clark on the rare occasions when the directors of the Bidwell Bank held a meeting. Steve looked over the heads of the 2 men who, in spite of themselves, were beginning to be impressed. "Well," he began, There's a fellow out at Pickleville. You have maybe heard things said about him. He's telegraph operator out there. Perhaps you have heard how he's always making drawings of parts of machines. I guess everybody in town has been wondering what he's up to." Steve looked at the two men and then got nervously out of the chair and walked about the room. "That fellow is my man. I put him there," he declared. "I didn't want to tell anyone yet." The two men nodded, and Steve became lost in the notion created in his fancy. It did not occur to him that what he had just said was untrue. He began to scold the two men. "Well, I suppose I'm on the wrong track there," he said. "My man has made an invention that will bring millions in profits to those who get into it. In Cleveland and Buffalo, I'm already in touch with big bankers. There's to be a big factory built, but you see yourselves how it is. Here I'm at home. I was raised as a boy here." The excited young man plunged into an exposition of the spirit of the new times. He grew bold and scolded the older men. "You know yourselves that factories are springing up everywhere, in towns all over the state," he said. "Will Bidwell wake up? Will we have factories here? You know well enough we won't, and I know why. It's because a man like me, who was raised here, has to go to a city to get money to back his plans. If I talked to you fellows, you would laugh at me. In a few years I might make you more money than you've made in your whole lives. But what's the use talking? I'm Steve Hunter. You knew me when I was a kid. You'd laugh. What's the use my trying to tell you fellows my plans?" Steve turned as though to go out of the room, but Tom Butterworth took hold of his arm and led him back to a chair. "Now you tell us what you're up to," he demanded. In turn he grew indignant. "If you've got something to manufacture, you can get backing here as well as any place," he said. He became convinced that the jeweler's son was telling the truth. It did not occur to him that a Bidwell young man would dare lie to such solid men as John Clark and himself. "You let them city bankers alone," he said emphatically. "You tell us your story. What you got to tell?" In the silent little room the three men stared at each other. Tom Butterworth and John Clark, in their turn, began to have dreams. They remembered the tales they had heard of vast fortunes made quickly by men who owned new and valuable inventions. The land was at that time full of such tales. They were blown about on every wind. Quickly they realized that they had made a mistake in their attitude toward Steve and were anxious to win his regard. They had called him into the bank to bully him and to laugh at him. Now they were sorry. As for Steve, he only wanted to get away, to get by himself and think. An injured look crept over his face. "Well," he said, "I thought I'd give Bidwell a chance. There are 3 or 4 men here. I've spoken to all of you and dropped a hint of something in the wind, but I'm not ready to be very definite yet." Seeing the new look of respect in the eyes of the two men, Steve became bold. "I was going to call a meeting when I was ready," he said pompously. "You two do what I've been doing. You keep your mouths shut. Don't go near that telegraph operator, and don't talk to a soul. If you mean business, I'll give you a chance to make barrels of money, more'n you ever dreamed of. But don't be in a hurry." He took a bundle of letters out of his inside coat pocket and beat with them on the edge of the table that occupied the center of the room. Another bold thought came into his mind. "I've got letters here offering me big money to take my factory either to Cleveland or Buffalo," he declared emphatically. "It isn't money that's hard to get, I can tell you men that. What a man wants in his hometown is respect. You don't want to be looked on as a fool because he tries to do something to rise in the world." Steve walked boldly out of the bank and into Main Street. When he had got out of the presence of the two men, he was frightened. "Well, I've done it. I've made a fool of myself," he muttered aloud. In the bank he had said that Hugh McVeigh, the telegraph operator, was his man, that he had brought the fellow to Bidwell. What a fool he had been! In his anxiety to impress the two older men, he had told a story, the falsehood of which could be discovered in a few minutes. Why had he not kept his dignity and waited? There had been no occasion for being so definite. He had gone too far, had been carried away. To be sure, he had told the two men not to go near the telegraph operator, but that would no doubt but serve to arouse their suspicions of the thinness of his story. They would talk the matter over and start an investigation of their own. Then they would find out he had lied. He imagined the two men as already engaged in a whispered conversation regarding the probability of his tale. Like most shrewd men, he had an exalted notion regarding the shrewdness of others. He walked a little away from the bank and then turned to look back. A shiver ran over his body. Into his mind came the sickening fear that the telegraph operator at Pickleville was not an inventor at all. The town was full of tales, and in the bank he had taken advantage of that fact to make an impression. But what proof had he? No one had seen one of the inventions supposed to have been worked out by the mysterious stranger from Missouri. There had, after all, been nothing but whispered suspicions, old wives' tales, fables invented by men who had nothing to do but loaf in the drugstore and make up stories. The thought that Hugh McVeigh might not be an inventor overpowered him, and he put it quickly aside. He had something more immediate to think about. The story of the bluff he had just made in the bank would be found out, and the whole town would rock with laughter at his expense. The young men of the town did not like him. They would roll the story over on their tongues. Ribald old fellows who had nothing else to do would take up the story with joy and would elaborate it. Fellows like the cabbage farmer, Ezra French, who had a talent for saying cutting things, would exercise it. They would make up imaginary inventions, grotesque, absurd inventions. Then they would get young fellows to come to him and propose that he take them up, promote them, and make everyone rich. Men would shout jokes at him as he went along Main Street. His dignity would be gone forever. He would be made a fool of by the very schoolboys as he had been in his youth when he bought the bicycle and rode it about before the eyes of other boys in the evenings. Steve hurried out of Main Street and went over the bridge that crossed the river into Turner's Pike. He did not know what he intended to do, but felt there was much at stake and that he would have to do something at once. It was a warm, cloudy day, and the road that led to Pickleville was muddy. During the night before it had rained, and more rain was promised. The path beside the road was slippery, and so absorbed was he that as he plunged along, his feet slipped out from under him, and he sat down in a small pool of water. A farmer driving past along the road turned to laugh at him. "You go to hell," Steve shouted. "You just mind your own business and go to hell." The distracted young man tried to walk sedately along the path. The long grass that grew beside the path wet his shoes, and his hands were wet and muddy. Farmers turned on their wagon seats to stare at him. For some obscure reason he could not himself understand, he was terribly afraid to face Hugh McVeigh. In the bank he had been in the presence of men who were trying to get the best of him, to make a fool of him, to have fun at his expense. He had felt that and had resented it. The knowledge had given him a certain kind of boldness. It had enabled his mind to make up the story of the inventor secretly employed at his own expense and the city bankers anxious to furnish him capital. Although he was terribly afraid of discovery, he felt a little glow of pride at the thought of the boldness with which he had taken the letters out of his pocket and had challenged the two men to call his bluff. Steve, however, felt there was something different about the man in the telegraph office in Pickleville. He had been in town for nearly 2 years, and no one knew anything about him. His silence might be indicative of anything. He was afraid the tall, silent Missourian might decide to have nothing to do with him, and pictured himself as being brushed rudely aside, being told to mind his own business. Steve knew instinctively how to handle businessmen. One simply created the notion of money to be made without effort. He had done that to the 2 men in the bank, and it had worked. After all, he had succeeded in making them respect him. He had handled the situation. He wasn't such a fool at that kind of a thing. The other thing he had to face might be very different. Perhaps, after all, Hugh McVey was a big inventor, a man with a powerful, creative mind. It was possible he had been sent to Bidwell by a big businessman of some city. Big businessmen did strange, mysterious things. They put wires out in all directions, controlled 1,000 little avenues for the creation of wealth. Just starting out on his own career as a man of affairs, Steve had an overpowering respect for what he thought of as the subtlety of men of affairs. With all the other American youths of his generation, he had been swept off his feet by the propaganda that then went on and is still going on, and that is meant to create the illusion of greatness in connection with the ownership of money. He did not then know, and in spite of his own later success and his own later use of the machinery by which illusion is created, he never found out that in an industrial world reputations for greatness of mind are made as a Detroit manufacturer would make automobiles. He did not know that men are employed to bring up the name of a politician so that he may be called a statesman, as a new brand of breakfast food that it may be sold, that most modern great men are mere illusions sprung out of a national hunger for greatness. Some day a wise man, one who has not read too many books but who has gone about among men, will discover and set forth a very interesting thing about America. The land is vast, and there is a national hunger for vastness in individuals. One wants an Illinois-sized man for Illinois, an Ohio-sized man for Ohio, and a Texas-sized man for Texas. To be sure, Steve Hunter had no notion of all this. He never did get a notion of it. The men he had already begun to think of as great and to try to imitate were like the strange and gigantic protuberances that sometimes grow on the side of unhealthy trees, but he did not know it. He did not know that throughout the country, even in that early day, a system was being built up to create the myth of greatness. At the seat of the American government at Washington, hordes of somewhat clever and altogether unhealthy young men were already being employed for the purpose. In a sweeter age, many of these young men might have become artists, but they had not been strong enough to stand against the growing strength of dollars. They had become instead newspaper correspondents and secretaries to politicians. All day and every day they used their minds and their talents as writers in the making of puffs and the creating of myths concerning the men by whom they were employed. They were like the trained sheep that are used at great slaughterhouses to lead other sheep into the killing pens. Having befouled their own minds for hire, they made their living by befouling the minds of others. Already they had found out that no great cleverness was required for the work they had to do. What was required was constant repetition. It was only necessary to say over and over that the man by whom they were employed was a great man. No proof had to be brought forward to substantiate the claims they made. No great deeds had to be done by the men who were thus made great, as brands of crackers or breakfast food are made saleable. Stupid and prolonged and insistent repetition was what was necessary. As the politicians of the industrial age have created a myth about themselves, so also have the owners of dollars, the big bankers, the railroad manipulators, the promoters of industrial enterprise. The impulse to do so is partly sprung from shrewdness, but for the most part it is due to a hunger within to be of some real moment in the world. Knowing that the talent that had been made them rich is but a secondary talent, and being a little worried about the matter, they employ men to glorify it. Having employed a man for the purpose, they are themselves children enough to believe the myth they have paid money to have created. Every rich man in the country unconsciously hates his press agent. Although he had never read a book, Steve was a constant reader of the newspapers and had been deeply impressed by the stories he had read regarding the shrewdness and ability of the American captains of industry. To him they were supermen, and he would have crawled on his knees before a Gould or a Cal Price, the commanding figures among moneyed men of that day. As he went down along Turner's Pike that day when industry was born in Bidwell, he thought of these men and of lesser rich men of Cleveland and Buffalo, and was afraid that in approaching Hugh he might be coming into competition with one of these men. As he hurried along under the gray sky, he, however, realized that the time for action had come, and that he must at once put the plans that he had formed in his mind to the test of practicability, that he must at once see Hugh McVey, find out if he really did have an invention that could be manufactured, and if he did not, try to secure some kind of rights of ownership over it. If I do not act at once, either Tom Butterworth or John Clark will get in ahead of me, he thought. He knew they were both shrewd, capable men. Had they not become well-to-do? Even during the talk in the bank, when they had seemed to be impressed by his words, they might well have been making plans to get the better of him. They would act, but he must act first. Steve had the courage of the lie he had told. He did not have imagination enough to understand how powerful a thing is a lie. He walked quickly along until he came to the wheeling station at Pickleville, and then, not having the courage to confront Hugh at once, he went past the station and crept in behind the deserted pickle factory that stood across the tracks. Through a broken window at the back he climbed and crept like a thief across the earth floor until he came to a window that looked out upon the station. A freight train rumbled slowly past, and a farmer came to the station to get a load of goods that had arrived by freight. George Pike came running from his house to attend to the wants of the farmer. He went back to his house, and Steve was left alone in the presence of the man on whom he felt all his future depended. He was as excited as a village girl in the presence of a lover. Through the windows of the telegraph office he could see Hugh seated at a desk with a book before him. The presence of the book frightened him. He decided that the mysterious Missourian must be some strange sort of intellectual giant. He was sure that one who could sit quietly reading hour after hour in such a lonely, isolated place could be of no ordinary clay. As he stood in the deep shadows inside the old building and stared at the man who was trying to find courage to approach, a citizen of Bidwell named Dick Spearman came to the station and, going inside, talked to the telegraph operator. Steve trembled with anxiety. The man who had come to the station was an insurance agent who also owned a small berry farm at the edge of town. He had a son who had gone west to take up land in the state of Kansas, and the father thought of visiting him. He came to the station to make inquiry regarding the railroad fare, but when Steve saw him talking to Hugh, the thought came into his mind that John Clark or Thomas Butterworth might have sent him to the station to make an investigation of the truth of the statements he had made in the bank. "It would be like them to do it that way," he muttered to himself. "They wouldn't come themselves. They would send someone they thought I wouldn't suspect. They would play safe, damn 'em." Trembling with fear, Steve walked up and down in the empty factory. Cobwebs hanging down brushed against his face, and he jumped aside as though a hand had reached out of the darkness to touch him. In the corners of the old building, shadows lurked, and distorted thoughts began to come into his head. He rolled and lighted a cigarette, and then remembered that the flare of the match could probably be seen from the station. He cursed himself for his carelessness. Throwing the cigarette on the earth floor, he ground it under his heel. When at last Dick Spearman had disappeared up the road that led to Bidwell, and he came out of the old factory and got again into Turner's Pike, he felt that he was in no shape to talk of business, but nevertheless must act at once. In front of the factory he stopped in the road and tried to wipe the mud off the seat of his trousers with a handkerchief. Then he went to the creek and washed his soiled hands. With wet hands he arranged his tie and straightened the collar of his coat. He had an air of one about to ask a woman to become his wife. Striving to look as important and dignified as possible, he went along the station platform and into the telegraph office to confront Hugh, and to find out at once and finally what fate the gods had in store for him. It no doubt contributed to Steve's happiness in after life, in the days when he was growing rich, and later when he reached out for public honors, contributed to campaign funds, and even in secret dreamed of getting into the United States Senate or being governor of his state, that he never knew how badly he overreached himself that day in his youth when he made his first business deal with Hugh at the wheeling station at Pickleville. Later, Hugh's interest in the Stephen Hunter Industrial Enterprises was taken care of by a man who was as shrewd as Steve himself, Tom Butterworth, who had made money and knew how to make and handle money, managed such things for the inventor, and Steve's chance was gone forever. That is, however, a part of the story of the development of the town of Bidwell, and a story that Steve never understood. When he overreached himself that day, he did not know what he had done. He made a deal with Hugh and was happy to escape the predicament he thought he had got himself into when he talked too much to the two men in the bank. Although Steve's father had always a great faith in his son's shrewdness, and when he talked to other men represented him as a peculiarly capable and unappreciated man, the two did not in private get on well. In the Hunter household they quarreled and snarled at each other. Steve's mother had died when he was a small boy, and his one sister, 2 years older than himself, kept herself always in the house and seldom appeared on the streets. She was semi-invalid. Some obscure nervous disease had twisted her body out of shape, and her face twitched incessantly. One morning in the barn back of the Hunter house, Steve, then a lad of 14, was oiling his bicycle when his sister appeared and stood watching him. A small wrench lay on the ground, and she picked it up. Suddenly and without warning, she began to beat him on the head. He was compelled to knock her down in order to tear the wrench out of her hand. After the incident, she was ill in bed for a month. Elsie Hunter was always a source of unhappiness to her brother. As he began to get up in life, Steve had a growing passion for being respected by his fellows. It got to be something of an obsession with him, and among other things he wanted very much to be thought of as one who had good blood in his veins. A man whom he hired searched out his ancestry, and with the exception of his immediate family, it seemed very satisfactory. The sister, with her twisted body and her face that twitched so persistently, seemed to be everlastingly sneering at him. He grew half afraid to come into her presence. After he began to grow rich, he married Ernestine, the daughter of the soap maker at Buffalo, and when her father died, she also had a great deal of money. His own father died, and he set up a household of his own. That was in the time when big houses began to appear at the edge of the Berry lands and on the hills south of Bidwell. On his father's death, Steve became guardian for his sister. The jeweler had left a small estate, and it was entirely in the son's hands. Elsie lived with one servant in a small house in town and was put in the position of being entirely dependent on her brother's bounty. In a sense, it might be said that she lived by her hatred of him. When on rare occasion he came to her house, she would not see him. A servant came to the door and reported her asleep. Almost every month she wrote a letter demanding that her share of her father's money be handed over to her, but it did no good. Steve occasionally spoke to an acquaintance of his difficulty with her. "I'm more sorry for the woman than I can say," he declared. "It's the dream of my life to make the poor afflicted soul happy. You see yourself that I provide her with every comfort of life. Ours is an old family. I have it from an expert in such matters that we're descendants of one Hunter, a courtier in the court of Edward II of England. Our blood has perhaps become a little thin. All the vitality of the family was centered in me. My sister does not understand me, and that has been the cause of much unhappiness and heart-burning. But I shall always do my duty by her." In the late afternoon of the spring day that was also the most eventful day of his life, Steve went quickly along the Wheeling station platform to the door of the telegraph office. It was a public place, but before going in he stopped, again straightened his tie and brushed his clothes, and then knocked at the door. As there was no response, he opened the door softly and looked in. Hugh was at his desk, but did not look up. Steve went in and closed the door. By chance, the moment of his entrance was also a big moment in the life of the man he had come to see. The mind of the young inventor, that had for so long been dreamy and uncertain, had suddenly become extraordinarily clear and free. One of the inspired moments that come to intense natures, working intensely, had come to him. The mechanical problem he was trying so hard to work out became clear. It was one of the moments that Hugh afterwards thought of as justifying his existence, and in later life he came to live for such moments. With a nod of his head to Steve, he arose and hurried out to the building that was used by the Wheeling as a freight warehouse. The jeweler's son ran at his heels. At an elevated platform before the freight warehouse stood an odd-looking agricultural implement, a machine for rooting potatoes out of the ground that had been received on the day before and was now awaiting delivery to some farmer. Hugh dropped to his knees beside the machine and examined it closely. Muttered exclamations broke from his lips. For the first time in his life he was not embarrassed in the presence of another person. The two men, the one almost grotesquely tall, the other short of stature and already inclined toward corpulency, stared at each other. "What is it you're inventing? I came to see you about that," Steve said timidly. Hugh did not answer the question directly. He stepped across the narrow platform to the freight warehouse and began to make a rude drawing on the side of the building. Then he tried to explain his plant-setting machine. He spoke of it as a thing already achieved. At the moment he thought of it in that way. "I had not thought of the use of a large wheel with the arms attached at regular intervals," he said absent-mindedly. "I'll have to find money now. That'll be the next step. It will be necessary to make a working model of the machine now. I must find out what changes I'll have to make in my calculations." The two men returned to the telegraph office, and while Hugh listened, Steve made his proposal. Even then he did not understand what the machine that was to be made was to do. It was enough for him that a machine was to be made, and he wanted to share in its ownership at once. As the two men walked back from the freight warehouse, his mind took hold of Hugh's remark about getting money. Again he was afraid. There's someone in the background, he thought. Now I must make a proposal he can't refuse. I mustn't leave until I've made a deal with him. Fairly carried away by his anxiety, Steve proposed to provide money out of his own pocket to make the model of the machine. "We'll rent the old pickle factory across the track," he said, opening the door and pointing with a trembling finger. "I can get it cheap. I'll have windows and a floor put in. Then I'll get you a man to whittle out a model of the machines. Allie Mulberry can do it. I'll get him for you. He can whittle anything if you only show him what you want. He's half crazy and won't get on to our secret. When the model is made, leave it to me. You just leave it to me." Rubbing his hands together, Steve walked boldly to the telegrapher's desk and, picking up a sheet of paper, began to write out a contract. It provided that Hugh was to get a royalty of 10% of the selling price on the machine he had invented, and that was to be manufactured by a company to be organized by Stephen Hunter. The contract also stated that a promoting company was to be organized at once, and money provided for the experimental work Hugh had yet to do. The Missourian was to begin getting a salary at once. He was to risk nothing, as Steve elaborately explained. When he was ready for them, mechanics were to be employed and their salaries paid. When the contract had been written and read aloud, a copy was made, and Hugh, who was again embarrassed beyond words, signed his name. With a flourish of his hand, Steve laid a little pile of money on the desk. "That's for a starter," he said, and turned to frown at George Pike, who at that moment came to the door. The freight agent went quickly away, and the two men were left alone together. Steve shook hands with his new partner. He went out and then came in again. "You understand," he said mysteriously. "The $50 is your first month's salary. I was ready for you. I brought it along. You just leave everything to me. Just leave it to me." Again he went out, and Hugh was left alone. He saw the young man go across the tracks to the old factory and walk up and down before it. When a farmer came along and shouted at him, he did not reply, but stepping back into the road, swept the deserted old building with his eyes as a general might have looked over a battlefield. Then he went briskly down the road toward town, and the farmer turned on his wagon seat to stare after him. Hugh McVey also stared. When Steve had gone away, he walked to the end of the station platform and looked along the road toward town. It seemed to him wonderful that he had at last held conversation with a citizen of Bidwell. A little of the import of the contract he had signed came to him, and he went into the station and got his copy of it and put it in his pocket. Then he came out again. When he read it over and realized anew that he was to be paid a living wage and have time and help to work out the problem that had now become vastly important to his happiness, it seemed to him that he had been in the presence of a kind of God. He remembered the words of Sarah Shepherd concerning the bright, alert citizens of Eastern towns, and realized that he had been in the presence of such a being, that he had in some way become connected in his new work with such a one. The realization overcame him completely. Forgetting entirely his duties as a telegrapher, he closed the office and went for a walk across the meadows and in the little patches of woodlands that still remained standing in the open plain north of Pickleville. He did not return until late at night, and when he did, had not solved the puzzle as to what had happened. All he got out of it was the fact that the machine he had been trying to make was of great and mysterious importance to the civilization into which he had come to live, and of which he wanted so keenly to be a part. There seemed to him something almost sacred in that fact. A new determination to complete and perfect his plant-setting machine had taken possession of him. The meeting to organize a promotion company that would in turn launch the first industrial enterprise in the town of Bidwell was held in the back room of the Bidwell Bank one afternoon in June. The berry season had just come to an end, and the streets were full of people. A circus had come to town, and at 1 o'clock there was a parade. Before the stores, horses belonging to visiting country people stood hitched in 2 long rows. The meeting in the bank was not held until 4 o'clock, when the banking business was at the end of the day. It had been a hot, stuffy afternoon, and a storm threatened. For some reason the whole town had an inkling of the fact that a meeting was to be held on that day, and in spite of the excitement caused by the coming of the circus, it was in everybody's mind. From the very beginning of his upward journey in life, Steve Hunter had the faculty of throwing an air of mystery and importance about everything he did. Everyone saw the workings of the machinery by which the myth concerning himself was created, but was nevertheless impressed. Even the men of Bidwell, who retained the ability to laugh at Steve, could not laugh at the things he did. For 2 months before the day on which the meeting was held, the town had been on edge. Everyone knew that Hugh McVey had suddenly given up his place in the telegraph office, and that he was engaged in some enterprise with Steve Hunter. "Well, I see he has thrown off the mask, that fellow," said Alban Foster, superintendent of the Bidwell schools, in speaking of the matter to the Reverend Harvey Oxford, the minister of the Baptist Church. Steve saw to it that although everyone was curious, the curiosity was unsatisfied. Even his father was left in the dark. The 2 men had a sharp quarrel about the matter, but as Steve had $3,000 of his own, left him by his mother, and was well past his 21st year, there was nothing his father could do. At Pickleville, the windows and doors at the back of the deserted factory were bricked up, and over the windows and the door at the front, where a floor had been laid, iron bars, specially made by Lou Twining, the Bidwell blacksmith, had been put. The bars over the door locked the place at night and gave the factory the air of a prison. Every evening before he went to bed, Steve walked to Pickleville. The sinister appearance of the building at night gave him a peculiar satisfaction. "They'll find out what I'm up to when I want 'em to," he said to himself. Allie Mulberry worked at the factory during the day. Under Hugh's direction he whittled pieces of wood into various shapes, but had no idea of what he was doing. No one but the half-wit and Steve Hunter were admitted to the society of the telegraph operator. When Allie Mulberry came into the main street at night, everyone stopped him and 1,000 questions were asked, but he only shook his head and smiled foolishly. On Sunday afternoons crowds of men and women walked down Turner's Pike to Pickleville and stood looking at the deserted building, but no one tried to enter. The bars were in place and window shades were drawn over the windows. Above the door that faced the road there was a large sign. "Keep out. This means you," the sign said. The 4 men who met Steve in the bank knew vaguely that some sort of invention was being perfected, but they did not know what it was. They spoke in an offhand way of the matter to their friends, and that increased the general curiosity. Everyone tried to guess what was up. When Steve was not about, John Clark and young Gordon Hart pretended to know everything, but gave the impression of men sworn to secrecy. The fact that Steve told them nothing seemed to them a kind of insult. The young upstart, I believe yet he's a bluff, the banker declared to his friend Tom Butterworth. On Main Street, the old and young men who stood about before the stores in the evening tried also to make light of the jeweler's son and the air of importance he constantly assumed. They also spoke of him as a young upstart and a windbag. But after the beginning of his connection with Hugh McVey, something of conviction went out of their voices. I read in the paper that a man in Toledo made $30,000 out of an invention. He got it up in less than a day. He just thought of it. It's a new kind of way for sealing fruit cans, a man in the crowd before Bertie Spink's drugstore absent-mindedly observed. Inside the drugstore by the empty stove, Judge Hanby talked persistently of the time when factories would come. He seemed to those who listened a sort of John the Baptist, crying out of the coming of the new day. One evening in May of that year, when a goodly crowd was assembled, Steve Hunter came in and bought a cigar. Everyone became silent. Bertie Spinks was, for some mysterious reason, a little upset. In the store something happened that, had there been someone there to record it, might later have been remembered as the moment that marked the coming of the new age to Bidwell. The druggist, after he had handed out the cigar, looked at the young man whose name had so suddenly come upon everyone's lips and whom he had known from babyhood, and then addressed him as no man of his age had ever before been addressed by an older citizen of the town. "Well, good evening, Mr. Hunter," he said respectfully. "And how do you find yourself this evening?" To the men who met him in the bank, Steve described the plant-setting machine and the work it was intended to do. "It's the most perfect thing of its kind I've ever seen," he said with the air of one who has spent his life as an expert examiner of machinery. Then, to the amazement of everyone, he produced sheets covered with figures estimating the cost of manufacturing the machine. To the men present, it seemed as though the question as to the practicability of the machine had already been settled. The sheets covered with figures made the actual beginning of manufacturing seem near at hand. Without raising his voice, and quite as a matter of course, Steve proposed that the men present subscribe each $3,000 to the stock of a promotion company, the money to be used to perfect the machine and put it actually to work in the fields, while the larger company for the building of a factory was being organized. For the $3,000, each of the men would receive later $6,000 in stock in the larger company. They would make 100% on their first investment. As for himself, he owned the invention, and it was very valuable. He had already received many offers from other men in other places. He wanted to stick to his own town and to the men who had known him since he was a boy. He would retain a controlling interest in the larger company, and that would enable him to take care of his friends. John Clark he proposed to make treasurer of the promotion company. Everyone could see he would be the right man. Gordon Hart should be manager. Tom Butterworth could, if he could find time to give it, help him in the actual organization of the larger company. He did not propose to do anything in a small way. Much stock would have to be sold to farmers as well as to townspeople, and he could see no reason why a certain commission for the selling of stock should not be paid. The four men came out of the back room of the bank just as the storm that had all day been threatening broke on Main Street. They stood together by the front window and watched the people scurry along past the stores homeward bound from the circus. Farmers, jumping into their wagons, started their horses away on the trot. The whole street was populous with people shouting and running. To an observing person standing at the bank window, Bidwell, Ohio, might have seemed no longer a quiet town filled with people who lived quiet lives and thought quiet thoughts, but a tiny section of some giant modern city. The sky was extraordinarily black as from the smoke of a mill. The hurrying people might have been workmen escaping from the mill at the end of the day. Clouds of dust swept through the street. Steve Hunter's imagination was aroused. For some reason, the black clouds of dust and the running people gave him a tremendous sense of power. It almost seemed to him that he had filled the skies with clouds, and that something latent in him had startled the people. He was anxious to get away from the men who had just agreed to join him in his first great industrial adventure. He felt that they were all mere puppets, creatures he could use, men who were being swept along by him as the people running along the streets were being swept along by the storm. He and the storm were in a way akin to each other. He had an impulse to be alone with the storm, to walk dignified and upright in the face of it, as he felt that in the future he could walk dignified and upright in the face of men. Steve went out of the bank and into the street. The men inside shouted at him, telling him he would get wet, but he paid no attention to their warning. When he had gone, and when his father had run quickly across the street to his jewelry store, the three men who were left in the bank looked at each other and laughed. Like the launderers before Bertie Spink's drugstore, they wanted to belittle him and had an inclination to begin calling him names. But for some reason they could not do it. Something had happened to them. They looked at each other with a question in their eyes. Each man waited for the other to speak. "Well, whatever happens, we can't lose much of anything," John Clark finally observed. And over the bridge and out into Turner's Pike walked Steve Hunter, the embryo industrial magnate. Across the great stretches of fields that lay beside the road, the wind ran furiously, tearing leaves off trees, carrying great volumes of dust before it. The hurrying black clouds in the sky were, he fancied, like clouds of smoke pouring out of the chimneys of factories owned by himself. In fancy also he saw his town become a city, bathed in the smoke of his enterprises. As he looked abroad over the fields swept by the storm of wind, he realized that the road along which he walked would in time become a city street. "Pretty soon I'll get an option on this land," he said meditatively. An exalted mood took possession of him, and when he got to Pickleville he did not go into the shop where Hugh and Allie Mulberry were at work, but turning, walked back toward town in the mud and the driving rain. It was a time when Steve wanted to be by himself, to feel himself the one great man of the community. He had intended to go into the old pickle factory and escape the rain, but when he got to the railroad tracks he turned back because he realized suddenly that in the presence of the silent, intent inventor he had never been able to feel big. He wanted to feel big on that evening, and so, unmindful of the rain and of his hat that was caught up by the wind and blown away into a field, he went along the deserted road thinking great thoughts. At a place where there were no houses, he stopped for a moment and lifted his tiny hands to the skies. "I'm a man. I tell you what, I'm a man. Whatever anyone says, I tell you what, I'm a man," he shouted into the void. End of chapter 6. Chapter 7 of Poor White, a novel by Sherwood Anderson. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. Chapter 7. Modern men and women who live in industrial cities are like mice that have come out of the fields to live in houses that do not belong to them. They live within the dark walls of the houses where only a dim light penetrates, and so many have come that they grow thin and haggard with the constant toil of getting food and warmth. Behind the walls the mice scamper about in droves, and there's much squealing and chattering. Now and then a bold mouse stands upon his hind legs and addresses the others. He declares he will force his way through the walls and conquer the gods who have built the house. "I will kill them," he declares. "The mice shall rule. You shall live in the light and the warmth. There shall be food for all, and no one shall go hungry." The little mice, gathered in the darkness out of sight in the great houses, squeal with delight. After a time, when nothing happens, they become sad and depressed. Their minds go back to the time when they lived in the fields, but they do not go out of the walls of the houses, because long living in droves has made them afraid of the silence of long nights and the emptiness of skies. In the houses, giant children are being reared. When the children fight and scream in the houses and in the streets, the dark spaces between the walls rumble with strange and appalling noises. The mice are terribly afraid. Now and then a single mouse for a moment escapes the general fear. A mood comes over such a one, and a light comes into his eyes. When the noises run through the house, he makes up stories about them. The horses of the sun are hauling wagon loads of days over the tops of trees, he says, and looks quickly about to see if he has been heard. When he discovers a female mouse looking at him, he runs away with a flip of his tail, and the female follows. While other mice are repeating his saying and getting some little comfort from it, he and the female mouse find a warm, dark corner and lie close together. It is because of them that mice continue to be born to dwell within the walls of the houses. When the first small model of Hugh McVey's plant-setting machine had been whittled out by the half-wit Allie Mulberry, it replaced the famous ship floating in the bottle that for 2 or 3 years had been lying in the window of Hunter's jewelry store. Allie was inordinately proud of the new specimen of his handiwork. As he worked under Hugh's directions at a bench in a corner of the deserted pickle factory, he was like a strange dog that has at last found a master. He paid no attention to Steve Hunter, who, with the air of one bearing in his breast some gigantic secret, came in and went out at the door 20 times a day, but kept his eyes on the silent Hugh, who sat at a desk and made drawings on sheets of paper. Allie tried valiantly to follow the instructions given him and to understand what his master was trying to do. And Hugh, finding himself unembarrassed by the presence of the half-wit, sometimes spent hours trying to explain the workings of some intricate part of the proposed machine. Hugh made each part crudely out of great pieces of board, and Allie reproduced the part in miniature. Intelligence began to come into the eyes of the man who all his life had whittled meaningless wooden chains, baskets formed out of peach stones, and ships intended to float in bottles. Love and understanding began a little to do for him what words could not have done. One day, when a part Hugh had fashioned would not work, the half-wit himself made the model of a part that worked perfectly. When Hugh incorporated it in the machine, he was so happy he could not sit still, and walked up and down, cooing with delight. When the model of the machine appeared in the jeweler's window, a fever of excitement took hold of the minds of the people. Everyone declared himself either for or against it. Something like a revolution took place. Parties were formed. Men who had no interest in the success of the invention and in the nature of things could not have, were ready to fight anyone who dared to doubt its success. Among the farmers who drove into town to see the new wonder were many who said the machine could not work. "It isn't practical," they said. Going off by themselves and forming groups, they whispered warnings. 100 objections sprang to their lips. "See all the little wheels and cogs the thing has," they said. "You see it won't work. You take now in a field where there's stones and old tree roots, maybe, sticking in the ground. There you'll see. Fools will buy the machine, yes. They'll spend their money. They'll put in plants. The plants will die. The money will be wasted. There'll be no crop." Old men who had been cabbage farmers in the country north of Bidwell all their lives, and whose bodies were all twisted out of shape by the terrible labor of the cabbage fields, came hobbling into town to look at the model of the new machine. Their opinions were anxiously sought by the merchant, the carpenter, the artisan, the doctor, by all the townspeople. Almost without exception, they shook their heads in doubt. Standing on the sidewalk before the jeweler's window, they stared at the machine, and then, turning to the crowd that had gathered about, they shook their heads in doubt. "Huh!" they exclaimed. "A thing of wheels and cogs, eh? Well, so young Hunter expects that thing to take the place of a man. He's a fool. I always said that boy was a fool." The merchants and townspeople, their ardor a little dampened by the adverse decision of the men who knew plant setting, went off by themselves. They went into Bertie Spink's drugstore, but did not listen to the talk of Judge Hanby. "If the machine works, the town will wake up," someone declared. "It means factories, new people coming in, houses to be built, goods to be bought." Visions of suddenly acquired wealth began to float in their minds. Young Ed Hall, apprentice to Ben Peeler, the carpenter, grew angry. "Hell!" he exclaimed. "Why listen to a lot of damned old calamity howlers? It's the town's duty to get out and plug for that machine. We got to wake up here. We got to forget what we used to think about Steve Hunter. Anyway, he saw a chance, didn't he? And he took it. I wish I was him. I only wish I was him. And what about that fellow we thought was maybe just a telegraph operator? He fooled us all slick, now didn't he? I tell you, we ought to be proud to have such men as him and Steve Hunter living in Bidwell. That's what I say. I tell you, it's the town's duty to get out and plug for them and for that machine. If we don't, I know what'll happen. Steve Hunter's a live one. I've been thinking maybe he was. He'll take that invention and that inventor of his to some other town or to a city. That's what he'll do. Damn it, I tell you, we got to get out and back them fellows up. That's what I say." On the whole, the town of Bidwell agreed with young Hall. The excitement did not die, but grew every day more intense. Steve Hunter had a carpenter come to his father's store and build in the show window facing Main Street a long, shallow box formed in the shape of a field. This he filled with pulverized earth, and then by an arrangement of strings and pulleys connected with a clockwork device, the machine was pulled across the field. In a receptacle at the top of the machine had been placed some dozens of tiny plants no larger than pins. When the clockwork was started and the strings pulled to imitate applied horsepower, the machine crept slowly forward. An arm came down and made a hole in the ground. The plant dropped into the hole, and spoon-like hands appeared and packed the earth about the plant roots. At the top of the machine there was a tank filled with water, and when the plant was set, a portion of water, nicely calculated as to quantity, ran down a pipe and was deposited at the plant roots. Evening after evening the machine crawled forward across the tiny field, setting the plants in perfect order. Steve Hunter busied himself with it. He did nothing else, and rumors of a great company to be formed in Bidwell to manufacture the device were whispered about. Every evening a new tale was told. Steve went to Cleveland for a day, and it was said that Bidwell was to lose its chance, that big-moneyed men had induced Steve to take his factory project to the city. Hearing Ed Hall berate a farmer who doubted the practicability of the machine, Steve took him aside and talked to him. "We're going to need live young men who know how to handle other men for jobs as superintendent and things like that," he said. "I make no promises. I only want to tell you that I like live young fellows who can see the hole in a bushel basket. I like that kind. I like to see them get up in the world." Steve heard the farmers continually expressing their skepticism about making the plants that had been set by the machine grow into maturity, and had the carpenter build another tiny field in the side window of the store. He had the machine moved and plants set in the new field. He let these grow. When some of the plants showed signs of dying, he came secretly at night and replaced them with sturdier shoots, so that the miniature field always showed a brave, vigorous front to the world. Bidwell became convinced that the most rigorous of all forms of human labor practiced by its people was at an end. Steve made and had hung in the store window a large sheet showing the relative cost of planting an acre of cabbage with the machine and by what was already called the old way, by hand. Then he formally announced that a stock company would be formed in Bidwell and that everyone would have a chance to get into it. He printed an article in the weekly paper in which he said that many offers had come to him to take his project to the city or to other and larger towns. "Mr. McVeigh, the celebrated inventor, and I both want to stick to our own people," he said, regardless of the fact that Hugh knew nothing of the article and had never been taken into the lives of the people addressed. A day was set for the beginning of the taking of stock subscriptions, and in private conversations Steve whispered of huge profits to be made. The matter was talked over in every household, and plans were made for raising money to buy stock. John Clark agreed to lend a certain percentage on the value of the town property, and Steve secured a long-time option on all the land facing Turner's Pike, clear down to Pickleville. When the town heard of this, it was filled with wonder. "Gee," the loiterers before the store exclaimed, "Old Bidwell is going to grow up. Now look at that, will you? There are going to be houses clear down to Pickleville." Hugh went to Cleveland to see about having one of his new machines made in steel and wood, and in a size that would permit its actual use in the field. He returned a hero in the town's eyes. His silence made it possible for the people, who could not entirely forget their former lack of faith in Steve, to let their minds take hold of something they thought was truly heroic. In the evening, after going again to see the machine in the window of the jewelry store, crowds of young and old men wandered down along Turner's Pike to see the wheeling station where a new man had come to replace Hugh. They hardly saw the evening train when it came in. Like devotees before a shrine, they gazed with something like worship in their eyes at the old pickle factory, and when by chance Hugh came among them, unconscious of the sensation he was creating, they became embarrassed as he was always embarrassed by their presence. Everyone dreamed of becoming suddenly rich by the power of the man's mind. They thought of him as thinking always great thoughts. To be sure, Steve Hunter might be more than half bluff and blow and pretense, but there was no bluff and blow about Hugh. He didn't waste his time in words. He thought, and out of his thoughts sprang almost unbelievable wonders. In every part of the town of Bidwell, the new impulse toward progress was felt. Old men who had become settled in their ways and who had begun to pass their days in a sort of sleepy submission to the idea of the gradual passing away of their lives, awoke and went into Main Street in the evening to argue with skeptical farmers. Beside Ed Hall, who had become a Demosthenes on the subject of progress and the duty of the town to awake and stick to Steve Hunter and the machine, a dozen other men held forth on the street corners. Oratorical ability awoke in the most unexpected places. Rumors flew from lip to lip. It was said that within a year Bidwell was to have a brick factory covering acres of ground, that there would be paved streets and electric lights. Oddly enough, the most persistent decrier of the new spirit in Bidwell was the man who, if the machine turned out to be a success, would profit most from its use. Ezra French, the profane, refused to be convinced. When pressed by Ed Hall, Dr. Robinson, and other enthusiasts, he fell back upon the word of that God whose name had been so much upon his lips. The decrier of God became the defender of God. The thing you see can't be done. It ain't all right. Something awful will happen. The rains won't come and the plants will dry up and die. It'll be like it was in Egypt in the Bible times, he declared. The old farmer with the twisted leg stood before the crowd in the drugstore and proclaimed the truth of God's word. Don't it say in the Bible, men shall work and labor by the sweat of their brows? He asked sharply. Can a machine like that sweat? You know it can't, and it can't do the work either. No siree. Men have got to do it. That's the way things have been since Cain killed Abel in the Garden of Eden. God intended it so, and there can't be no telegraph operator or no smart young squirt like Steve Hunter, fellows in a town like this, set themselves up before me to change the workings of God's laws. It can't be done. And if it could be done, it would be wicked and ungodly to try. I'll have nothing to do with it. It ain't right. That's what I say, and all your smart talk ain't a-going to change me. It was in the year 1892 that Steve Hunter organized the first industrial enterprise that came to Bidwell. It was called the Bidwell Plant Setting Machine Company, and in the end it turned out to be a failure. A large factory was built on the riverbank facing the New York Central tracks. It is now occupied by an enterprise called the Hunter Bicycle Company, and is what in industrial parlance is called a live-going concern. For 2 years Hugh worked faithfully, trying to perfect the first of his inventions. After the working models of the plant setter were brought from Cleveland, 2 trained mechanics were employed to come to Bidwell and work with him. In the old pickle factory an engine was installed, and lathes and other tool-making machines were set up. For a long time, Steve, John Clark, Tom Butterworth, and the other enthusiastic promoters of the enterprise had no doubt as to the final outcome. Hugh wanted to perfect the machine, had his heart set on doing the job he had set out to do, but he had then, and for that matter he continued during his whole life, to have but little conception of the import in the lives of the people about him of the things he did. Day after day, with 2 city mechanics and Allie Mulberry to drive the team of horses Steve had provided, he went into the rented field north of the factory. Weak places developed in the complicated mechanism, and new and stronger parts were made. For a time the machine worked perfectly. Then other defects appeared, and other parts had to be strengthened and changed. The machine became too heavy to be handled by one team. It would not work when the soil was either too wet or too dry. It worked perfectly in both wet and dry sand, but would do nothing in clay. During the second year, and when the factory was nearing completion and much machinery had been installed, Hugh went to Steve and told him of what he thought were the limitations of the machine. He was depressed by his failure, but in working with the machine he felt he had succeeded in educating himself as he never could have done by studying books. Steve decided that the factory should be started, and some of the machines made and sold. "You keep the 2 men you have and don't talk," he said. "The machine may yet turn out to be better than you think. One can never tell. I have made it worth their while to keep still." On the afternoon of the day on which he had his talk with Hugh, Steve called the 4 men who were associated with him in the promotion of the enterprise into the back room of the bank and told them of the situation. "We're up against something here," he said. "If we let word of the failure of this machine get out, where'll we be? It's a case of the survival of the fittest." Steve explained his plan to the men in the room. After all, he said, there was no occasion for any of them to get excited. He had taken them into the thing, and he proposed to get them out. "I'm that kind of a man," he said pompously. In a way, he declared, he was glad things had turned out as they had. The 4 men had little actual money invested. They had all tried honestly to do something for the town, and he would see to it that everything came out all right. "We'll be honest with everyone," he said. "The stock in the company has all been sold. We'll make some of the machines and sell them. If they're failures, as this inventor thinks, it will not be our fault. The plant, you see, will have to be sold cheap. When that time comes, we 5 will have to save ourselves and the future of the town. The machinery we've bought is, you see, iron and woodworking machinery, the very latest kind. It can be used to make some other thing. If the plant-setting machine is a failure, we'll simply buy up the plant at a low price and make something else. Perhaps it'll be better for the town to have the entire stock control in our hands. You see, we few men have got to run things here. It's going to be on our shoulders to see that labor is employed. A lot of small stockholders are a nuisance. As man to man, I'm going to ask each of you not to sell his stock, but if anyone comes to you and asks about its value, I expect you to be loyal to our enterprise. I'll begin looking about for something to replace the plant-setting machine, and when the shop closes, we'll start right up again. It isn't every day men get a chance to sell themselves a fine plant full of new machinery, as we can do in a year or so now." Steve went out of the bank and left the 4 men staring at each other. Then his father got up and went out. The other men, all connected with the bank, arose and wandered out. "Well," said John Clark somewhat heavily, "he's a smart man. I suppose, after all, it's up to us to stick with him and with the town. As he says, labor's got to be employed. I can't see that it does a carpenter or a farmer any good to own a little stock in a factory. It only takes their minds off their work. They have foolish dreams of getting rich and don't attend to their own affairs. It would be an actual benefit to the town if a few men owned the factory." The banker lighted a cigar and, going to the window, stared out into the main street of Bidwell. Already the town had changed. 3 new brick buildings were being erected on Main Street within sight of the bank window. Workmen employed in the building of the factory had come to town to live, and many new houses were being built. Everywhere things were astir. The stock of the company had been oversubscribed, and almost every day men came into the bank and spoke of wanting to buy more. Only the day before, a farmer had come in with $2,000. The banker's mind began to secrete the poison of his age. After all, it's men like Steve Hunter, Tom Butterworth, Gordon Hart, and myself that have to take care of things. And to be in shape to do it, we have to look out for ourselves, he soliloquized. Again he stared into Main Street. Tom Butterworth went out of the front door. He wanted to be by himself and to think his own thoughts. Gordon Hart returned to the empty back room, and standing by the window looked out into an alleyway. His thoughts ran in the same channel as those that played through the mind of the bank president. He also thought of men who wanted to buy stock in the company that was doomed to failure. He began to doubt the judgment of Hugh McVey in the matter of failure. Such fellows are always pessimists, he told himself. From the window at the back of the bank, he could see over the roofs of a row of small sheds and down a residence street to where 2 new workmen's houses were being built. His thoughts only differed from the thoughts of John Clark because he was a younger man. A few men of the younger generation, like Steve and myself, will have to take hold of things, he muttered aloud. We'll have to have money to work with. We have to take the responsibility of the ownership of money. At the front of the bank, John Clark puffed at his cigar. He felt like a soldier weighing the chances of battle. Vaguely he thought of himself as a general, a kind of U.S. Grant of industry. The lives and happiness of many people, he told himself, depended on the clear working of his brain. Well, he thought, when factories start coming to a town and it begins to grow as this town is growing, no man can stop it. The fellow who thinks of individual men, little fellows with their savings invested, who may be hurt by an industrial failure, is just a weakling. Men have to face the duties life brings. The few men who see clearly have to think first of themselves. They have to save themselves in order that they may save others. Things kept on the stir in Bidwell, and the gods of chance played into the hands of Steve Hunter. Hugh invented an apparatus for lifting a loaded coal car off the railroad tracks, carrying it high up into the air and dumping its contents into a chute. By its use, an entire car of coal could be emptied with a roaring rush into the hold of a ship or the engine room of a factory. A model of the new invention was made and a patent secured. Then Steve Hunter carried it off to New York. He received $200,000 in cash for it, half of which went to Hugh. Steve's faith in the inventive genius of the Missourian was renewed and strengthened. He looked forward with a feeling almost approaching pleasure to the time when the town would be forced to face the fact that the plant-setting machine was a failure, and the factory with its new machinery would have to be thrown on the market. He knew that his associates in the promotion of the enterprise were secretly selling their stock. One day he went to Cleveland and had a long talk with a banker there. Hugh was at work on a corn-cutting machine, and already he had secured an option on it. Perhaps when the time comes to sell the factory there'll be more than one bidder, he told Ernestine, the soap-maker's daughter, who had married him within a month after the sale of the car unloading device. He grew indignant when he told her of the disloyalty of the 2 men in the bank and the rich farmer Tom Butterworth. They're selling their shares and letting the small stockholders lose their money, he declared. I told them not to do it. Now, if anything happens to spoil their plans, they'll not have me to blame. Nearly a year had been spent in stirring up the people of Bidwell to the point of becoming investors. Then things began to stir. The ground was broken for the erection of the factory. No one knew of the difficulties that had been encountered in attempting to perfect the machine, and word was passed about that in actual tests in the field it had proven itself entirely practical. The skeptical farmers who came into the town on Saturdays were laughed at by the town enthusiasts. A field that had been planted during one of the brief periods when the machine, finding ideal soil conditions, had worked perfectly, was left to grow. As when he operated the tiny model in the store window, Steve took no chances. He engaged Ed Hall to go at night and replace the plants that did not live. "It's fair enough," he explained to Ed. 100 things can cause the plants to die, but if they die, it'll be blamed on the machine. What will become of the town if we don't believe in the thing we're going to manufacture here?" The crowds of people who in the evenings walked out along Turner's Pike to look at the field with its long rows of sturdy young cabbages moved restlessly about and talked of the new days. From the field they went along the railroad tracks to the site of the factory. The brick walls began to mount up into the sky. Machinery began to arrive and was housed under temporary sheds against the time when it could be installed. An advance horde of workmen came to town, and new faces appeared on Main Street in the evening. The thing that was happening in Bidwell happened in towns all over the Middle West. Out through the cold and iron regions of Pennsylvania, into Ohio and Indiana, and on westward into the states bordering on the Mississippi River, industry crept. Gas and oil were discovered in Ohio and Indiana. Overnight, towns grew into cities. A madness took hold of the minds of the people. Villages like Lima and Findlay, Ohio, and like Muncie and Anderson in Indiana became small cities within a few weeks. To some of these places, so anxious were the people to get to them and to invest their money, excursion trains were run. Town lots that a few weeks before the discovery of oil or gas could have been bought for a few dollars sold for thousands. Wealth seemed to be spurting out of the very earth. On farms in Indiana and Ohio, giant gas wells blew the drilling machinery out of the ground, and the fuels so essential to modern industrial development rushed into the open. A wit, standing in the presence of one of the roaring gas wells, exclaimed, "Papa, Earth has indigestion. He has gas on his stomach. His face will be covered with pimples." Having, before the factories came, no market for the gas, the wells were lighted, and at night great torches of flame lit the skies. Pipes were laid on the surface of the ground, and by a day's work a laborer earned enough to heat his house at tropical heat through an entire winter. Farmers owning oil-producing land went to bed in the evening poor and owing money at the bank, and awoke in the morning rich. They moved into the towns and invested their money in the factories that sprang up everywhere. In one county in southern Michigan, over 500 patents for woven wire farm fencing were taken out in 1 year, and almost every patent was a magnet about which a company for the manufacture of fence formed itself. A vast energy seemed to come out of the breast of earth and infect the people. Thousands of the most energetic men of the Middle States wore themselves out in forming companies, and when the companies failed, immediately formed others. In the fast-growing towns, men who were engaged in organizing companies representing a capital of millions lived in houses thrown hurriedly together by carpenters who, before the time of the Great Awakening, were engaged in building barns. It was a time of hideous architecture, a time when thought and learning paused. Without music, without poetry, without beauty in their lives or impulses, a whole people, full of the native energy and strength of lives lived in a new land, rushed pell-mell into the new age. A man in Ohio, who had been a dealer in horses, made $1 million out of a patent churn he had bought for the price of a farm horse, took his wife to visit Europe, and in Paris bought a painting for $50,000. In another state of the Middle West, a man who sold patent medicines from door to door through the country began dealing in oil leases, became fabulously rich, bought himself 3 daily newspapers, and before he had reached the age of 35, succeeded in having himself elected governor of his state. In the glorification of his energy, his unfitness as a statesman was forgotten. In the days before the coming of industry, before the time of the mad awakening, the towns of the Middle West were sleepy places devoted to the practice of the old trades, to agriculture, and to merchandising. In the morning the men of the towns went forth to work in the fields or to the practice of the trade of carpentry, horseshoeing, wagon making, harness repairing, and the making of shoes and clothing. They read books and believed in a God born in the brains of men who came out of a civilization much like their own. On the farms and in the houses in the towns, the men and women worked together toward the same ends in life. They lived in small frame houses set on the plains like boxes, but very substantially built. The carpenter who built a farmer's house differentiated it from the barn by putting what he called scroll work up under the eaves and by building at the front a porch with carved posts. After one of the poor little houses that had been lived in for a long time, after children had been born and the men had died, after men and women had suffered and had moments of joy together in the tiny rooms under the low roofs, a subtle change took place. The houses became almost beautiful in their old humanness. Each of the houses began vaguely to shadow forth the personality of the people who lived within its walls. In the farmhouses and in the houses on the side streets in the villages, life awoke at dawn. Back of each of the houses there was a barn for the horses and cows, and sheds for pigs and chickens. At daylight, a chorus of neighs, squeals, and cries broke the silence. Boys and men came out of the houses. They stood in the open spaces before the barns and stretched their bodies like sleepy animals. The arms extended upward seemed to be supplicating the gods for fair days, and the fair days came. The men and boys went to a pump beside the house and washed their faces and hands in the cold water. In the kitchens there was the smell and sound of the cooking of food. The women also were astir. The men went into the barns to feed the animals and then hurried to the houses to be themselves fed. A continual grunting sound came from the sheds where pigs were eating corn, and over the houses a contented silence brooded. After the morning meal, men and animals went together to the fields and to the doing of their tasks, and in the houses the women mended clothes, put fruit in cans against the coming of winter, and talked of women's affairs. On the streets of the town on fair days, lawyers, doctors, the officials of the county courts, and the merchants walked about in their shirt sleeves. The house painter went along with his ladder on his shoulder. In the stillness there could be heard the hammers of the carpenters building a new house for the son of a merchant who had married the daughter of a blacksmith. A sense of quiet growth awoke in sleeping minds. It was the time for art and beauty to awake in the land. Instead, the giant industry awoke. Boys who in the schools had read of Lincoln walking for miles through the forest to borrow his first book, and of Garfield, the towpath lad who became president, began to read in the newspapers and magazines of men who, by developing their faculty for getting and keeping money, had become suddenly and overwhelmingly rich. Hired writers called these men great, and there was no maturity of mind in the people with which to combat the force of the statement often repeated. Like children, the people believed what they were told. While the new factory was being built with the carefully saved dollars of the people, young men from Bidwell went out to work in other places. They went to the fast-growing towns and came home telling wonder tales. In the boom towns, men earned $4, $5, and even $6 a day. In secret, and when none of the older people were about, they told of adventures on which they had gone in the new places, of how, attracted by the flood of money, women came from the cities, and the times they had been with these women. Young Harley Parsons, whose father was a shoemaker and who had learned the blacksmith trade, went to work in one of the new oil fields. He came home wearing a fancy silk vest and astonished his fellows by buying and smoking 10-cent cigars. His pockets were bulging with money. "I'm not going to stay long in this town, you can bet on that," he declared one evening as he stood surrounded by a group of admirers before Fanny Twist's millinery shop on Lower Main Street. "I've been with a Chinese woman and an Italian and one from South America." He took a puff of his cigar and spat on the sidewalk. "I'm out to get what I can get out of life," he declared. "I'm going back, and I'm going to make a record. Before I get through, I'm going to be with a woman of every nationality on earth. That's what I'm going to do." Joseph Wainsworth, the harness maker, who had been the first man in Bidwell to feel the touch of the heavy finger of industrialism, could not get over the effect of the conversation had with Butterworth, the farmer who had asked him to repair harnesses made by machines in a factory. He became a silent, disgruntled man, and muttered as he went about his work in the shop. When Will Sellinger, his apprentice, threw up his place and went to Cleveland, he did not get another boy, but for a time worked alone in the shop. He got the name of being disagreeable, and on winter afternoons the farmers no longer came into his place to loaf. Being a sensitive man, Joe felt like a pygmy, a tiny thing walking always in the presence of a giant that might at any moment, and by a whim, destroy him. All his life he had been somewhat offhand with his customers. "If they don't like my work, let 'em go to the devil," he said to his apprentices. "I know my trade, and I don't have to bow down to anyone here." When Steve Hunter organized the Bidwell Plant-Setting Machine Company, the harness maker put his savings, $1,200, into the stock of the company. One day, during the time when the factory was building, he heard that Steve had paid $1,200 for a new lathe that had just arrived by freight and had been set on the floor of the uncompleted building. The promoter had told a farmer that the lathe would do the work of 100 men, and the farmer had come into Joe's shop and repeated the statement. It stuck in Joe's mind, and he came to believe that the $1,200 he had invested in stock had been used for the purchase of the lathe. It was money he had earned in a long lifetime of effort, and it had now bought a machine that would do the work of 100 men. Already his money had increased by 100-fold, and he wondered why he could not be happy about the matter. On some days he was happy, and then his happiness was followed by an odd fit of depression. Suppose, after all, the plant-setting machine wouldn't work? What then could be done with the lathe, with the machine bought with his money? One evening after dark, and without saying anything to his wife, he went down a long turner's pike to the old factory at Pickleville, where Hugh, with the half-wit Allie Mulberry, and the two mechanics from the city, were striving to correct the faults in the plant-setting machine. Joe wanted to look at the tall, gaunt man from the west, and he had some notion of trying to get into conversation with him and of asking his opinion of the possibilities of the success of the new machine. The man of the age of flesh and blood wanted to walk in the presence of the man who belonged to the new age of iron and steel. When he got to the factory, it was dark, and on an express truck in front of the wheeling station, the two city workmen sat smoking their evening pipes. Joe walked past them to the station door, and then returned along the platform and got again into Turner's Pike. He stumbled along the path beside the road and presently saw Hugh McVeigh coming toward him. It was one of the evenings when Hugh, overcome with loneliness and puzzled that his new position in the town's life did not bring him any closer to people, had gone to town to walk through Main Street, half hoping someone would break through his embarrassment and enter into conversation with him. When the harness maker saw Hugh walking in the path, he crept into a fence corner and, crouching down, watched the man as Hugh had watched the French boys at work in the cabbage fields. Strange thoughts came into his head. He thought the extraordinarily tall figure before him in some way terrible. He became childishly angry, and for a moment thought that if he had a stone in his hand he would throw it at the man, the workings of whose brain had so upset his own life. Then, as the figure of Hugh went away along the path, another mood came. "I've worked all my life for $1,200 for money that will buy one machine that this man thinks nothing about," he muttered aloud. "Perhaps I'll get more money than I invested. Steve Hunter says maybe I will. If machines kill the harness-making trade, what's the difference? I'll be all right. The thing to do is get in with the new times, to wake up. That's the ticket. With me, it's life with everyone else. Nothing ventured, nothing gained." Joe crawled out of the fence corner and went stealthily along the road behind Hugh. A fervor seized him, and he thought he would like to creep close and touch with his finger the hem of Hugh's coat. Afraid to try anything so bold, his mind took a new turn. He ran in the darkness along the road toward town, and when he had crossed the bridge and come to the New York Central tracks, turned west and went along the tracks until he came to the new factory. In the darkness, the half-completed walls stuck up into the sky, and all about were piles of building materials. The night had been dark and cloudy, but now the moon began to push its way through the clouds. Joe crawled over a pile of bricks and through a window into the building. He felt his way along the walls until he came to a mass of iron covered by a rubber blanket. He was sure it must be the lathe his money had bought, the machine that was to do the work of 100 men, and that was to make him comfortably rich in his old age. No one had spoken of any other machine having been brought in on the factory floor. Joe knelt on the floor and put his hands about the heavy iron legs of the machine. "What a strong thing it is! It will not break easily," he thought. He had an impulse to do something he knew would be foolish, to kiss the iron legs of the machine, or to say a prayer as he knelt before it. Instead, he got to his feet and, crawling out again through the window, went home. He felt renewed and full of new courage because of the experience of the night, and when he got to his own house and stood at the door outside, he heard his neighbor, David Chapman, a wheelwright who worked in Charlie Collins' wagon shop, praying in his bedroom before an open window. Joe listened for a moment, and for some reason he couldn't understand, his newfound faith was destroyed by what he heard. David Chapman, a devout Methodist, was praying for Hugh McVeigh and for the success of his invention. Joe knew his neighbor had also invested his savings in the stock of the new company. He had thought that he alone was doubtful of success, but it was apparent that doubt had come also into the minds of the wheelwright. The pleading voice of the praying man, as it broke the stillness of the night, cut across and for a moment utterly destroyed his confidence. "Oh God, help the man Hugh McVeigh to remove every obstacle that stands in his way," David Chapman prayed. "Make the plant-setting machine a success. Bring light into the dark places. O Lord, help Hugh McVeigh, thy servant, to build successfully the plant-setting machine." End of chapter 7. Book 3, Chapter 8 of Poor White by Sherwood Anderson. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. Chapter 8. When Clara Butterworth, the daughter of Tom Butterworth, was 18 years old, she graduated from the town high school. Until the summer of her 17th year, she was a tall, strong, hard-muscled girl, shy in the presence of strangers and bold with the people she knew well. Her eyes were extraordinarily gentle. The Butterworth house on Medina Road stood back of an apple orchard, and there was a second orchard beside the house. The Medina Road ran south from Bidwell and climbed gradually upward toward a country of low hills, and from the side porch of the Butterworth house the view was magnificent. The house itself was a large brick affair with a cupola on top, and was considered at that time the most pretentious place in the county. Behind the house were several great barns for the horses and cattle. Most of Tom Butterworth's farmland lay north of Bidwell, and some of his fields were 5 miles from his home. But as he did not himself work the land, it did not matter. The farms were rented to men who worked them on shares. Besides the business of farming, Tom carried on other affairs. He owned 200 acres of hillside land near his house, and with the exception of a few fields and a strip of forest land, it was devoted to the grazing of sheep and cattle. Milk and cream were delivered each morning to the householders of Bidwell by 2 wagons driven by his employees. A half-mile to the west of his residence, there was a slaughterhouse on a side road and at the edge of a field where cattle were killed for the Bidwell market. Tom owned it and employed the men who did the killing. A creek that came down out of the hills through one of the fields past his house had been dammed, and south of the pond there was an ice house. He also supplied the town with ice. In his orchards beneath the trees stood more than 100 beehives, and every year he shipped honey to Cleveland. The farmer himself was a man who appeared to do nothing, but his shrewd mind was always at work. In the summer, throughout the long, sleepy afternoons, he drove about over the county buying sheep and cattle, stopping to trade horses with some farmer, dickering for new pieces of land, everlastingly busy. He had one passion. He loved fast-trotting horses, but would not humor himself by owning one. "It's a game that only gets you into trouble and debt," he said to his friend, John Clark, the banker. "Let other men own the horses and go broke racing them. I'll go to the races. Every fall I can go to Cleveland to the Grand Circuit. If I go crazy about a horse, I can bet $10 he'll win. If he doesn't, I'm out $10. If I owned him, I would maybe be out hundreds for the expense of training and all that." The farmer was a tall man with a white beard, broad shoulders, and rather small, slender, white hands, but in spite of the habit kept both himself and his white beard scrupulously clean. His wife had died when he was yet in the full vigor of life, but he had no eye for women. His mind, he once told one of his friends, was too much occupied with his own affairs and with thoughts of the fine horses he had seen to concern itself with any other nonsense. For many years the farmer did not appear to pay much attention to his daughter Clara, who was his only child. Throughout her childhood she was under the care of one of his 5 sisters, all of whom, except the one who lived with him and managed his household, being comfortably married. His own wife had been a somewhat frail woman, but his daughter had inherited his own physical strength. When Clara was 17, she and her father had a quarrel that eventually destroyed their relationship. The quarrel began late in July. It was a busy summer on the farms, and more than a dozen men were employed about the barns, in the delivery of ice and milk to the town, and at the slaughtering pens a half-mile away. During that summer something happened to the girl. For hours she sat in her own room in the house reading books, or lay in a hammock in the orchard and looked up through the fluttering leaves of the apple trees at the summer sky. A light strangely soft and enticing sometimes came into her eyes. Her figure that had been boyish and strong began to change. As she went about the house she sometimes smiled at nothing. Her aunt hardly noticed what was happening to her, but her father, who all her life had seemed hardly to take account of her existence, was interested. In her presence he began to feel like a young man. As in the days of his courtship of her mother, and before the possessive passion in him destroyed his ability to love, he began to feel vaguely that life about him was full of significance. Sometimes in the afternoon, when he went for one of his long drives through the country, he asked his daughter to accompany him, and although he had little to say, a kind of gallantry crept into his attitude toward the awakening girl. While she was in the buggy with him, he did not chew tobacco, and after 1 or 2 attempts to indulge in the habit without having the smoke blow in her face, he gave up smoking his pipe during the drives. Always before that summer, Clara had spent the months when there was no school in the company of the farm hands. She rode on wagons, visited the barns, and when she grew weary of the company of older people, went into town to spend an afternoon with one of her friends among the town girls. In the summer of her 17th year she did none of these things. At the table she ate in silence. The Butterworth household was at that time run on the old-fashioned American plan, and the farm hands, the men who drove the ice and milk wagons, and even the men who killed and dressed cattle and sheep, ate at the same table with Tom Butterworth, his sister, who was the housekeeper, and his daughter. 3 hired girls were employed in the house, and after all had been served, they also came and took their places at table. The older men among the farmer's employees, many of whom had known her from childhood, had got into the habit of teasing the daughter of the house. They made comments concerning town boys, young fellows who clerked in stores, or who were apprenticed to some tradesman, and one of whom had perhaps brought the girl home at night from a school party, or from one of the affairs called socials that were held at the town churches. After they had eaten in the peculiar, silent, intent way common to hungry laborers, the farm hands leaned back in their chairs and winked at each other. 2 of them began an elaborate conversation touching on some incident in the girl's life. One of the older men, who had been on the farm for many years and who had a reputation among the others of being something of a wit, chuckled softly. He began to talk, addressing no one in particular. The man's name was Jim Priest, and although the Civil War had come upon the country when he was past 40, he had been a soldier. In Bidwell he was looked upon as something of a rascal, but his employer was very fond of him. The two men often talked together for hours concerning the merits of well-known trotting horses. In the war, Jim had been what was called a bounty man, and it was whispered about town that he had also been a deserter and a bounty jumper. He did not go to town with the other men on Saturday afternoons, and he never attempted to get into the Bidwell chapter of the GAR. On Saturdays, when the other farm hands washed, shaved, and dressed themselves in their Sunday clothes, preparatory to the weekly flight to town, he called one of them into the barn, slipped a quarter into his hand, and said, "Bring me a half-pint, and don't you forget it." On Sunday afternoons he crawled into the hayloft of one of the barns, drank his weekly portion of whiskey, got drunk, and sometimes did not appear again until the time to go to work on Monday morning. In the fall, Jim took his savings and went to spend a week at the Grand Circuit Trotting meeting at Cleveland, where he bought a costly present for his employer's daughter and then bet the rest of the money on the races. When he was lucky, he stayed on in Cleveland, drinking and carousing until his winnings were gone. It was Jim Priest who always led the attacks of teasing at the table, and in the summer of her 17th year, when she was no longer in the mood for such horseplay, it was Jim who brought the practice to an end. At the table, Jim leaned back in his chair, stroked his red, bristly beard, now rapidly graying, looked out of a window over Clara's head, and told a tale concerning an attempt at suicide on the part of a young man in love with Clara. He said the young man, a clerk in a Bidwell store, had taken a pair of trousers from a shelf, tied one leg about his neck and the other to a bracket in the wall. Then he jumped off a counter and had only been saved from death because a town girl passing the store had seen him and had rushed in and cut him down. "Now, what do you think of that?" he cried. "He was in love with our Clara, I tell you." After the telling of the tale, Clara got up from the table and ran out of the room. The farm hands, joined by her father, laughed heartily. Her aunt shook her finger at Jim Priest, the hero of the occasion. "Why don't you let her alone?" she asked. "She'll never get married if she stays here where you make fun of every young man who pays her any attention." At the door, Clara stopped, and turning, put out her tongue at Jim Priest. Another roar of laughter arose. Chairs were scraped along the floor, and the men filed out of the house to go back to the work in the barns and about the farm. In the summer, when the change came over her, Clara sat at the table and did not hear the tales told by Jim Priest. She thought the farm hands who ate so greedily were vulgar, a notion she had never had before, and wished she did not have to eat with them. One afternoon, as she lay in the hammock in the orchard, she heard several of the men in a nearby barn discussing the change that had come over her. Jim Priest was explaining what had happened. "Our fun's over with Clara," he said. "Now we'll have to treat her in a new way. She's no longer a kid. We'll have to let her alone, or pretty soon she won't speak to any of us. It's the thing that happens when a girl begins to think about being a woman. The sap has begun to run up the tree." The puzzled girl lay in the hammock and looked up at the sky. She thought about Jim Priest's words and tried to understand what he meant. Sadness crept over her, and tears came into her eyes. Although she did not know what the old man meant by the words about the sap and the tree, she did, in a detached, subconscious way, understand something of the import of the words, and she was grateful for the thoughtfulness that had led to his telling the others to stop trying to tease her at the table. The half-worn-out old farm hand, with the bristly beard and the strong old body, became a figure full of significance to her mind. She remembered with gratitude that in spite of all his teasing, Jim Priest had never said anything that had in any way hurt her. In the new mood that had come upon her, that meant much. A greater hunger for understanding, love, and friendliness took possession of her. She did not think of turning to her father or to her aunt, with whom she had never talked of anything intimate or close to herself, but turned instead to the crude old man. 100 minor points in the character of Jim Priest she had never thought of before came sharply into her mind. In the barns he had never mistreated the animals as the other farm hands sometimes did. When on Sunday afternoons he was drunk and went staggering through the barns, he did not strike the horses or swear at them. She wondered if it would be possible for her to talk to Jim Priest, to ask him questions about life and people and what he meant by his words regarding the sap and the tree. The farmhand was old and unmarried. She wondered if in his youth he had ever loved a woman. She decided he had. His words about the sap were, she was sure, in some way connected with the idea of love. How strong his hands were. They were gnarled and rough, but there was something beautifully powerful about them. She half wished the old man had been her father. In his youth, in the darkness at night, and when he was alone with a girl, perhaps in a quiet wood in the late afternoon when the sun was going down, he had put his hands on her shoulders. He had drawn the girl to him. He had kissed her. Clara jumped quickly out of the hammock and walked about under the trees in the orchard. Her thoughts of Jim Priest's youth startled her. It was as though she had walked suddenly into a room where a man and woman were making love. Her cheeks burned, and her hands trembled. As she walked slowly through the clumps of grass and weeds that grew between the trees, where the sunlight struggled through, bees coming home to the hives, heavily laden with honey, flew in droves about her head. There was something heady and purposeful about the song of labor that arose out of the beehives. It got into her blood, and her step quickened. The words of Jim Priest that kept running through her mind seemed a part of the same song the bees were singing. "The sap has begun to run up the tree," she repeated aloud. How significant and strange the words seemed. They were the kind of words a lover might use in speaking to his beloved. She had read many novels, but they contained no such words. It was better so. It was better to hear them from human lips. Again she thought of Jim Priest's youth and boldly wished he were still young. She told herself that she would like to see him young and married to a beautiful young woman. She stopped by a fence that looked out upon a hillside meadow. The sun seemed extraordinarily bright, the grass in the meadow greener than she had ever seen it before. 2 birds in a tree nearby made love to each other. The female flew madly about and was pursued by the male bird. In his eagerness, he was so intent that he flew directly before the girl's face, his wing nearly touching her cheek. She went back through the orchard to the barns, and through one of them to the open door of a long shed that was used for housing wagons and buggies, her mind occupied with the idea of finding Jim Priest, of standing perhaps near him. He was not about, but in the open space before the shed, John May, a young man of 22 who had just come to work on the farm, was oiling the wheels of a wagon. His back was turned, and as he handled the heavy wagon wheels, the muscles could be seen playing beneath his thin cotton shirt. It is so Jim Priest must have looked in his youth, the girl thought. The farm girl wanted to approach the young man, to speak to him, to ask him questions concerning many strange things in life she did not understand. She knew that under no circumstances would she be able to do such a thing, that it was but a meaningless dream that had come into her head, but the dream was sweet. She did not, however, want to talk to John May. At the moment she was in a girlish period of being disgusted at what she thought of as the vulgarity of the men who worked on the place. At the table they ate noisily and greedily like hungry animals. She wanted youth that was like her own youth, crude and uncertain perhaps, but reaching eagerly out into the unknown. She wanted to draw very near to something young, strong, gentle, insistent, beautiful. When the farmhand looked up and saw her standing and looking intently at him, she was embarrassed. For a moment the two young animals, so unlike each other, stood staring at each other, and then, to relieve her embarrassment, Clara began to play a game. Among the men employed on the farm she had always passed for something of a tomboy. In the hayfields and in the barns she had wrestled and fought playfully with both the old and the young men. To them she had always been a privileged person. They liked her, and she was the boss's daughter. One did not get rough with her or say or do rough things. A basket of corn stood just within the door of the shed, and running to it, Clara took an ear of the yellow corn and threw it at the farmhand. It struck a post of the barn just above his head. Laughing shrilly, Clara ran into the shed among the wagons, and the farmhand pursued her. John May was a very determined man. He was the son of a laborer in Bidwell, and for 2 or 3 years had been employed about the stable of a doctor. Something had happened between him and the doctor's wife, and he had left the place because he had a notion that the doctor was becoming suspicious. The experience had taught him the value of boldness in dealing with women. Ever since he had come to work on the Butterworth farm, he had been having thoughts regarding the girl who had now, he imagined, giving him a direct challenge. He was a little amazed by her boldness, but did not stop to ask himself questions. She had openly invited him to pursue her. That was enough. His accustomed awkwardness and clumsiness went away, and he leaped lightly over the extended tongues of wagons and buggies. He caught Clara in a dark corner of the shed. Without a word he took her tightly into his arms and kissed her, first upon the neck and then upon the mouth. She lay trembling and weak in his arms, and he took hold of the collar of her dress and tore it open. Her brown neck and one of her hard, round breasts were exposed. Clara's eyes grew big with fright. Strength came back into her body. With her sharp, hard little fist she struck John May in the face, and when he stepped back she ran quickly out of the shed. John May did not understand. He thought she had sought him out once and would return. "She's a little green. I was too fast. I scared her. Next time I'll go a little easy," he thought. Clara ran through the barn and then walked slowly to the house and went upstairs to her own room. A farm dog followed her up the stairs and stood at her door, wagging its tail. She shut the door in his face. For the moment everything that lived and breathed seemed to her gross and ugly. Her cheeks were pale, and she pulled shut the blinds to the window and sat down on the bed, overcome with the strange new fear of life. She did not want even the sunlight to come into her presence. John May had followed her through the barn and now stood in the barnyard staring at the house. She could see him through the cracks of the blinds and wished it were possible to kill him with a gesture of her hand. The farmhand, full of male confidence, waited for her to come to the window and look down at him. He wondered if there were anyone else in the house. Perhaps she would beckon to him. Something of the kind had happened between him and the doctor's wife, and it had turned out that way. When after 5 or 10 minutes he did not see her, he went back to the work of oiling the wagon wheels. "It's going to be a slower thing. She's shy, a green girl," he told himself. One evening a week later, Clara sat at the side porch of the house with her father when John May came into the barnyard. It was a Wednesday evening, and the farm hands were not in the habit of going into town until Saturday, but he was dressed in his Sunday clothes and had shaved and oiled his hair. On the occasion of a wedding or a funeral, the laborers put oil in their hair. It was indicative of something very important about to happen. Clara looked at him, and in spite of the feeling of repugnance that swept over her, her eyes glistened. Ever since the affair in the barn, she had managed to avoid meeting him, but she was not afraid. He had, in fact, taught her something. There was a power within her with which she could conquer men. The touch of her father's shrewdness that was a part of her nature had come to her rescue. She wanted to laugh at the silly pretensions of the man, to make a fool of him. Her cheeks flushed with pride in her mastery of the situation. John May walked almost to the house and then turned along the path that led to the road. He made a gesture with his hand, and by chance Tom Butterworth, who had been looking off across the open country toward Bidwell, turned and saw both the movement and the leering, confident smile on the farmhand's face. He arose and followed John May into the road, astonishment and anger fighting for possession of him. The two men stood talking for 3 minutes in the road before the house, and then returned. The farmhand went to the barn and then back along the path to the road, carrying under his arm a grain bag containing his work clothes. He did not look up as he went past. The farmer returned to the porch. The misunderstanding that was to wreck the tender relationship that had begun to grow up between father and daughter began on that evening. Tom Butterworth was furious. He muttered and clenched his fists. Clara's heart beat heavily. For some reason she felt guilty, as though she had been caught in an intrigue with the man. For a long time her father remained silent, and then he, like the farmhand, made a furious and brutal attack on her. "Where have you been with that fellow? What have you been up to?" he asked harshly. For a time Clara did not answer her father's question. She wanted to scream, to strike him in the face with her fist as she had struck the man in the shed. Then her mind struggled to take hold of the new situation. The fact that her father had accused her of seeking the thing that had happened made her hate John May less heartily. She had someone else to hate. Clara did not think the matter out clearly on that first evening, but after denying that she had ever been anywhere with John May, burst into tears and ran into the house. In the darkness of her own room she began to think of her father's words. For some reason she could not understand, the attack made on her spirit seemed more terrible and unforgivable than the attack upon her body made by the farmhand in the shed. She began to understand vaguely that the young man had been confused by her presence on that warm, sunshiny afternoon, as she had been confused by the words uttered by Jim Priest, by the song of the bees in the orchard, by the love-making of the birds, and by her own uncertain thoughts. He had been confused, and he was stupid and young. There had been an excuse for his confusion. It was understandable and could be dealt with. She had now no doubt of her own ability to deal with John May. As for her father, it was all right for him to be suspicious regarding the farmhand, but why had he been suspicious of her? The perplexed girl sat down in the darkness on the edge of the bed, and a hard look came into her eyes. After a time her father came up the stairs and knocked at her door. He did not come in, but stood in the hallway outside and talked. She remained calm while the conversation lasted, and that confused the man who had expected to find her in tears. That she was not seemed to him an evidence of guilt. Tom Butterworth, in many ways a shrewd, observant man, never understood the quality of his own daughter. He was an intensely possessive man, and once, when he was newly married, there had been a suspicion in his mind that there was something between his wife and a young man who had worked on the farm where he then lived. The suspicion was unfounded, but he discharged the man, and one evening, when his wife had gone into town to do some shopping and did not return at the accustomed time, he followed, and when he saw her on the street, stepped into a store to avoid a meeting. She was in trouble. Her horse had become suddenly lame, and she had to walk home. Without letting her see him, the husband followed along the road. It was dark, and she heard the footsteps in the road behind her, and becoming frightened, ran the last half-mile to her own house. He waited until she had entered, and then followed her in, pretending he had just come from the barns. When he heard her story of the accident to the horse and of her fright in the road, he was ashamed. But as the horse that had been left in a livery stable seemed all right when he went for it the next day, he became suspicious again. As he stood outside the door of his daughter's room, the farmer felt as he had felt that evening long before, when he followed his wife along the road. When on the porch downstairs he had looked up suddenly and had seen the gesture made by the farm hand, he had also looked quickly at his daughter. She looked confused, and he thought guilty. Well, it is the same thing over again, he thought bitterly. Like mother, like daughter, they are both of the same stripe. Getting quickly out of his chair, he had followed the young man into the road and had discharged him. "Go tonight. I don't want to see you on the place again," he said. In the darkness before the girl's room, he thought of many bitter things he wanted to say. He forgot she was a girl and talked to her as he might have talked to a mature, sophisticated, and guilty woman. "Come," he said, "I want to know the truth. If you've been with that farm hand, you're starting young. Has anything happened between you?" Clara walked to the door and confronted her father. The hatred of him, born in that hour and that never left her, gave her strength. She did not know what he was talking about, but had a keen sense of the fact that he, like the stupid young man in the shed, was trying to violate something very precious in her nature. "I don't know what you're talking about," she said calmly, "but I know this. I'm no longer a child. Within the last week, I've become a woman. If you don't want me in your house, if you don't like me any more, say so, and I'll go away." The two people stood in the darkness and tried to look at each other. Clara was amazed by her own strength and by the words that had come to her. The words had clarified something. She felt that if her father would but take her into his arms or say some kindly, understanding word, all could be forgotten. Life could be started over again. In the future, she would understand much of what she had not understood. She and her father could draw close to each other. Tears came into her eyes, and a sob trembled in her throat. As her father, however, did not answer her words, and turned to go silently away, she shut the door with a loud bang, and afterward lay awake all night, white and furious with anger and disappointment. Clara left home to become a college student that fall, but before she left had another passage at arms with her father. In August, a young man who was to teach in the town schools came to Bidwell, and she met him at a supper given in the basement of the church. He walked home with her and came on the following Sunday afternoon to call. She introduced the young man, a slender fellow with black hair, brown eyes, and a serious face, to her father, who answered by nodding his head and walking away. She and the young man walked along a country road and went into the woods. He was 5 years older than herself and had been to college, but she felt much older and wiser. The thing that happens to so many women had happened to her. She felt older and wiser than all the men she had ever seen. She had decided, as most women finally decide, that there are two kinds of men in the world, those who are kindly, gentle, well-intentioned children, and those who, while they remain children, are obsessed with stupid male vanity and imagine themselves born to be masters of life. Clara's thoughts on the matter were not very clear. She was young, and her thoughts were indefinite. She had, however, been shocked into an acceptance of life, and she was made of the kind of stuff that survives the blows life gives. In the wood, with the young schoolteacher, Clara began an experiment. Evening came on, and it grew dark. She knew her father would be furious that she did not come home, but she did not care. She led the schoolteacher to talk of love and the relationships of men and women. She pretended an innocence that was not hers. Schoolgirls know many things that they do not apply to themselves until something happens to them, such as had happened to Clara. The farmer's daughter became conscious. She knew 1,000 things she had not known a month before, and began to take her revenge upon men for their betrayal of her. In the darkness, as they walked home together, she tempted the young man into kissing her, and later lay in his arms for 2 hours, entirely sure of herself, striving to find out, without risk to herself, the things she wanted to know about life. That night she again quarreled with her father. He tried to scold her for remaining out late with a man, and she shut the door in his face. On another evening she walked boldly out of the house with the schoolteacher. The two walked along a road to where a bridge went over a small stream. John May, who was still determined that the farmer's daughter was in love with him, had on that evening followed the schoolteacher to the Butterworth house and had been waiting outside, intending to frighten his rival with his fists. On the bridge something happened that drove the schoolteacher away. John May came up to the two people and began to make threats. The bridge had just been repaired, and a pile of small, sharp-edged stones lay close at hand. Clara picked one of them up and handed it to the schoolteacher. "Hit him," she said. "Don't be afraid. He's only a coward. Hit him on the head with the stone." The three people stood in silence, waiting for something to happen. John May was disconcerted by Clara's words. He had thought she wanted him to pursue her. He stepped toward the schoolteacher, who dropped the stone that had been put into his hand and ran away. Clara went back along the road toward her own house, followed by the muttering farmhand who, after her speech at the bridge, did not dare approach. Maybe she was making a bluff. Maybe she didn't want that young fellow to get on to what is between us, he muttered as he stumbled along in the darkness. In the house, Clara sat for a half-hour at a table in the lighted living room beside her father, pretending to read a book. She half hoped that he would say something that would permit her to attack him. When nothing happened, she went upstairs and went to bed, only again to spend the night awake and white with anger at the thought of the cruel and unexplainable things life seemed trying to do to her. In September, Clara left the farm to attend the State University at Columbus. She was sent there because Tom Butterworth had a sister who was married to a manufacturer of plows and lived at the state capitol. After the incident with the farmhand,
and the misunderstanding that had sprung up between himself and his daughter, he was uncomfortable with her in the house and was glad to have her away. He did not want to frighten his sister by telling of what had happened, and when he wrote, tried to be diplomatic. Clara has been too much among the rough men who work on my farms, and had become a little rough, he wrote. Take her in hand. I want her to become more of a lady. Get her acquainted with the right kind of people. In secret, he hoped she would meet and marry some young man while she was away. 2 of his sisters had gone away to school, and it had turned out that way. During the month before his daughter left home, the farmer tried to be somewhat more human and gentle in his attitude toward her, but he did not succeed in dispelling the dislike of himself that had taken deep root in her nature. At table he made jokes at which the farm hands laughed boisterously. Then he looked at his daughter, who did not appear to have been listening. Clara ate quickly and hurried out of the room. She did not go to visit her girlfriends in town, and the young schoolteacher came no more to see her. During the long summer afternoons, she walked in the orchard among the beehives, or climbed over fences and went into the wood, where she sat for hours on a fallen log, staring at the trees and the sky. Tom Butterworth also hurried out of his house. He pretended to be busy, and every day drove far and wide over the country. Sometimes he thought he had been brutal and crude in his treatment of his daughter, and decided he would speak to her regarding the matter and ask her to forgive him. Then his suspicion returned. He struck the horse with the whip and drove furiously along the lonely roads. "Well, there's something wrong," he muttered aloud. "Men don't just look at women and approach them boldly, as that young fellow did with Clara. He did it before my very eyes. He's been given some encouragement." And old suspicion awoke in him. There was something wrong with her mother, and there's something wrong with her. I'll be glad when the time comes for her to marry and settle down, so I can get her off my hands, he thought bitterly. On the evening when Clara left the farm to go to the train that was to take her away, her father said he had a headache, a thing he had never been known to complain of before, and told Jim Priest to drive her to the station. Jim took the girl to the station, saw to the checking of her baggage, and waited about until her train came in. Then he boldly kissed her on the cheek. "Goodbye, little girl," he said gruffly. Clara was so grateful she could not reply. On the train she spent an hour weeping softly. The rough gentleness of the old farm hand had done much to take the growing bitterness out of her heart. She felt that she was ready to begin life anew, and wished she had not left the farm without coming to a better understanding with her father. End of chapter 8. Chapter 9 of Poor White, a novel by Sherwood Anderson. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. Chapter 9. The Woodburns of Columbus were wealthy by the standards of their day. They lived in a large house and kept 2 carriages and 4 servants, but had no children. Henderson Woodburn was small of stature, wore a gray beard, and was neat and precise about his person. He was treasurer of the Plow Manufacturing Company, and was also treasurer of the church he and his wife attended. In his youth he had been called Hen Woodburn, and had been bullied by larger boys, and when he grew to be a man, and after his persistent shrewdness and patience had carried him into a position of some power in the business life of his native city, he in turn became something of a bully to the men beneath him. He thought his wife Priscilla had come from a better family than his own, and was a little afraid of her. When they did not agree on any subject, she expressed her opinion gently but firmly, while he blustered for a time and then gave in. After a misunderstanding, his wife put her arms about his neck and kissed the bald spot on the top of his head. Then the subject was forgotten. Life in the Woodburn house was lived without words. After the stir and bustle of the farm, the silence of the house for a long time frightened Clara. Even when she was alone in her own room, she walked about on tiptoe. Henderson Woodburn was absorbed in his work, and when he came home in the evening, ate his dinner in silence and then worked again. He brought home account books and papers from the office and spread them out on a table in the living room. His wife Priscilla sat in a large chair under a lamp and knitted children's stockings. They were, she told Clara, for the children of the poor. As a matter of fact, the stockings never left her house. In a large trunk in her room upstairs lay hundreds of pairs, knitted during the 25 years of her family life. Clara was not very happy in the Woodburn household, but on the other hand was not very unhappy. She attended to her studies at the university passably well, and in the late afternoons took a walk with a girl classmate, attended a matinee at the theater, or read a book. In the evening she sat with her aunt and uncle until she could no longer bear the silence, and then went up to her own room, where she studied until it was time to go to bed. Now and then she went with the two older people to a social affair at the church, of which Henderson Woodburn was treasurer, or accompanied them to dinners at the homes of other well-to-do and respectable businessmen. On several occasions, young men, sons of the people with whom the Woodburns dined, or students at the university, came in the evening to call. On such an occasion, Clara and the young man sat in the parlor of the house and talked. After a time, they grew silent and embarrassed in each other's presence. From the next room, Clara could hear the rustling of the papers containing the columns of figures over which her uncle was at work. Her aunt's knitting needles clicked loudly. The young man told a tale of some football game, or if he had already gone out into the world, talked of his experiences as a traveler, selling the wares manufactured or merchandised by his father. Such visits all began at the same hour, 8 o'clock, and the young man left the house promptly at 10. Clara grew to feel that she was being merchandised, and that they had come to look at the goods. One evening, one of the men, a fellow with laughing blue eyes and kinky yellow hair, unconsciously disturbed her profoundly. All the evening he talked just as the others had talked, and got out of his chair to go away at the prescribed hour. Clara walked with him to the door. She put out her hand, which he shook cordially. Then he looked at her, and his eyes twinkled. "I've had a good time," he said. Clara had a sudden and almost overpowering desire to embrace him. She wanted to disturb his assurance, to startle him by kissing him on the lips or holding him tightly in her arms. Shutting the door quickly, she stood with her hand on the doorknob, her whole body trembling. The trivial byproducts of her age's industrial madness went on in the next room. The sheets of paper rustled and the knitting needles clicked. Clara thought she would like to call the young man back into the house, lead him to the room where the meaningless industry went endlessly on, and there do something that would shock them and him as they had never been shocked before. She ran quickly upstairs. "What is getting to be the matter with me?" she asked herself anxiously. One evening in the month of May, during her third year at the university, Clara sat on the bank of a tiny stream by a grove of trees far out on the edge of a suburban village north of Columbus. Beside her sat a young man named Frank Metcalf, whom she had known for a year and who had once been a student in the same classes with herself. He was the son of the president of the plow manufacturing company of which her uncle was treasurer. As they sat together by the stream, the afternoon light began to fade, and darkness came on. Before them, across an open field, stood a factory, and Clara remembered that the whistle had long since blown, and the men from the factory had gone home. She grew restless and sprang to her feet. Young Metcalf, who had been talking very earnestly, arose and stood beside her. "I can't marry for 2 years, but we can be engaged, and that would be all the same thing as far as the right and wrong of what I want and need is concerned. It isn't my fault I can't ask you to marry me now," he declared. "In 2 years now I'll inherit $11,000. My aunt left it to me, and the old fool went and fixed it so I don't get it if I marry before I'm 24. I want that money. I've got to have it. But I got to have you, too." Clara looked away into the evening darkness and waited for him to finish his speech. All afternoon he had been making practically the same speech over and over. "Well, I can't help it. I'm a man," he said doggedly. "I can't help it. I want you. I can't help it. My aunt was an old fool." He began to explain the necessity of remaining unmarried in order that he could receive the $11,000. "If I don't get that money, I'll be just the same as I am now," he declared. "I won't be any good." He grew angry and, thrusting his hands into his pockets, stared also across the field into the darkness. "Nothing keeps me satisfied," he said. "I hate being in my father's business, and I hate going to school. In only 2 years I'll get the money. Father can't keep it from me. I'll take it and light out. I don't know just what I'll do. I'm going maybe to Europe. That's what I'm going to do. Father wants me to stay here and work in his office. To hell with that. I want to travel. I'll be a soldier or something. Anyway, I'll get out of here and go somewhere and do something exciting, something alive. You can go with me. We'll cut out together. Haven't you got the nerve? Why don't you be my woman?" Young Metcalf took hold of Clara's shoulder and tried to take her into his arms. For a moment they struggled, and then, in disgust, he stepped away from her and again began to scold. Clara walked away across 2 or 3 vacant lots and got into a street of workingmen's houses, the man following at her heels. Night had come, and the people in the street facing the factory had already disposed of the evening meal. Children and dogs played in the road, and a strong smell of food hung in the air. To the west, across the fields, a passenger train ran past, going toward the city. Its light made wavering yellow patches against the bluish-black sky. Clara wondered why she had come to the out-of-way place with Frank Metcalf. She did not like him, but there was a restlessness in him that was like the restless thing in herself. He did not want stupidly to accept life, and that fact made him brother to herself. Although he was but 22 years old, he had already achieved an evil reputation. A servant in his father's house had given birth to a child by him, and it had cost a great deal of money to get her to take the child and go away without making an open scandal. During the year before, he had been expelled from the university for throwing another young man down a flight of stairs, and it was whispered about among the girl students that he often got violently drunk. For a year he had been trying to ingratiate himself with Clara, had written her letters, sent flowers to her house, and when he met her on the street had stopped to urge that she accept his friendship. On the day in May she had met him on the street, and he had begged that she give him one chance to talk things out with her. They had met at a street crossing where cars went past into the suburban villages that lay about the city. "Come on," he had urged. "Let's take a streetcar ride. Let's get out of the crowds. I want to talk to you." He had taken hold of her arm and fairly dragged her to the car. "Come and hear what I have to say," he had urged. "Then if you don't want to have anything to do with me,
All right. You can say so, and I'll let you alone. After she had accompanied him to the suburb of the workingmen's houses, in the vicinity of which they had spent the afternoon in the fields, Clara had found he had nothing to urge upon her except the needs of his body. Still, she felt there was something he wanted to say that had not been said. He was restless and dissatisfied with his life, and at bottom she felt that way about her own life. During the last 3 years she had often wondered why she had come to the school, and by what she was to gain by learning things out of books. The days and months went past, and she knew certain rather uninteresting facts she had not known before. How the facts were to help her to live she couldn't make out. They had nothing to do with such problems as her attitude toward men like John May, the farmhand, the school teacher who had taught her something by holding her in his arms and kissing her, and the dark, sullen young man who now walked beside her and talked of the needs of his body. It seemed to Clara that every additional year spent at the university but served to emphasize its inadequacy. It was so also with the books she read and the thoughts and actions of the older people about her. Her aunt and uncle did not talk much, but seemed to take it for granted she wanted to live such another life as they were living. She thought with horror of the probability of marrying a maker of plows or of some other dull necessity of life, and then spending her days in the making of stockings for babies that did not come, or in some other equally futile manifestation of her dissatisfaction. She realized with a shudder that men like her uncle, who spent their lives in adding up rows of figures or doing over and over some tremendously trivial thing, had no conception of any outlook for their women beyond living in a house, serving them physically, wearing perhaps good enough clothes to help them make a show of prosperity and success, and drifting finally into a stupid acceptance of dullness, an acceptance that both she and the passionate, twisted man beside her were fighting against. In a class in the university Clara had met during her 3rd year there, a woman named Kate Chancellor, who had come to Columbus with her brother from a town in Missouri, and it was this woman who had given her thoughts form, who had indeed started her thinking of the inadequacy of her life. The brother, a studious, quiet man, worked as a chemist in a manufacturing plant somewhere at the edge of town. He was a musician and wanted to become a composer. One evening during the winter, his sister Kate had brought Clara to the apartment where the two lived, and the three had become friends. Clara had learned something there that she did not yet understand, and never did get clearly into her consciousness. The truth was that the brother was like a woman, and Kate Chancellor, who wore skirts and had the body of a woman, was in her nature a man. Kate and Clara spent many evenings together later and talked of many things not usually touched on by girl students. Kate was a bold, vigorous thinker and was striving to grope her way through her own problem in life, and many times, as they walked along the street or sat together in the evening, she forgot her companion and talked of herself and the difficulties of her position in life. "It's absurd the way things are arranged," she said. "Because my body is made in a certain way, I'm supposed to accept certain rules for living. The rules were not made for me. Men manufactured them as they manufacture can openers, on the wholesale plan." She looked at Clara and laughed. "Try to imagine me in a little lace cap, such as your aunt wears about the house, and spending my days knitting baby stockings," she said. The two women had spent hours talking of their lives and in speculating on the differences in their natures. The experience had been tremendously educational for Clara. As Kate was a socialist, and Columbus was rapidly becoming an industrial city, she talked of the meaning of capital and labor,
and the effect of changing conditions on the lives of men and women. To Kate, Clara could talk as to a man, but the antagonism that so often exists between men and women did not come into and spoil their companionship. In the evening, when Clara went to Kate's house, her aunt sent a carriage to bring her home at 9. Kate rode home with her. They got to the Woodburn house and went in. Kate was bold and free with the Woodburns, as with her brother and Clara. "Come," she said, laughing, "put away your figures and your knitting. Let's talk." She sat in a large chair with her legs crossed and talked with Henderson Woodburn of the affairs of the plough company. The two got into a discussion of the relative merits of the free trade and protection ideas. Then the two older people went to bed, and Kate talked to Clara. "Your uncle is an old duffer," she said. "He knows nothing about the meaning of what he's doing in life." When she started home afoot across the city, Clara was alarmed for her safety. "You must get a cab, or let me wake up Uncle's man. Something may happen," she said. Kate laughed and went off, striding along the street like a man. Sometimes she thrust her hands into her skirt pockets that were like the trouser pockets of a man, and it was difficult for Clara to remember that she was a woman. In Kate's presence she became bolder than she had ever been with anyone. One evening she told the story of the thing that had happened to her that afternoon long before on the farm, the afternoon when, her mind having been inflamed by the words of Jim Priest regarding the sap that goes up the tree and by the warm, sensuous beauty of the day, she had wanted so keenly to draw close to someone. She explained to Kate how she had been so brutally jarred out of the feeling in herself that she felt was at bottom all right. It was like a blow in the face at the hand of God, she said. Kate Chancellor was excited as Clara told the tale and listened with a fiery light burning in her eyes. Something in her manner encouraged Clara to tell also of her experiences with the schoolteacher, and for the first time she got a sense of justice toward men by talking to the woman who was half a man. "I know that wasn't square," she said. "I know now when I talk to you, but I didn't know then. With the schoolteacher I was as unfair as John May and my father were with me. Why do men and women have to fight each other? Why does the battle between them have to go on?" Kate walked up and down before Clara and swore like a man. "Oh, hell!" she exclaimed. "Men are such fools, and I suppose women are as bad. They're both too much one thing. I fall in between. I've got my problem, too, but I'm not going to talk about it. I know what I'm going to do. I'm going to find some kind of work and do it." She began to talk of the stupidity of men in their approach to women. "Men hate such women as myself," she said. "They can't use us, they think. What fools! They should watch and study us. Many of us spend our lives loving other women, but we have skill. Being part woman, we know how to approach women. We are not blundering and crude. Men want a certain thing from you. It is delicate and easy to kill. Love is the most sensitive thing in the world. It's like an orchid. Men try to pluck orchids with ice tongues. The fools." Walking to where Clara stood by a table and taking her by the shoulder, the excited woman stood for a long time looking at her. Then she picked up her hat, put it on her head, and with a flourish of her hand started for the door. "You can depend on my friendship," she said. "I'll do nothing to confuse you. You'll be in luck if you can get that kind of love or friendship from a man." Clara kept thinking of the words of Kate Chancellor on the evening when she walked through the streets of the suburban village with Frank Metcalf, and later as the two sat on the car that took them back to the city. With the exception of another student named Philip Grimes, who had come to see her a dozen times during her second year in the university, young Metcalf was the only one of perhaps a dozen men she had met since leaving the farm who had been attracted to her. Philip Grimes was a slender young fellow with blue eyes, yellow hair, and a not very vigorous mustache. He was from a small town in the northern end of the state, where his father published a weekly newspaper. When he came to see Clara, he sat on the edge of his chair and talked rapidly. Some person he had seen in the street had interested him. "I saw an old woman on the car," he began. "She had a basket on her arm. It was filled with groceries. She sat beside me and talked aloud to herself." Clara's visitor repeated the words of the old woman on the car. He speculated about her, wondered what her life was like. When he had talked of the old woman for 10 or 15 minutes, he dropped the subject and began telling of another experience, this time with a man who sold fruit at a street crossing. It was impossible to be personal with Philip Grimes. Nothing but his eyes were personal. Sometimes he looked at Clara in a way that made her feel that her clothes were being stripped from her body and that she was being made to stand naked in the room before her visitor. The experience, when it came, was not entirely a physical one. It was only in part that. When the thing happened, Clara saw her whole life being stripped bare. "Don't look at me like that," she once said somewhat sharply, when his eyes had made her so uncomfortable she could no longer remain silent. Her remark had frightened Philip Grimes away. He got up at once, blushed, stammered something about having another engagement, and hurried away. In the streetcar, homeward bound beside Frank Metcalf, Clara thought of Philip Grimes and wondered whether or not he would have stood the test of Kate Chancellor's speech regarding love and friendship. He had confused her, but that was perhaps her own fault. He had not insisted on himself at all. Frank Metcalf had done nothing else. One should be able, she thought, to find somewhere a man who respects himself and his own desires, but can understand also the desires and fears of a woman. The streetcar went bouncing along over railroad crossings and along residence streets. Clara looked at her companion, who stared straight ahead, and then turned to look out of the car window. The window was open, and she could see the interiors of the laborers' houses along the streets. In the evening, with the lamps lighted, they seemed cozy and comfortable. Her mind ran back to the life in her father's house and its loneliness. For 2 summers she had escaped going home. At the end of her first year in school, she had made an illness of her uncle's an excuse for spending the summer in Columbus, and at the end of the second year she had found another excuse for not going. This year she felt she would have to go home. She would have to sit day after day at the farm table with the farm hands. Nothing would happen. Her father would remain silent in her presence. She would become bored and weary of the endless small talk of the town girls. If one of the town boys began to pay her special attention, her father would become suspicious, and that would lead to resentment in herself. She would do something she did not want to do. In the houses across the streets through which the car passed, she saw women moving about. Babies cried, and men came out of the doors and stood talking to one another on the sidewalks. She decided suddenly that she was taking the problem of her own life too seriously. "The thing to do is to get married and then work things out afterward," she told herself. She made up her mind that the puzzling, insistent antagonism that existed between men and women was altogether due to the fact that they were not married and had not the married people's way of solving such problems as Frank Metcalf had been talking about all afternoon. She wished she were with Kate Chancellor so that she could discuss with her this new viewpoint. When she and Frank Metcalf got off the car, she was no longer in a hurry to go home to her uncle's house. Knowing she did not want to marry him, she thought that in her turn she would talk, that she would try to make him see her point of view, as all the afternoon he had been trying to make her see his. For an hour the two people walked about, and Clara talked. She forgot about the passage of time and the fact that she had not dined. Not wishing to talk of marriage, she talked instead of the possibility of friendship between men and women. As she talked, her own mind seemed to her to have become clearer. "It's all foolishness your going on as you have," she declared. "I know how dissatisfied and unhappy you sometimes are. I often feel that way myself. Sometimes I think it's marriage I want. I really think I want to draw close to someone. I believe everyone is hungry for that experience. We all want something we're not willing to pay for. We want to steal it or have it given us. That's what's the matter with me, and that's what's the matter with you." They came to the Woodburn house, and turning in, stood on a porch in the darkness by the front door. At the back of the house, Clara could see a light burning. Her aunt and uncle were at the eternal figuring and knitting. They were finding a substitute for living. It was the thing Frank Metcalf was protesting against, and was the real reason for her own constant secret protest. She took hold of the lapel of his coat, intending to make a plea, to urge upon him the idea of a friendship that would mean something to them both. In the darkness she could not see his rather heavy, sullen face. The maternal instinct became strong in her, and she thought of him as a wayward, dissatisfied boy, wanting love and understanding as she had wanted to be loved and understood by her father, when life in the moment of her awakening of her womanhood seemed ugly and brutal. With her free hand she stroked the sleeve of his coat. Her gesture was misunderstood by the man who was not thinking of her words but of her body and of his hunger to possess it. He took her into his arms and held her tightly against his breast. She tried to struggle, to tear herself away, but although she was strong and muscular, she found herself unable to move. As he held her, her uncle, who had heard the two people come up the steps to the door, threw it open. Both he and his wife had on several occasions warned Clara to have nothing to do with young Metcalf. One day, when he had sent flowers to the house, her aunt had urged her to refuse to receive them. "He's a bad, dissipated, wicked man," she had said. "Have nothing to do with him." When he saw his niece in the arms of the man who had been the subject of so much discussion in his own house and in every respectable house in Columbus, Henderson Woodburn was furious. He forgot the fact that young Metcalf was the son of the president of the company of which he was treasurer. It seemed to him that some sort of a personal insult had been thrown at him by a common ruffian. "Get out of here!" he screamed. "What do you mean, you nasty villain? Get out of here!" Frank Metcalf went off along the street, laughing defiantly, and Clara went into the house. The sliding doors that led into the living room had been thrown open, and the light from a hanging lamp streamed in upon her. Her hair was disheveled and her hat twisted to one side. The man and the woman stared at her. The knitting needles and a sheet of paper held in their hands suggested what they had been doing while Clara was getting another lesson from life. Her aunt's hands trembled, and the knitting needles clicked together. Nothing was said, and the confused and angry girl ran up a stairway to her own room. She locked herself in and knelt on the floor by the bed. She did not pray. Her association with Kate Chancellor had given her another outlet for her feelings. Pounding with her fists on the bed coverings, she swore, "Fools! Damned fools! The world is filled with nothing but a lot of damned fools." End of chapter 9. Chapter 10 of Poor White, a novel by Sherwood Anderson. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. Chapter 10. Clara Butterworth left Bidwell, Ohio, in September of the year in which Steve Hunter's plant-setting machine company went into the hands of a receiver. And in January of the next year, that enterprising young man, together with Tom Butterworth, bought the plant. In March, a new company was organized and at once began making Hugh's corn-cutting machine, a success from the beginning. The failure of the first company and the sale of the plant had created a furor in the town. Both Steve and Tom Butterworth could, however, point to the fact that they had held on to their stock and lost their money in common with everyone else. Tom had indeed sold his stock because he needed ready money, as he explained, but had shown his good faith by buying again just before the failure. "Do you suppose I would have done that had I known what was up?" he asked the men assembled in the stores. "Go look at the books of the company. Let's have an investigation here. You will find that Steve and I stuck to the rest of the stockholders. We lost our money with the rest. If anyone was crooked, and when they saw a failure coming, went and got out from under the expense of someone else, it wasn't Steve and me. The books of the company will show we were game. It wasn't our fault the plant-setting machine wouldn't work." In the back room of the bank, John Clark and young Gordon Hart cursed Steve and Tom, who, they declared, had sold them out. They had lost no money by the failure, but on the other hand they had gained nothing. The four men had sent in a bid for the plant when it was put up for sale, but as they expected no competition, they had not bid very much. It had gone to a firm of Cleveland lawyers who bid a little more, and later had been resold at private sale to Steve and Tom. An investigation was started, and it was found that Steve and Tom held large blocks of stock in the defunct company, while the bankers held practically none. Steve openly said that he had known of the possibility of failure for some time and had warned the larger stockholders and asked them not to sell their stock. "While I was working my head off trying to save the company, what were they up to?" he asked sharply, and his question was repeated in the stores and in the homes of the people. The truth of the matter, and the thing the town never found out, was that from the beginning Steve had intended to get the plant for himself, but at the last had decided it would be better to take someone in with him. He was afraid of John Clark. For 2 or 3 days he thought about the matter and decided that the banker was not to be trusted. "He's too good a friend to Tom Butterworth," he told himself. "If I tell him my scheme, he'll tell Tom. I'll go to Tom myself. He's a money-maker and a man who knows the difference between a bicycle and a wheelbarrow when you put one of them into bed with him." Steve drove out to Tom's house late one evening in September. He hated to go, but was convinced it would be better to do so. "I don't want to burn all my bridges behind me," he told himself. "I've got to have at least one friend among the solid men here in town. I've got to do business with these rubes maybe all my life. I can't shut myself off too much, at least not yet a while." When Steve got to the farm, he asked Tom to get into his buggy, and the two men went for a long drive. The horse, a gray gelding with one blind eye, hired for the occasion from liveryman neighbors, went slowly along through the hill country south of Bidwell. He had hauled hundreds of young men with their sweethearts. Ambling slowly along, thinking perhaps of his own youth and of the tyranny of man that had made him a gelding, he knew that as long as the moon shone and the intense, voiceless quiet continued to reign over the two people in the buggy, the whip would not come out of its socket, and he would not be expected to hurry. On the September evening, however, the gray gelding had behind him such a load as he had never carried before. The two people in the buggy on that evening were not foolish, meandering sweethearts, thinking only of love, and allowing themselves to be influenced in their mood by the beauty of the night, the softness of the black shadows in the road, and the gentle night winds that crept down over the crests of hills. They were solid business men, mentors of the new age, the kind of men who, in the future of America, and perhaps of the whole world, were to be the makers of governments, the molders of public opinion, the owners of the press, the publishers of books, buyers of pictures, and in the goodness of their hearts, the feeders of an occasional starving and improvident poet, lost on other roads. In any event, the two men sat in the buggy, and the gray gelding meandered along through the hills. Great splashes of moonlight lay in the road. By chance, it was on the same evening that Clara Butterworth left home to become a student in the State University. Remembering the kindness and tenderness of the rough old farm hand, Jim Priest, who had brought her to the station, she lay in her berth in the sleeping car and looked out at the roads, washed with moonlight, that slid away into the distance like ghosts. She thought of her father on that night, and of the misunderstanding that had grown up between them. For the moment she was tender with regrets. After all, Jim Priest and my father must be a good deal alike, she thought. They have lived on the same farm, eaten the same food. They both love horses. There can't be any great difference between them. All night she thought of the matter. An obsession that the whole world was aboard the moving train and that, as it ran swiftly along, it was carrying the people of the world into some strange maze of misunderstanding, took possession of her. So strong was it that it affected her deeply buried, unconscious self and made her terribly afraid. It seemed to her that the walls of the sleeping car berth were like the walls of a prison that had shut her away from the beauty of life. The walls seemed to close in upon her. The walls, like life itself, were shutting in upon her youth and her youthful desire to reach a hand out of the beauty in herself to the very beauty in others. She sat up in the berth and forced down a desire in herself to break the car window and leap out of the swiftly moving train into the quiet night bathed with moonlight. With girlish generosity, she took upon her own shoulders the responsibility for the misunderstanding that had grown up between herself and her father. Later, she lost the impulse that led her to come to that decision, but during that night it persisted. It was, in spite of the terror caused by the hallucination regarding the moving walls of the berth that seemed about to crush her and that came back time after time, the most beautiful night she had ever lived through, and it remained in her memory throughout her life. She, in fact, came to think later of that night as the time when, most of all, it would have been beautiful and right for her to have been able to give herself to a lover. Although she did not know it, the kiss on the cheek from the bewhiskered lips of Jim Priest had no doubt something to do with that thought when it came. And while the girl fought her battle with the strangeness of life and tried to break through the imaginary walls that shut her off from the opportunity to live, her father also rode through the night. With a shrewd eye he watched the face of Steve Hunter. It had already begun to get a little fat, but Tom realized suddenly that it was the face of a man of ability.
There was something about the jowls that made Tom, who had dealt much in livestock, think of the face of a pig. That man goes after what he wants. He's greedy, the farmer thought. Now he's up to something. To get what he wants, he'll give me a chance to get something I want. He's going to make some kind of proposal to me in connection with the factory. He's hatched up a scheme to shut Gordon Hart and John Clark out because he doesn't want too many partners. All right, I'll go in with him. Either one of them would have done the same thing had they had the chance. Steve smoked a black cigar and talked. As he grew more sure of himself and the affairs that absorbed him, he also became more smooth and persuasive in the matter of words. He talked for a time of the necessity of certain men's surviving and growing constantly stronger and stronger in the industrial world. "It's necessary for the good of the community," he said. "A few fairly strong men are a good thing for a town. But if they are fewer and relatively stronger, it's better." He turned to look sharply at his companion. "Well," he exclaimed, "we talked there in the bank of what we would do when things went to pieces down at the factory, but there were too many men in the scheme. I didn't realize it at the time, but I do now." He knocked the ashes off his cigar and laughed. "You know what they did, don't you?" he asked. "I ask you all not to sell any of your stock." "I didn't want to get the whole town bitter. They wouldn't have lost anything. I promised to see them through, to get the plant for them at a low price, to put them in the way to make some real money. They played the game in a small town way. Some men can think of thousands of dollars, others have to think of hundreds. It's all their minds are big enough to comprehend. They snatch at a little measly advantage and miss the big one. That's what these men have done." For a long time the two rode in silence. Tom, who had also sold his stock, wondered if Steve knew. He decided he did. "However, he's decided to deal with me. He needs someone and has chosen me," he thought. He made up his mind to be bold. After all, Steve was young. Only a year or two before he was nothing but a young upstart, and the very boys in the street laughed at him. Tom grew a little indignant, but was careful to take thought before he spoke. "Perhaps, although he's young and don't look like much, he's a faster and shrewder thinker than any of us," he told himself. "You do talk like a fellow who has something up his sleeve," he said, laughing. "If you want to know, I sold my stock the same as the others. I wasn't going to take a chance at being a loser if I could help it. It may be the small town way, but you know things maybe I don't know. You can't blame me for living up to my lights. I always did believe in the survival of the fittest, and I got a daughter to support and put through college. I want to make a lady of her. You ain't got any kids yet, and you're younger. Maybe you want to take chances I don't want to take. How do I know what you're up to?" Again the two rode in silence. Steve had prepared himself for the talk. He knew there was a chance that, in its turn, the corn-cutting machine Hugh had invented might not prove practical, and that in the end he might be left with a factory on his hands and with nothing to manufacture in it. He did not, however, hesitate. Again, as on the day in the bank when he was confronted by the two older men, he made a bluff. "Well, you can come in or stay out just as you wish," he said a little sharply. "I'm going to get hold of that factory if I can, and I'm going to manufacture corn-cutting machines. Already I have promises of orders enough to keep running for a year. I can't take you in with me and have it said around town that you were one of the fellows who sold out the small investors. I've got $100,000 of stock in the company. You can have half of it. I'll take your note for the $50,000. You won't ever have to pay it. The earnings of the new factory will clean you up. You got to come clean, though. Of course, you can go get John Clark and come out and make an open fight to get the factory yourselves if you want to. I own the rights to the corn-cutting machine and will take it somewhere else and manufacture it. I don't mind telling you that if we split up, I will pretty well advertise what you three fellows did to the small investors after I ask you not to do it. You can all stay here and own your own empty factory and get what satisfaction you can out of the love and respect you'll get from the people. You can do what you please. I don't care. My hands are clean. I ain't done anything I'm ashamed of. And if you want to come in with me, you and I together will pull off something in this town we don't neither one of us have to be ashamed of. The two men drove back to the Butterworth farmhouse, and Tom got out of the buggy. He intended to tell Steve to go to the devil, but as they drove along the road he changed his mind. The young schoolteacher from Bidwell, who had come on several occasions to call on his daughter Clara, was on that night abroad with another young woman. He sat in a buggy with his arm around her waist and drove slowly through the hill country. Tom and Steve drove past them, and the farmer, seeing in the moonlight the woman in the arms of the man, imagined his daughter in her place. The thought made him furious. I am losing the chance to be a big man in the town here in order to play safe and to be sure of money to leave to Clara, and all she cares about is to gallivant around with some young squirt, he thought bitterly. He began to see himself as a wronged and unappreciated father. When he got out of the buggy, he stood for a moment by the wheel and looked hard at Steve. "I'm as good a sport as you are," he said finally. "Bring around your stock, and I'll give you the note. That's all it will be, you understand, just my note. I don't promise to back it up with any collateral, and I don't expect you to offer it for sale." Steve leaned out of the buggy and took him by the hand. "I won't sell your note, Tom," he said. "I'll put it away. I want a partner to help me. You and I are going to do things together." The young promoter drove off along the road, and Tom went into the house and to bed. Like his daughter, he did not sleep. For a time he thought of her, and in imagination saw her again in the buggy with the schoolteacher who had her in his arms. The thought made him stir restlessly about beneath the sheets. "Damn women, anyway," he muttered. To relieve his mind, he thought of other things. "I'll make out a deed and turn 3 of my farms over to Clara," he declared shrewdly. "If things go wrong, we won't be entirely broke. I know Charlie Jacobs in the courthouse over at the county seat. I ought to be able to get a deed recorded without anyone knowing it, if I oil Charlie's hand a little." Clara's last 2 weeks in the Woodburn household were spent in the midst of a struggle, no less intense because no words were said. Both Henderson Woodburn and his wife felt that Clara owed them an explanation of the scene at the front door with Frank Metcalf. When she did not offer it, they were offended. When he threw open the door and confronted the two people, the plow manufacturer had got an impression that Clara was trying to escape Frank Metcalf's embraces. He told his wife that he did not think she was to blame for the scene on the front porch. Not being the girl's father, he did not look at the matter coldly. "She's a good girl," he declared. "That beast of a Frank Metcalf is all to blame. I dare say he followed her home. She's upset now, but in the morning she'll tell us the story of what happened." The days went past, and Clara said nothing. During her last week in the house, she and the two older people scarcely spoke. The young woman was in an odd way relieved. Every evening she went to dine with Kate Chancellor, who, when she heard the story of the afternoon in the suburb and the incident on the porch, went off without Clara's knowing it,
and had a talk with Henderson Woodburn in his office. After the talk, the manufacturer was puzzled and just a little afraid of both Clara and her friend. He tried to tell his wife about it, but was not very clear. "I can't make it out," he said. "She's the kind of woman I can't understand, that Kate. She says Clara wasn't to blame for what happened between her and Frank Metcalf, but don't want to tell us the story because she thinks young Metcalf wasn't to blame either." Although he had been respectful and courteous as he listened to Kate's talk, he grew angry when he tried to tell his wife what she had said. "I'm afraid it was just a lot of mixed-up nonsense," he declared. "It makes me glad we haven't a daughter. If neither of them were to blame, what were they up to? What's getting the matter with the women of the new generation? When you come down to it, what's the matter with Kate Chancellor?" The plough manufacturer advised his wife to say nothing to Clara. "Let's wash our hands of it," he suggested. "She'll go home in a few days now, and we will say nothing about her coming back next year. Let's be polite, but act as though she didn't exist." Clara accepted the new attitude of her uncle and aunt without comment. In the afternoon she did not come home from the university, but went to Kate's apartment. The brother came home and after dinner played on the piano. At 10 o'clock Clara started home afoot, and Kate accompanied her. The two women went out of their way to sit on a bench in a park. They talked of 1,000 hidden phases of life Clara had hardly dared to think of before. During all the rest of her life she thought of those last weeks in Columbus as the most deeply satisfactory time she had ever lived through. In the Woodburn house she was uncomfortable because of the silence and the hurt, offended look on her aunt's face, but she did not spend much time there. In the morning Henderson Woodburn ate his breakfast alone at 7, and, clutching his ever-present portfolio of papers, was driven off to the plough factory. Clara and her aunt had a silent breakfast at 8, and then Clara also hurried away. "I'll be out for lunch and will go to Kate's for dinner," she said as she went out of her aunt's presence, and she said it not with the air of one asking permission, as had been her custom before the Frank Metcalf incident, but as one having the right to dispose of her own time. Only once did her aunt break the frigid air of offended dignity she had assumed. One morning she followed Clara to the front door, and as she watched her go down the steps from the front porch to the walk that led to the street, called to her. Some faint recollection of a time of revolt in her own youth perhaps came to her. Tears came into her eyes. To her the world was a place of terror, where wolf-like men prowled about seeking women to devour, and she was afraid something dreadful would happen to her niece. "If you don't want to tell me anything, it's all right," she said bravely. "But I wish you felt you could." When Clara turned to look at her, she hastened to explain. "Mr. Woodburn said I wasn't to bother you about it, and I won't," she added quickly. Nervously folding and unfolding her arms, she turned to stare up the street with the air of a frightened child that looks into a den of beasts. "Oh, Clara, be a good girl," she said. "I know you've grown up now, but, oh, Clara, do be careful. Don't get into trouble." The Woodburn house in Columbus, like the Butterworth home in the country south of Bidwell, sat on a hill. The street fell away rather sharply as one went toward the business portion of the city and the streetcar line, and on the morning when her aunt spoke to her and tried with her feeble hands to tear some stones out of the wall that was being built between them, Clara hurried along the street under the trees, feeling as though she would like also to weep. She saw no possibility of explaining to her aunt the new thoughts she was beginning to have about life and did not want to hurt her by trying. How can I explain my thoughts when they're not clear in my own mind, when I'm myself just groping blindly about? She asked herself. She wants me to be good, she thought. What would she think if I told her that I had come to the conclusion that, judging by her standards, I've been altogether too good? What's the use trying to talk to her when I would only hurt her and make things harder than ever? She got to a street crossing and looked back. Her aunt was still standing at the door of her house and looking at her. There was something soft, small, round, insistent, both terribly weak and terribly strong about the completely feminine thing she had made of herself, or that life had made of her. Clara shuddered. She did not make a symbol of the figure of her aunt, and her mind did not form a connection between her aunt's life and what she had become, as Kate Chancellor's mind would have done. She saw the little round weeping woman as a boy, walking in the tree-lined streets of a town, sees suddenly the pale face and staring eyes of a prisoner that looks out at him through the iron bars of a town jail. Clara was startled as the boy would be startled, and, like the boy, she wanted to run quickly away. I must think of something else, and of other kinds of women, or I'll get things terribly distorted, she told herself. If I think of her and women like her, I'll grow afraid of marriage, and I want to be married as soon as I can find the right man. It's the only thing I can do. What else is there a woman can do? As Clara and Kate walked about in the evening, they talked continually of the new position Kate believed women were on the point of achieving in the world. The woman who was so essentially a man wanted to talk of marriage and to condemn it, but continually fought the impulse in herself. She knew that were she to let herself go, she would say many things that, while they might be true enough as regards herself, would not necessarily be true to Clara. Because I do not want to live with a man or be his wife is not very good proof that the institution is wrong. It may be that I want to keep Clara for myself. I think more of her than of anyone else I've ever met. How can I think straight about her marrying some man and become dulled to the things that mean most to me? She asked herself. One evening, when the women were walking from Kate's apartment to the Woodburn house, they were accosted by two men who wanted to walk with them. There was a small park nearby, and Kate led the men to it. "Come," she said. "We won't walk with you, but you may sit with us here on a bench." The men sat down beside them, and the older one, a man with a small black mustache, made some remark about the fineness of the night. The younger man, who sat beside Clara, looked at her and laughed. Kate at once got down to business. "Well, you wanted to walk with us. What for?" she asked sharply. She explained what they had been doing. "We were walking and talking of women and what they were to do with their lives," she explained. "We were expressing opinions, you see. I don't say either of us had said anything that was very wise, but we were having a good time and trying to learn something from each other. Now what have you to say to us?" "You interrupted our talk and wanted to walk with us. What for?" "You wanted to be in our company. Now tell us what you've got to contribute. You can't just come and walk with us like dumb things. What have you got to offer that you think would make it worth while for us to break up our conversation with each other and spend the time talking with you?" The older man, he of the mustache, turned to look at Kate, then got up from the bench. He walked a little away and then turned and made a sign with his hand to his companion. "Come on," he said. "Let's get out of here. We're wasting our time. It's a cold trail. There are a couple of highbrows. Come on, let's be on our way." The two women again walked along the street. Kate could not help feeling somewhat proud of the way she had disposed of the men. She talked of it until they got to the door of the Woodburn house, and as she went away along the street, Clara thought she swaggered a little. She stood by the door and watched her friend until she had disappeared around a corner. A flash of doubt of the infallibility of Kate's method with men crossed her mind. She remembered suddenly the soft brown eyes of the younger of the two men in the park, and wondered what was back of the eyes. Perhaps, after all, had she been alone with him, the man might have had something to say quite as much to the point as the things she and Kate had been saying to each other. Kate made the men look like fools, but after all she wasn't very fair, she thought as she went into the house. Clara was in Bidwell for a month before she realized what a change had taken place in the life of her hometown. On the farm things went on very much as always, except that her father was very seldom there. He had gone deeply into the project of manufacturing and selling corn-cutting machines with Steve Hunter, and attended to much of the selling of the output of the factory. Almost every month he went on trips to cities of the West. Even when he was in Bidwell, he had got into the habit of staying at the town hotel for the night. "It's too much trouble to be always running back and forth," he explained to Jim Priest, whom he had put in charge of the farm work. He swaggered before the old man who for so many years had been almost like a partner in his smaller activities. "Well, I wouldn't like to have anything said, but I think it just as well to have an eye on what's going on," he declared. "Steve's all right, but business is business. We're dealing in big affairs, he and I. I don't say he would try to get the best of me. I'm just telling you that in the future I'll have to be in town most of the time and can't think of things out here. You look out for the farm. Don't bother me with details. You just tell me about it when there's any buying or selling to do." Clara arrived in Bidwell in the early afternoon of a warm day in June. The hill country through which her train came into town was in the full flush of its summer beauty. In the little patches of level land between the hills, grain was ripening in the fields. Along the streets of the tiny towns and on dusty country roads, farmers in overalls stood up in their wagons and scolded at the horses, rearing and prancing in half-pretended fright of the passing train. In the forests on the hillsides, the open places among the trees looked cool and enticing. Clara put her cheek against the car window and imagined herself wandering in cool forests with a lover. She forgot the words of Kate Chancellor in regard to the independent future of women. It was, she thought vaguely, a thing to be thought about only after some more immediate problem was solved. Just what the problem was she didn't definitely know, but she did know that it concerned some close, warm contact with life that she had as yet been unable to make. When she closed her eyes, strong, warm hands seemed to come out of nothingness and touch her flushed cheeks. The fingers of the hands were strong like the branches of trees. They touched with the firmness and gentleness of the branches of trees nodding in a summer breeze. Clara sat stiffly in her seat, and when the train stopped at Bidwell, got off and went to her waiting father with a firm, businesslike air. Coming out of the land of dreams, she took on something of the determined air of Kate Chancellor. She stared at her father, and an onlooker might have thought them two strangers, meeting for the purpose of discussing some business arrangement. A flavor of something like suspicion hung over them. They got into Tom's buggy, and as Main Street was torn up for the purpose of laying a brick pavement and digging a new sewer, they drove by a roundabout way through resident streets until they got into Medina Road. Clara looked at her father and felt suddenly very alert and on her guard.
It seemed to her that she was far removed from the green, unsophisticated girl who had so often walked in Bidwell's streets, that her mind and spirit had expanded tremendously in the 3 years she had been away, and she wondered if her father would realize the change in her. Either one of two reactions on his part might, she felt, make her happy. The man might turn suddenly and, taking her hand, receive her into fellowship, or he might receive her as a woman and his daughter by kissing her. He did neither. They drove in silence through the town and passed over a small bridge and into the road that led to the farm. Tom was curious about his daughter and a little uncomfortable. Ever since the evening on the porch of the farmhouse, when he had accused her of some unnamed relationship with John May, he had felt guilty in her presence, but had succeeded in transferring the notion of guilt to her. While she was away at school, he had been comfortable. Sometimes he did not think of her for a month at a time. Now she had written that she did not intend to go back. She had not asked for his advice, but had said positively that she was coming home to stay. He wondered what was up. Had she got into another affair with a man? He wanted to ask, had intended to ask, but in her presence found that the words he had intended to say would not come to his lips. After a long silence, Clara began to ask questions about the farm, the men who worked there, her aunt's health, the usual homecoming questions. Her father answered with generalities. "They're all right," he said. "Everyone and everything's all right." The road began to lift out of the valley in which the town lay, and Tom stopped the horse and, pointing with the whip, talked of the town. He was relieved to have the silence broken, and decided not to say anything about the letter announcing the end of her school life. "You see there," he said, pointing to where the wall of a new brick factory arose above the trees that grew beside the river. "That's a new factory we're building. We're going to make corn-cutting machines there. The old factory's already too small. We've sold it to a new company that's going to manufacture bicycles. Steve Hunter and I sold it. We got twice what we paid for it. When the bicycle factory started, he and I'll own the control of that, too. I tell you, the town's on the boom." Tom boasted of his new position in the town, and Clara turned and looked sharply at him, and then looked quickly away. He was annoyed by the action, and a flush of anger came to his cheeks. A side of his character his daughter had never seen before came to the surface. When he was a simple farmer, he had been too shrewd to attempt to play the aristocrat with his farm hands, but often as he went about the barns and as he drove along country roads and saw men at work in his fields, he had felt like a prince in the presence of his vassals. Now he talked like a prince. It was that had startled Clara. There was about him an indefinable air of princely prosperity. When she turned to look at him, she noticed for the first time how much his person had also changed. Like Steve Hunter, he was beginning to grow fat. The lean hardness of his cheeks had gone. His jaws seemed heavier. Even his hands had changed their color. He wore a diamond ring on the left hand, and it glistened in the sunlight. "Things have changed," he declared, still pointing at the town. "Do you want to know who changed it? Well, I had more to do with it than anyone else. Steve thinks he did it all, but he didn't. I'm the man who's done the most. He put through the plant-setting machine company, but that was a failure. When you come right down to it, things would have gone to pieces again if I hadn't gone to John Clark and talked and bluffed him into giving us money when we wanted it. I had most to do with finding the big market for our corn cutters, too. Steve lied to me and said he had 'em all sold for a year. He didn't have any sold at all." Tom struck the horse with the whip and drove rapidly along the road. Even when the climb became difficult, he would not let the horse walk, but kept cracking the whip over his back. "I'm a different man than I was when you went away," he declared. "You might as well know it. I'm the big man in this town. It comes pretty near being my town when you come right down to it. I'm going to take care of everyone in Bidwell and give everyone a chance to make money. But it's my town now, pretty near, and you might as well know it." Embarrassed by his own words, Tom talked to cover his embarrassment. Something he wanted very much to say got itself said. "I'm glad you went to school and fitted yourself to be a lady," he began. "I want you should marry pretty soon now. I don't know whether you met anyone at school there or not. If you did, and he's all right, it's all right with me. I don't want you should marry an ordinary man, but a smart one, an educated man, a gentleman. We Butterworths are going to be bigger and bigger people here. If you get married to a good man, a smart one, I'll build a house for you. Not just a little house, but a big place, the biggest place Bidwell ever seen." They came to the farm, and Tom stopped the buggy in the road. He shouted to a man in the barnyard who came running for her bags. When she had got out of the buggy, he immediately turned the horse about and drove rapidly away. Her aunt, a large, moist woman, met her on the steps leading to the front door and embraced her warmly. The words her father had just spoken ran a riotous course through Clara's brain. She realized that for a year she had been thinking of marriage, had been wanting some man to approach and talk of marriage, but she had not thought of the matter in the way her father had put it. The man had spoken of her as though she were a possession of his that must be disposed of. He had a personal interest in her marriage. It was in some way not a private matter, but a family affair. It was her father's idea, she gathered, that she was to go into marriage to strengthen what he called his position in the community, to help him be some vague thing he called a big man. She wondered if he had someone in mind, and could not avoid being a little curious as to who it could be. It had never occurred to her that her marriage could mean anything to her father beyond the natural desire of the parent that his child make a happy marriage. She began to grow angry at the thought of the way in which her father had approached the subject, but was still curious to know whether he had gone so far as to have someone in mind for the role of husband, and thought she would try to find out from her aunt. The strange farm hand came into the house with her bags, and she followed him upstairs to what had always been her own room. Her aunt came puffing at her heels. The farm hand went away, and she began to unpack, while the older woman, her face very red, sat on the edge of the bed. "You ain't been getting engaged to a man down there where you've been to school, have you, Clara?" she asked. Clara looked at her aunt and blushed, then became suddenly and furiously angry. Dropping the bag she had opened to the floor, she ran out of the room. At the door she stopped and turned on the surprised and startled woman. "No, I haven't," she declared furiously. "It's nobody's business whether I have or not. I went to school for an education. I didn't go to get me a man. If that's what you sent me for, why didn't you say so?" Clara hurried out of the house and into the barnyard. She went into all of the barns, but there were no men about. Even the strange farm hand who had carried her bags into the house had disappeared, and the stalls in the horse and cattle barns were empty. Then she went into the orchard, and climbing a fence, went through a meadow into the wood to which she had always fled when as a girl on the farm she was troubled or angry. For a long time she sat on a log beneath a tree and tried to think her way through the new idea of marriage she had got from her father's words. She was still angry, and told herself that she would leave home, would go to some city and get work.
She thought of Kate Chancellor, who intended to be a doctor, and tried to picture herself attempting something of the kind. It would take money for study. She tried to imagine herself talking to her father about the matter, and the thought made her smile. Again, she wondered if he had any definite person in mind as her husband, and who it could be. She tried to check off her father's acquaintances among the young men of Bidwell. It must be some new man who has come here, someone having something to do with one of the factories, she thought. After sitting on the log for a long time, Clara got up and walked under the trees. The imaginary man, suggested to her mind by her father's words, became every moment more and more a reality. Before her eyes danced the laughing eyes of the young man who for a moment had lingered beside her while Kate Chancellor talked to his companion that evening when they had been challenged on the streets of Columbus. She remembered the young schoolteacher who had held her in his arms through a long Sunday afternoon, and the day when, as an awakening maiden, she had heard Jim Priest talking to the laborers in the barn about the sap that ran up the tree. The afternoon slipped away, and the shadows of the trees lengthened. On such a day, and alone there in the quiet wood, it was impossible for her to remain in the angry mood in which she had left the house. Over her father's farm brooded the passionate fulfillment of summer. Before her, seen through the trees, lay yellow wheat fields, ripe for the cutting. Insects sang and danced in the air about her head. A soft wind blew and made a gentle singing noise in the tops of the trees. At her back, among the trees, a squirrel chattered, and two calves came along a woodland path and stood for a long time staring at her with their large, gentle eyes. She arose and went out of the wood, crossed a falling meadow, and came to a rail fence surrounding a cornfield. Jim Priest was cultivating corn, and when he saw her, left his horses and came to her. He took both her hands in his and pumped her arms up and down. "Well, Lord Almighty, I'm glad to see you," he said heartily. "Lord Almighty, I'm glad to see you." The old farm hand pulled a long blade of grass out of the ground beneath the fence, and leaning against the top rail, began to chew it. He asked Clara the same question her aunt had asked, but his asking did not annoy her. She laughed and shook her head. "No, Jim," she said. "I seem to have made a failure of going away to school. I didn't get me a man. No one asked me, you see." Both the woman and the old man became silent. Over the tops of the young corn they could see down the hillside into the distant town. Clara wondered if the man she was to marry was there. The idea of a marriage with her had perhaps been suggested to his mind also. Her father, she decided, was capable of that. He was evidently ready to go to any length to see her safely married. She wondered why. When Jim Priest began to talk, striving to explain his question, his words fitted oddly into the thoughts she was having in regard to herself. "Now about marriage," he began. "You see now, I never done it. I didn't get married at all. I don't know why. I wanted to, and I didn't. I was afraid to ask, maybe. I guess if you do it, you're sorry you did, and if you don't, you're sorry you didn't." Jim went back to his team, and Clara stood by the fence and watched him go down the long field and turn to come back along another of the paths between the corn rows. When the horses came to where she stood, he stopped again and looked at her. "I guess you'll get married pretty soon now," he said. The horses started on again, and he held the cultivating machine in one hand and looked back over his shoulder at her.
"You're one of the marrying kind," he called. "You ain't like me. You don't just think about things, you do 'em. You'll be getting yourself married before very long. You are one of the kind that does."
End of chapter 10. Chapter 11 of Poor White, a novel by Sherwood Anderson. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. Chapter 11. If many things had happened to Clara Butterworth in the 3 years since that day when John May so rudely tripped her first hesitating girlish attempt to run out to life, things had also happened to the people she had left behind in Bidwell. In so short a space of time, her father, his business associate Steve Hunter, Ben Peeler, the town carpenter, Joe Wainsworth, the harness maker, almost every man and woman in town had become something different in his nature from the man or woman bearing the same name she had known in her girlhood. Ben Peeler was 40 years old when Clara went to Columbus to school. He was a tall, slender, stoop-shouldered man who worked hard and was much respected by his fellow townsmen. Almost any afternoon he might have been seen going through Main Street, wearing his carpenter's apron and with a carpenter's pencil stuck under his cap and balanced on his ear. He went into Oliver Hall's hardware store and came out with a large package of nails under his arm. A farmer who was thinking of building a new barn stopped him in front of the post office, and for half an hour the two men talked of the project. Ben put on his glasses, took the pencil out of his cap, and made some notation on the back of the package of nails. "I'll do a little figuring, then I'll talk things over with you," he said. During the spring, summer, and fall, Ben had always employed another carpenter and an apprentice. But when Clara came back to town, he was employing 4 gangs of 6 men each, and had 2 foremen to watch the work and keep it moving, while his son, who in other times would also have been a carpenter, had become a salesman, wore fancy vests, and lived in Chicago. Ben was making money, and for 2 years had not driven a nail or held a saw in his hand. He had an office in a frame building beside the New York Central tracks, south of Main Street, and employed a bookkeeper and a stenographer. In addition to carpentry, he had embarked in another business. Backed by Gordon Hart, he had become a lumber dealer and bought and sold lumber under the firm name of Peeler and Hart. Almost every day cars of lumber were unloaded and stacked under sheds in the yard back of his office. He was no longer satisfied with his income as a workman, but under the influence of Gordon Hart, demanded also a swinging profit on the building materials. Ben now drove about town in a vehicle called a buckboard and spent the entire day hurrying from job to job. He had no time now to stop for a half-hour's gossip with the prospective builder of a barn, and did not come to loaf in Bertie Spinks's drugstore at the end of the day. In the evening he went to the lumber office, and Gordon Hart came over from the bank. The 2 men figured on jobs to be built, rows of working men's houses, sheds alongside one of the new factories, large frame houses for the superintendents and other substantial men of the town's new enterprises. In the old days, Ben had been glad to go occasionally into the country on a barn-building job. He had liked the country food, the gossip with the farmer and his men at the noon hour, and the drive back and forth to town, mornings and evenings. While he was in the country, he managed to make a deal for his winter potatoes, hay for his horse, and perhaps a barrel of cider to drink on winter evenings. Now he had no time to think of such things. When a farmer came to see him, he shook his head. "Get someone else to figure on your job," he advised. "You'll save money by getting a barn-building carpenter. I can't bother. I have too many houses to build." Ben and Gordon sometimes worked in the lumber office until midnight. On warm, still nights the sweet smell of new-cut boards filled the air of the yard and crept in through the open windows, but the two men, intent on their figures, did not notice. In the early evening, one or two teams came back to the yard to finish hauling lumber to a job where the men were to work on the next day. The voices of the men, talking and singing as they loaded their wagons, broke the silence. Later, the wagons loaded high with boards went creeping away. When the two men grew tired and sleepy, they locked the office and walked through the yard to the driveway that led to a residence street. Ben was nervous and irritable. One evening they found 3 men sleeping on a pile of boards in the yard and drove them out. It gave both men something to think about. Gordon Hart went home, and before he slept, made up his mind that he would not let another day go by without getting the lumber in the yard more heavily insured. Ben had not handled affairs long enough to come quickly to so sensible a decision. All night he rolled and tumbled about in his bed. "Some tramp with his pipe will set the place afire," he thought. "I'll lose all the money I've made." For a long time he did not think of the simple expedient of hiring a watchman to drive sleepy and penniless wanderers away, and charging enough more for his lumber to cover the additional expense. He got out of bed and dressed, thinking he would get his shotgun out of the barn and go back to the yard and spend the night. Then he undressed and got into bed again. "I can't work all day and spend my nights down there," he thought resentfully. When at last he slept, he dreamed of sitting in the lumber yard in the darkness with the gun in his hand. A man came toward him, and he discharged the gun and killed the man. With the inconsistency common to the physical aspect of dreams, the darkness passed away, and it was daylight. The man he had thought dead was not quite dead. Although the whole side of his head was torn away, he still breathed. His mouth opened and closed convulsively. A dreadful illness took possession of the carpenter. He had an elder brother who had died when he was a boy, but the face of the man on the ground was the face of his brother. Ben sat up in bed and shouted, "Help! For God's sakes, help! It's my own brother. Don't you see? It's Harry Peeler," he cried. His wife awoke and shook him. "What's the matter, Ben?" she asked anxiously. "What's the matter?" "It was a dream," he said, and let his head drop wearily on the pillow. His wife went to sleep again, but he stayed awake the rest of the night. When on the next morning Gordon Hart suggested the insurance idea, he was delighted. "That settles it, of course," he said to himself. "It's simple enough, you see. That settles everything." In his shop on Main Street, Joe Wainsworth had plenty to do after the boom came to Bidwell. Many teams were employed in the hauling of building materials. Loads of paving brick were being carted from cars to where they were to be laid on Main Street, and teams hauled earth from where the new Main Street sewer was being dug and from the freshly dug cellars of houses. Never had there been so many teams employed and so much repairing of harness to do. Joe's apprentice had left him, had been carried off by the rush of young men to the places where the boom had arrived earlier. For a year Joe had worked alone, and had then employed a journeyman harness maker who had drifted into town drunk and who got drunk every Saturday evening. The new man was an odd character. He had a faculty of making money, but seemed to care little about making it for himself. Within a week after he came to town, he knew everyone in Bidwell. His name was Jim Gibson, and he had no sooner come to work for Joe than a contest arose between them. The contest concerned the question of who was to run the shop. For a time Joe asserted himself. He growled at the men who brought harness in to be repaired, and refused to make promises as to when the work would be done. Several jobs were taken away and sent to nearby towns. Then Jim Gibson asserted himself. When one of the teamsters who had come to town with the boom came with a heavy work harness on his shoulder, he went to meet him. The harness was thrown with a rattling crash on the floor, and Jim examined it. "Oh, the devil, that's an easy job," he declared. "We'll fix that up in a jiffy. We can have it tomorrow afternoon if you want it." For a time Jim made it a practice to come to where Joe stood at work at his bench and consult with him regarding prices to be charged for work. Then he returned to the customer and charged more than Joe had suggested. After a few weeks he stopped consulting Joe at all. "You're no good," he exclaimed, laughing. "What you're doing in business I don't know." The old harness maker stared at him for a minute, and then went to his bench and went to work. "Business," he muttered. "What do I know about business? I'm a harness maker, I am." After Jim came to work for him, Joe made in 1 year almost twice the amount he had lost in the failure of the plant-setting machine factory. The money was not invested in stock in any factory, but lay in the bank. Still he was not happy. All day Jim Gibson, whom Joe had never dared tell the tales of his triumph as a workman, and to whom he did not brag as he had formerly done to his apprentices, talked of his ability to get the best of customers. He had, he declared, managed, in the last place he had worked before he came to Bidwell, to sell a good many sets of harness as handmade that were in reality made in a factory. "It isn't like the old times," he said. "Things are changing. We used to sell harness only to farmers and to teamsters right in our own towns who own their own horses. We always knew the men we did business with, and always would know them. Now it's different. The men now, you see, who are here in this town to work, well, next month or next year they'll be somewhere else. All they care about you and me is how much work they can get for $1. Of course, they talk big about honesty and all that stuff, but that's only their guff. They think maybe we'll fall for it and they'll get more for the money they pay out. That's what they're up to." Jim tried hard to make his version of how the shop should be run clear to his employer. Every day he talked for hours regarding the matter. He tried to get Joe to put in a stock of factory-made harness, and when he was unsuccessful, was angry. "Oh, the devil!" he cried. "Can't you understand what you're up against? The factories are bound to win. For why? Look here. There can't be anyone but some old mossback who has worked around horses all his life tell the difference between hand and machine-sewed harness. The machine-made can be sold cheaper. It looks all right, and the factories are able to put on a lot of doodads. That catches the young fellows. It's good business. Quick sales and profits, that's the story." Jim laughed and then said something that made the shivers run up and down Joe's back. "If I had the money and was steady, I'd start a shop in this town and show you up," he said. "I'd pretty near run you out. The trouble with me is I wouldn't stick to business if I had the money. I tried it once and made money. Then when I got a little ahead, I shut up the shop and went on a big drunk. I was no good for a month. When I work for someone else, I'm all right. I get drunk on Saturdays, and that satisfies me. I like to work and scheme for money, but it ain't any good to me when I get it, and never will be. What I want you to do here is to shut your eyes and give me a chance. That's all I ask. Just shut your eyes and give me a chance." All day, Joe sat astride his harness maker's horse, and when he was not at work, stared out through a dirty window into the alleyway, and tried to understand Jim's idea of what a harness maker's attitude should be toward his customers, now that new times had come. He felt very old. Although Jim was as old in years lived as himself, he seemed very young. He began to be a little afraid of the man. He could not understand why the money, nearly $2,500 he had put in the bank during the 2 years Jim had been with him, seemed so unimportant, and the $1,200 he had earned slowly after 20 years of work seemed so important. As there was much repair work always waiting to be done in the shop, he did not go home to lunch, but every day carried a few sandwiches to the shop in his pocket. At the noon hour, when Jim had gone to his boarding house, he was alone, and if no one came in, he was happy. It seemed to him the best time of the day. Every few minutes he went to the front door to look out. The quiet main street on which his shop had faced since he was a young man just come home from his trade adventures, and which had always been such a sleepy place at the noon hour in the summer, was now like a battlefield from which an army had retreated. A great gash had been cut in the street where the sewer was to be laid. Swarms of workmen, most of them strangers, had come into Main Street from the factories by the railroad tracks. They stood in groups in Lower Main Street by Wyman's tobacco store. Some of them had gone into Ben Head's saloon for a glass of beer and came out wiping their mustaches. The men who were digging the sewer, foreign men, Italians he had heard, sat on the banks of dry earth in the middle of the street. Their dinner pails were held between their legs, and as they ate they talked in a strange language. He remembered the day he had come to Bidwell with his bride, the girl who had met him on his trade journey, and who had waited for him until he had mastered his trade and had a shop of his own. He had gone to New York State to get her, and had arrived back in Bidwell at noon on just such another summer day. There had been many people about, but everyone had known him. On that day everyone had been his friend. Bertie Spinks rushed out of his drugstore and had insisted that he and his bride go home to dinner with him. Everyone had wanted them to come to his house for dinner. It had been a happy, joyous time. The harness maker had always been sorry his wife had borne him no children. He had said nothing and had always pretended he did not want them, and now at last he was glad they had not come. He went back to his bench and to work, hoping Jim would be late in getting back from lunch. The shop was very quiet after the activity of the street that had so bewildered him. It was, he thought, like a retreat, almost like a church when you went to the door and looked in on a weekday. He had done that once and had liked the empty, silent church better than he did a church with a preacher and a lot of people in it. He had told his wife about the matter. "It was like the shop in the evening when I've got a lot of work done and the boy has gone home," he had said. The harness maker looked out through the open door of his shop and saw Tom Butterworth and Steve Hunter going along Main Street, engaged in earnest conversation. Steve had a cigar stuck in the corner of his mouth, and Tom had on a fancy vest. He thought again of the money he had lost in the plant-setting machine venture, and was furious. The noon hour was spoiled, and he was almost glad when Jim came back from his midday meal. The position in which he found himself in the shop amused Jim Gibson. He chuckled to himself as he waited on the customers who came in and as he worked at the bench. One day, when he came back along Main Street from the noon meal, he decided to try an experiment. "If I lose my job, what difference does it make?" he asked himself. He stopped at a saloon and had a drink of whiskey. When he got to the shop, he began to scold his employer, to threaten him as though he were his apprentice. Swaggering suddenly in, he walked to where Joe was at work and slapped him roughly on the back. "Come, cheer up, old daddy," he said. "Get the gloom out of you. I'm tired of your muttering and growling at things." The employee stepped back and watched his employer. Had Joe ordered him out of the shop, he would not have been surprised. And as he said later, when he told Ben Head's bartender of the incident, would not have cared very much. The fact that he did not care no doubt saved him. Joe was frightened. For just a moment he was so angry he could not speak, and then he remembered that if Jim left him, he would have to wait on trade, and would have to dicker with the strange teamsters regarding the repairing of the work harness. Bending over the bench, he worked for an hour in silence. Then, instead of demanding an explanation of the rude familiarity with which Jim had treated him, he began to explain. "Now look here, Jim," he pleaded. "Don't you pay any attention to me. You do as you please here. Don't you pay any attention to me." Jim said nothing, but a smile of triumph lit up his face. Late in the afternoon he left the shop. "If anyone comes in, tell them to wait. I won't be gone very long," he said insolently. Jim went into Ben Head's saloon and told the bartender how his experiment had worked out. The story was later told from store to store up and down the main street of Bidwell. "He was like a boy who had been caught with his hand in the jam pot," Jim explained. "I can't think what's the matter with him. Had I been in his shoes, I would have kicked Jim Gibson out of the shop. He told me not to pay any attention to him and to run the shop as I pleased. Now, what do you think of that? Now, what do you think of that for a man who owns his own shop and has money in the bank? I tell you, I don't know how it is, but I don't work for Joe any more. He works for me. Some day you come in the shop casual like, and I'll boss him around for you. I'm telling you, I don't know how it is that it come about, but I'm the boss of the shop as sure as the devil." All of Bidwell was looking at itself and asking itself questions. Ed Hall, who had been a carpenter's apprentice, earning but a few dollars a week with his master, Ben Peeler, was now foreman in the corn cutter factory and received a salary of $25 every Saturday night. It was more money than he had ever dreamed of earning in a week. On pay nights he dressed himself in his Sunday clothes and had himself shaved at Joe Trotter's barber shop. Then he went along Main Street, fingering the money in his pocket and half fearing he would suddenly awaken and find it all a dream. He went into Weimer's tobacco store to get a cigar, and old Claude Weimer came to wait on him. On the second Saturday evening after he got his new position, the tobacconist, a rather obsequious man, called him Mr. Hall. It was the first time such a thing had happened, and it upset him a little. He laughed and made a joke of it. "Don't get high and mighty," he said, and turned to wink at the men loafing in the shop. Later he thought about the matter and was sorry he had not accepted the new title without protest. "Well, I'm foreman, and a lot of the young fellows I've always known and fooled around with will be working under me," he told himself. "I can't be getting thick with them." Ed walked along the street feeling very keenly the importance of his new place in the community. Other young fellows in the factory were getting $1.50 a day. At the end of the week he got $25, almost 3 times as much. The money was an indication of superiority. There could be no doubt about that. Ever since he had been a boy, he had heard older men speak respectively of men who possessed money. "Get on in the world," they said to young men when they talked seriously. Among themselves they did not pretend that they did not want money. "It's money makes the mare go," they said. Down Main Street to the New York Central tracks Ed went, and then turned out of the street and disappeared into the station. The evening train had passed, and the place was deserted. He went into the dimly lighted waiting room. An oil lamp turned low and fastened by a bracket to the wall made a little circle of light in a corner. The room was like a church in the early morning of a wintry day, cold and still. He went hurriedly to the light, and taking the roll of money from his pocket, counted it. Then he went out of the room and along the station platform almost to Main Street, but he was not satisfied. On an impulse he returned to the waiting room again, and, late in the evening on his way home, he stopped there for a final counting of the money before he went to bed. Peter Fry was a blacksmith and had a son who was clerk in the Bidwell Hotel. He was a tall young fellow with curly yellow hair and watery blue eyes, and smoked cigarettes, a habit that was an offense to the nostrils of the men of his times. His name was Jacob, but he was called in derision Fizzy Fry. The young man's mother was dead, and he got his meals at the hotel, and at night slept on a cot in the hotel office. He had a passion for gaily colored neckties and waistcoats, and was forever trying unsuccessfully to attract the attention of the town girls. When he and his father met on the street, they did not speak to each other. Sometimes the father stopped and stared at his son. "How did I happen to be the father of a thing like that?" he muttered aloud. The blacksmith was a square-shouldered, heavily built man with a bushy black beard and a tremendous voice. When he was a young man, he sang in the Methodist choir, but after his wife died, he stopped going to church and began putting his voice to other uses. He smoked a short clay pipe that had become black with age, and that at night could not be seen against his black curly beard. Smoke rolled out of his mouth in clouds, and appeared to come up out of his belly. He was like a volcanic mountain, and was called, by the men who loafed in Bertie Spink's drugstore, Smoky Pete. Smoky Pete was in more ways than one like a mountain given to eruptions. He did not get drunk, but after his wife died, he got into the habit of having 2 or 3 drinks of whiskey every evening. The whiskey inflamed his mind, and he strode up and down Main Street, ready to quarrel with anyone his eye lighted upon. He got into the habit of roaring at his fellow citizens and making ribald jokes at their expense. Everyone was a little afraid of him, and he became, in an odd way, the guardian of the town's morals. Sandy Ferris, a house painter, became a drunkard and did not support his family. Smoky Pete abused him in the public streets and in the sight of all men. "You cheap thing, warming your belly with whiskey while your children freeze. Why don't you try being a man?" he shouted at the house painter, who staggered into a side street and went to sleep off his intoxication in a stall in Clyde Neighbor's livery barn. The blacksmith kept at the painter until the whole town took up his cry, and the saloons became ashamed to accept his custom. He was forced to reform. The blacksmith did not, however, discriminate in the choice of victims. His was not the spirit of the reformer. A merchant of Bidwell, who had always been highly respected, and who was an elder in his church, went out one evening to the county seat, and there got into the company of a notorious woman known throughout the county as Nell Hunter. The two went into a little room in the back of a saloon, and were seen by two Bidwell young men who had gone to the county seat for an evening of adventure. When the merchant, named Penn Beck, realized he had been seen, he was afraid the tale of his indiscretion would be carried to his hometown, and left the woman to join the young men. He was not a drinking man, but began at once to buy drinks for his companions. The three got very drunk and drove home together late at night in a rig the young men had hired for the occasion from Clyde neighbors. On the way, the merchant kept trying to explain his presence in the company of the woman. "Don't say anything about it," he urged. "It would be misunderstood. I have a friend whose son has been taken in by the woman. I was trying to get her to let him alone." The two men were delighted they had caught the merchant off his guard. "It's all right," they assured him. "Be a good fellow, and we won't tell your wife or the minister of your church." When they had all the drinks they could carry, they got the merchant into the buggy and began to whip the horse. They had driven halfway to Bidwell, and all of them had fallen into a drunken sleep, when the horse became frightened at something in the road and ran away. The buggy was overturned, and they were all thrown into the road. One of the young men had an arm broken, and Penn Beck's coat was almost torn in two. He paid the young man's doctor's bill and settled with Clyde neighbors for the damage to the buggy. For a long time the story of the merchant's adventure did not leak out, and when it did, but a few intimate friends of the young men knew it. Then it reached the ears of Smoky Pete. On the day he heard it, he could hardly bear to wait until evening came. He hurried to Ben Head's saloon, had 2 drinks of whiskey, and then went to stand with the loafers before Bertie Spink's drugstore. At 7:30, Penn Beck turned into Main Street from Cherry Street, where he lived. When he was more than 3 blocks away from the crowd of men before the drugstore, Smoky Pete's roaring voice began to question him. "Well, Penny, my lad, so you went for a night among the ladies," he shouted. "You've been fooling around with my girl, Ned Hunter, over at the county seat. I'd like to know what you mean. You'll have to make an explanation to me." The merchant stopped and stood on the sidewalk, unable to decide whether to face his tormentor or flee. It was just at the quiet time of the evening when the housewives of the town had finished their evening's work and stood resting by the kitchen doors. It seemed to Penn Beck that Smoky Pete's voice could be heard for a mile. He decided to face it out, and if necessary to fight the blacksmith. As he came hurriedly toward the group before the drugstore, Smoky Pete's voice took up the story of the merchant's wild night. He stepped out from the men in front of the store and seemed to be addressing himself to the whole street. Clerks, merchants, and customers rushed out of the stores. "Well," he cried, "so you made a night of it with my girl Nell Hunter. When you sat with her in the back room of the saloon, you didn't know I was there. I was hidden under a table. If you'd done anything more than bite her on the neck, I'd have come out and called you to time." Smoky Pete broke into a roaring laugh and waved his arms to the people gathered in the street and wondering what it was all about. It was for him one of the really delicious spots of his life. He tried to explain to the people what he was talking about. "He was with Nell Hunter in the back room of a saloon over at the county seat," he shouted. "Edgar Duncan and Dave Oldham saw him there. He came home with them, and the horse ran away.
He didn't commit adultery. I don't want you to think that happened. All that happened was he bit my best girl, Nell Hunter, on the neck. That's what makes me so mad. I don't like to have her bitten by him. She's my girl and belongs to me." The blacksmith, forerunner of the modern city newspaper reporter, in his love of taking the center of the stage in order to drag into public sight the misfortunes of his fellows, did not finish his tirade. The merchant, white with anger, rushed up and struck him a blow on the chest with his small and rather fat fist. The blacksmith knocked him into the gutter, and later, when he was arrested, went proudly off to the office of the town mayor and paid his fine. It was said by the enemies of Smoky Pete that he had not taken a bath for years. He lived alone in a small frame house at the edge of town. Behind his house was a large field. The house itself was unspeakably dirty. When the factories came to town, Tom Butterworth and Steve Hunter bought the field, intending to cut it into building lots. They wanted to buy the blacksmith's house, and finally did secure it by paying a high price. He agreed to move out within a year, but after the money was paid, repented and wished he had not sold. A rumor began to run about town connecting the name of Tom Butterworth with that of Fanny Twist, the town milliner. It was said the rich farmer had been seen coming out of her shop late at night. The blacksmith also heard another story whispered in the streets. Louise Trucker, the farmer's daughter, who had at one time been seen creeping through a side street in the company of young Steve Hunter, had gone to Cleveland, and it was said she had become the proprietor of a prosperous house of ill fame. Steve's money, it was declared, had been used to set her up in business. The two stories offered unlimited opportunity for expansion in the blacksmith's mind, and while he was preparing himself to do what he called bringing the two men down in the sight and hearing of the whole town, a thing happened that upset his plans. His son, Fizzy Fry, left his place as a clerk in the hotel and went to work in the corn-cutting machine factory. One day his father saw him coming from the factory at noon with a dozen other workmen. The young man had on overalls and smoked a pipe. When he saw his father, he stopped, and when the other men had gone on, explained his sudden transformation. "I'm in the shop now, but I won't be there long," he said proudly. "You know Tom Butterworth stays at the hotel? Well, he's given me a chance. I got to stay in the shop for a while to learn about things. After that, I'm to have a chance as shipping clerk. Then I'll be a traveler on the road." He looked at his father, and his voice broke. "You haven't thought very much of me, but I'm not so bad," he said. "I don't want to be a sissy, but I'm not very strong. I worked at the hotel because there wasn't anything else I thought I could do." Peter Fry went home to his house, but could not eat the food he had cooked for himself on the tiny stove in the kitchen. He went outdoors and stood for a long time looking out across the cow pasture Tom Butterworth and Steve Hunter had bought and that they proposed should become a part of the rapidly growing city. He had himself taken no part in the new impulses that had come upon the town, except that he had taken advantage of the failure of the town's first industrial effort to roar insults at those of his townsmen who had lost their money. One evening he and Ed Hall had got into a fight about the matter on Main Street, and the blacksmith had been compelled to pay another fine. Now he wondered what was the matter with him. He had evidently made a mistake about his son. Had he made a mistake about Tom Butterworth and Steve Hunter? The perplexed man went back to his shop and all the afternoon worked in silence.
His heart had been set on the creation of a dramatic scene on Main Street when he openly attacked the two most prominent men of the town, and he even pictured himself as likely to be put in the town jail, where he would have an opportunity to roar things through the iron bars at the citizens gathered in the street. In anticipation of such an event, he had prepared himself to attack the reputation of other people. He had never attacked women, but if he were locked up, he intended to do so. John May had once told him that Tom Butterworth's daughter, who had been away to college for a year, had been sent away because she was in a family way. John May had claimed he was responsible for her condition. Several of Tom's farm hands, he said, had been on intimate terms with the girl. The blacksmith had told himself that if he got into trouble for publicly attacking the father, he would be justified in telling what he knew about the daughter. The blacksmith did not come into Main Street that evening. As he went home from work, he saw Tom Butterworth standing with Steve Hunter before the post office. For several weeks, Tom had been spending most of his time away from town, had only appeared in town for a few hours at a time, and had not been seen on the streets in the evening. The blacksmith had been waiting to catch both men on the street at one time. Now that this opportunity had come, he began to be afraid he would not dare take it. "What right have I to spoil my boy's chances?" he asked himself as he went rather heavily along the street toward his own home. It rained on that evening, and for the first time in years Smoky Pete did not go into Main Street. He told himself that the rain kept him at home, but the thought did not satisfy him. All evening he moved restlessly about the house, and at 8:30 went to bed. He did not, however, sleep, but lay with his trousers on and his pipe in his mouth, trying to think. Every few minutes he took the pipe from his mouth, blew out a cloud of smoke, and swore viciously. At 10 o'clock, the farmer who had owned the cow pasture back of his house and who still kept his cows there, saw his neighbor tramping about in the rain in the field and saying things he had planned to say on Main Street in the hearing of the entire town. The farmer also had gone to bed early, but at 10 o'clock he decided that as the rain continued to fall and as it was growing somewhat cold, he had better get up and let his cows into the barn. He did not dress, but threw a blanket about his shoulders and went out without a light. He let down the bars separating the field from the barnyard, and then saw and heard Smoky Pete in the field. The blacksmith walked back and forth in the darkness, and as the farmer stood by the fence, began to talk in a loud voice. "Well, Tom Butterworth, you're fooling around with Fanny Twist," he cried into the silence and emptiness of the night. "You're sneaking into her shop late at night, eh? Steve Hunter has set Louise Trucker up in business in a house in Cleveland. Are you and Fanny Twist going to open a house here? Is that the next industrial enterprise we're to have here in this town?" The amazed farmer stood in the rain and the darkness, listening to the words of his neighbor. The cows came through the gate and went into the barn. His bare legs were cold, and he drew them alternately up under the blanket. For 10 minutes Peter Fry tramped up and down in the field. Once he came quite near the farmer, who drew himself down beside the fence and listened, filled with amazement and fright. He could dimly see the tall old man striding along and waving his arms about. When he had said many bitter, hateful things regarding the two most prominent men of Bidwell, he began to abuse Tom Butterworth's daughter, calling her a bitch and the daughter of a dog. The farmer waited until Smoky Pete had gone back to his house, and, when he saw a light in the kitchen, and fancied he could also see his neighbor cooking food at a stove, he went again into his own house. He had himself never quarreled with Smoky Pete, and was glad. He was glad also that the field at the back of his house had been sold. He intended to sell the rest of his farm and move west to Illinois. The man's crazy, he told himself. Who but a crazy man would talk that way in the darkness? I suppose I ought to report him and get him locked up, but I guess I'll forget what I heard. A man who would talk like that about nice, respectable people would do anything. He might set fire to my house some night, or something like that. I guess I'll just forget what I heard. End of chapter 11.